Am I on? This is weird, guys. I don't know why, but for some reason, guys, it's like really like 3 seconds or 4 seconds behind. So I apologize if I was live and talking to myself and didn't realize it. So guys, hi. This is reality, Kristen Marie reality. What am I saying? I do it wrong all the time. This is reality with Kristen Marie. This is Whose Side Do You Want? Oops, here I am. I do it wrong all the time. There we go. This is reality. This is the Whose Side Are You On portion. I would love to say that this is the first episode of the Whose Side Are You On podcast, but I'm not positive yet because I don't know if I can do that if I would like, but I would like it to be more streamlined. And I promised myself that I would be more professional once I started the podcast, made this podcast. Technically, it already is if you consider my episodes podcast. But okay, so what it is obviously I don't know if I explained it before. Obviously, Whose Side Are You On was going to be the name of the podcast. That was going to be originally a podcast, not a YouTube channel. This was never supposed to be a YouTube channel. But because I was a nobody kind of, I was a blogger that nobody knew who I really was and hated me, or I had a very negative, problematic reputation. I didn't think that, well, it was not a good idea for me just to do a podcast because nobody would come see me. You had to get to know my lovely, beautiful face and that I'm not really angry. And that if you would like me to say this one or that one is effed up with a smile on my face, I can do that. I could sugarcoat it with a smile, but I'm not going to sugarcoat shit. You can't you can sugarcoat shit, but it's still going to be shit at the end of the day. So that being said, this background actually looks good. I like it. What do you guys think? Actually, it's only me and Aaron right now, but replay whoever. And again, last night, guys, thank you. I don't know. I appreciate everybody that came. There's a lot of people there. And I don't know if I got a bunch of new subscribers. And I appreciate all of you guys. And I don't know what's up with YouTube. For some reason, I cannot see my new subscribers' names. I don't know what it is. It's not coming up in the notifications. So I'm so sorry that to the new subscribers if I'm not even mentioning your names, I'm so sorry. Just please say something in the comments or the chat so I know who it is who I'm talking to. Because I don't know. this week or two, I'm the other guy. It's still really low, but I mean, for my progression in the last year and a half, I've gained more subscribers in the last week than I had the whole year. So, whoever's plugging in, I really appreciate you guys. And Housewives Historian, Lindsay, if you guys know who that is, I'm sure you do. I was on her channel the other day, not eating and not being rude like I am now. And I got some pretty not constructive, but constructive criticism. So anybody asked me what was on my Instagram and I asked for constructive criticism, I mean it. I'm well aware that I'm all over the place. I'm well aware that I'm constantly moving. I could give you a little more in depth on why that happens, but if you know me, you know that I'm not on drugs any longer. So call me a bobblehead, meth head, kind of a little crazy. Not true. Not any longer anyway. One person's a hater, but it turns out three people. Sorry, that was rude. When it turns into 3 people saying it, you're kind of okay, call me a Teresa Stan or a Gorga Stan, whatever you want to say. Call me whatever you'd like. But at least be it was stupid. I mean, kind of honestly, we're not even going to get into that, but the kind of the things they were saying were kind of almost bullyish, but to just the main thing is I recognize, guys, I know. I'm all over the place. I get it. I say it every time. And I always bring it up because it's a deflection for me because it does bother me. I could take my medication. Yes. I could go back on Adderall. I could go back on meth if you'd like, and then make me more calm. I'm manic, so that is why I'm like this. So, I don't know what else to say about it. I guess, you know what I mean? Do I think it's hindering me? Probably a little bit. Am I probably annoying too much to watch sometimes? Probably, but you know what? Yeah. That's all I'm going to say. Anyway, so this is Whose Side Are You On? Salt Lake. And I am going to play the after show because it's actually really good. It's going to be Whose Side, Whitney or Heather. I'm going to tell you whose side I want and why, but then I go through the after show. The after show only because I've been trying to recap stuff, guys, and my memory's horrible. So for me to sit there and have to recap something, it just wasn't working. I kept forgetting, things or whatever, and writing it down is a pain in the ass. It's hard to remember the whole show, but I love the after shows on Bravo. on YouTube, because it basically highlights the stuff that we're going to talk about, and it helps me decide whose side I'm on. So if you want to know whose side I'm on with this whole thing with bad weather, I'm definitely not on Whitney's side. And there's a reason for it. I'm annoyed with her. I've been annoyed with her. I think that when she just tries to make her points, she's just an idiot. All right, I don't want to call her an idiot. She's not all there. I just don't think she's smart. She's not all right. She's not smart, I guess, is what I want to say. Like, she just doesn't think. Like, when she ran around chasing Meredith about the sprinter. Why aren't you in the sprinter van? About Meredith. Have you called the feds on? Like, what? What do you mean? Why was she her dad died? You know what I mean? Like, it was a funeral thing with her dad, Meredith's dad. And that whole thing, her voice was so annoying then. And then, like, she's trying to get Heather to admit to a lie or something. It's something that she wants to lie, basically want Heather to lie for her. And then has turned it into this entire thing that Heather's such a horrible friend. Horrible friend. So I guess, like, and she is the one who brought up the Lisa's cheating rumor stuff. So I did not do a poll because I keep doing these. Like, I do a poll by whose side. Like, I ask you guys whose side you're on, and I put it all over social media, and I usually have it up for a day or two so I can see whose side you guys are on. I didn't have time to do it, and that's another thing I wanted to do too. I wanted to start out the weeks with the polls of whose side are you on. That way, when I get to the episodes, the podcast episodes, I know whose side you guys are on, and I explain mine, yours, and sometimes I'll go into production. Or if I have a co-host or a guest co-host, we'll do that. That's another thing. So I do want to start posting. I don't really know whose side you guys are on, but if you're in the chat, let me know. There's a couple of you here, so let me know. Maybe I don't know if I'm missing my comments or what. I see you, Aaron, but and I guess hey Shay, we are live. Thank you. It's a little, I don't know, it's a little doesn't really match the blonde's not really matching my base color. Doesn't really look good though, tell me the truth. It's blonde, it's pinky, but it's actually pink, believe it or not. I have black hair, my hair is dark. You rarely ever see me without my extensions in, but my hair is actually really short. My hair is actually only that long. My hair's like this long. My hair's really short. Yeah, so this blonde is just, I don't know, new, I guess. I just want something different. I did the gray for a really long time. If you actually go back and look at episodes about messy topics in the beginning, and holy crap, I literally had almost a different hair color every day. It was like blue, red, purple. It was a lot. Hi, little girl. So yeah. So all right, let's get into this after show. And thank you, Shay. I appreciate that. Because honestly, I was very self-conscious about it because it's ombre, but the ombre is brown and not black, so it doesn't really match exactly. But you guys can't see that. And I don't know if you noticed anything about my face. Let me know if you do. So, I'm just kidding. I didn't get it done yet. I'm getting it right. I get Botox usually every Thanksgiving, but I skipped it last year because I don't know. We had room down to New York for the tour, and it was going to be more money. It was going to be a lot of money and all that crap. So I skipped the Botox thing. And so it's been 2 years since I've had Botox. And I get lip flip thing and all that. But guys, listen, I got this lotion and holy crap. It literally looks like I got it done. It almost looks like I got Botox. But it only lasts for a day. So, yeah, I'll be 45 in 2 weeks. Yeah. So, and my eyes look really funny on here, guys. Why do I look weird? My eyes look weird. It looks like I have 2 black eyes. Okay. Here I am all over the place. That's what I mean. People were saying I'm a bobblehead. They said I was all over the place. What else, Shay? Remember? God, Shay, weren't they mean? I don't know if, Shay, if you looked afterwards. I'm sorry, I'm looking down here. I don't know if you looked at Housewives of Lindsay's comments afterwards. Holy crap. I got into it with almost 4 of our subscribers that were dragging this shit out of me. And I knew one, and I realized at the end of it that one of them was somebody who was hiding behind a fake thing, and I knew who it was. And I was like, what an idiot I am. She gave it away by telling my business. And I was like, she said somebody's name that wasn't supposed to be said. And it was like, oh boy, I'm in trouble. I was waiting. Yeah. So yeah. Mm-hmm. So yeah, after the fact, after she posted it, her replay crew people, whoever came in, they were calling me a bobblehead. What else? They were, I don't know, saying, I forget. I kind of forget now because I kind of lost my shit, and I kept going back, and then I would delete it, and then I would read another, and I would delete it. Yeah, I thought one person's a hater, right? But 3 people say it, you're like, oh shit, maybe I am annoying. I get it, guys, but again, to say that I'm Team Gorga or something because I forget they were saying some bullshit like, "Oh, I'm getting paid by the Gorga. I'm getting paid, and I must be delusional to be Team Gorga, even though I'm explaining it." And how could I be Team Teresa and Team Gorga? But I was Team Teresa all summer. I was Team Teresa when it was Teresa and Margaret. And that I am Team who's ever right at the time, whoever I believe is right. I don't have to stay Team Teresa just because I agree with the way she was. Agree with her there doesn't mean I'm going to agree with her the way she treats Joe. You know what I mean? It's a different situation. So you can't sit there and say ever that I'm fake or phony or I'm being paid by this one or that one, because I don't always take their side. I don't always take Teresa's side. It all just depends. Exactly. Exactly. And it's a completely different situation. I was on her side when it came to Margaret. And when she tells you to shut the F up about my life, shut the F up about my life. And that's what I was saying. Like I agreed with Teresa, and I'm trying to, and I always say this, just because I explain her perception and I not take her side, but I explain it because I don't want people to think she's just an asshole. You know what I mean? And to me, I'm doing you a goddamn favor because I get it. I'm an asshole too. Like I'm not smart either. Like Teresa, like I'm not calling her stupid, but they said something. I said something about her not being smart. It's not that she's not smart. She didn't hear an analogy, okay, guys. When she heard Gia, she did not hear an analogy. She heard Gia does cook. That in her head, that's what she heard. That's why she lost her shit. You got like, you know what I mean? Like she didn't get it was an analogy. She didn't care it was an analogy. She didn't hear that. So yeah, and then the thing with Margaret, she said it a million times. I don't care. Stop talking about me. Stop talking about me. I don't care if you think. I don't care if he did this or that. I'm asking you to shut the F up. So, and with the thing with the Gorgas, I'm not going to go on my Team Gorgas. This is about Real Housewives of Salt Lake City, but about what the trolls were saying. Trolls. She gets to pick and choose when she plays a ding dong role. You know what I mean? She is a ding dong. She is. I mean, honestly, it's not even her fault. Like, I feel like it's in the water around here. And I feel like we are so reactive too around here that like we don't have time to hear analogy. We don't have time to think about it. I come back later on though. Like I do come back when I do act like an asshole that she does. I come back and I apologize and I admit it and I know when I'm wrong. And sometimes when I'm doing it, I know that I'm doing it and I'm wrong. But Teresa doubles down. Teresa's one of those that doesn't take any responsibility. She's one of those people that just doesn't know how to apologize. She just doesn't ever. It's really, really hard for her. And when she does, it's like literally pulling teeth. It is in the water. That's why I swear to you, when I talk about Jennifer Aydin and Jackie, I remember when Dolores said that she's just, we're not cut from the same cloth. I agree. There's a Jennifer and Jackie and Jennifer. I mean, not that they're the same. Jennifer is playing a role. Jennifer's definitely playing a housewife role. But in New Jersey, you do kind of have to set that aside because for a little, if you really want to maintain friendships and you don't want to end up 6 feet under, or I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. If you don't want to end up with a target on you, you stay tad bit loyal and you definitely don't lie and make shit up. And you definitely don't lie on the people that, that have been around for a very long time. So when I say that, I laugh. I'm like, where I would call up certain people and say, Jesus Christ, where is this? This chick is not from Jersey. Like, who is this girl? Where'd she come from? Same thing with Jackie. She's just a little different. She's not bad. And there are people like Jackie. There are Jersey people like Jackie. She's just different. You know what I mean? And there's nothing wrong with it. It's just, hey, girlfriend. It's just a difference of a lot of perspective. And like Jackie and Jennifer, why Jennifer's playing the role and she might be making, a housewife name for herself. But what she's doing also is when she was going, when she's also making a lot of enemies and she puts a target on her back. And I'm not saying there's no mafia, there's nothing, it's not even a real thing. But, you cannot play victim when you do this fuck shit that you do. Here we go. The shit that you do behind the scenes and you scream in people's faces. And then when you can't turn around and assault with a deadly weapon, basically is what you do. But again, here I go again on Jersey, and we're supposed to go about Salt Lake. Okay, let's talk about Salt Lake because listen, this is another one. I am Team Heather here, but I'm also starting to really see a different side of Heather. Like I always say second season curse. We might have the third season curse with Heather. I mean, she's amazing. Yeah, she's an amazing human, but something's up and I don't understand it. I feel like production has her doing things that I don't think she really wanted to start a choir. So, guys, let's just get into the after show. Hi, Red, thank you. And last night, guys, thank you so much for coming. And this isn't Judgy Cat. This is an original Judgy Cat, but this is Sterling Marie, by the way. So let's get an after show. I'm too busy watching myself. Anyway, love you guys. I'm trying not to be as nervous as I used to be, so like I don't seem like I'm, upset about what people were saying about me. So I'm trying to just, go with the flow. I also need to make an intro. I know I need to be more professional. What was I doing? And then another thing, guys, like I said, I could go back on drugs if you really want. Like I don't want to be on my Adderall. I don't want to take anything. I don't. And I'm sorry. Like I take my medicine for bipolar. I take that and that's about it. I take that and I'm still manic. And the manic is part of the ADHD. And I have other issues that I never talked about that affect me. And somebody called that out too. And yes, I'm side-eyeing her too. And, I don't want to talk about it, but it's my personality. And there's something that I've always hid from people. But get over it. I'm just extremely logical, I think. I don't sugarcoat shit. Only because it's just, to me, it's a waste of my goddamn time to tell you what you want to hear or to put sugar on shit. Because it's still shit. And shit needs to be, if it's shit, we need to talk about it. Like, we need to figure it out. I'm not going to let you just live in shit, That's like kind of like telling, like, I feel like with Whitney, she expects Heather to just like land it, walk in shit with her, like, and just lie and just to have her back. I'm sorry, but like, you want her to be loyal, like, you'll be a loyal friend. Well, that's not also, being a loyal friend is not going to have your back and make you think something happened that didn't. Because if Whitney really believes that Heather was there when this was said about Lisa, do I think Lisa was given blowies for courtside seats to the Jazz game? No. And if she was, who gives a shit? I've done more for less, okay? Like, or less for more. So let's act like, yeah. Let's not act like, what was I just saying? See, this is what I was doing the other day. I'm in my brain, I was thinking about the next thing I was going to say, and I'm trying to finish my sentence, and that's a problem. I'm always like 2 steps ahead of the way I really am, or where I'm at. But see what I'm doing? Okay, Bravo after show. If you remember what I was about to just say, guys, I'm so sorry. But you guys love me all the time. I mean, the people, and you guys always come back, and you guys, you don't even have to tell me that you like me or that I'm this or I'm that. I would love you guys to tell me if I'm a fucking asshole. Like, you know what I mean? Like, exactly. And I will behind the scenes tell you you're an asshole. Like, I do. I am loyal, and I am like, I will have your goddamn back if you deserve it, right? If you absolutely deserve it. But if you are wrong, you best believe when we get home, we're talking about it. And I'm telling you, I'm upset with you. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to put you out there like that. And that's what I don't like. Like, I wouldn't be a horrible housewife of Jersey, because I'm like Dolores. I just don't have time to sugarcoat it. But I am a real friend. And like Dolores and like Dina, they're Teresa's real friends. So they know that she's wrong, but you'll never see them disrespect her. Their friendship, they don't disrespect her, the family, and they don't talk. That is what, Lindsay asked the other day, like, what could I say about Jersey that could give you guys something to make us, because we have such a horrible, just because of the shows, we are like animals. It's like the zoo or the circus, whatever, it's like, it's just how it's always been. And it's like, we come off angry, rude and all that. And really, I don't know what else I could say except for just remember, we're just really very loyal. That's a good thing. Like, when you have a friend, you have a friend for life. And if you screw us over, that's the only time you really gotta really worry. Because honestly, because I feel like we don't ask for much. We don't, we're very like, I don't anyway. I don't require a lot. I require 3 things. Don't be the 3 S's. Sneak, snitch, sneak. Okay? And don't be, I don't like sneaks. I don't like snakes. I don't like snitches. If you're a criminal, be a criminal and just expect if you got caught, you like, if you're a criminal and you know it, you're doing something wrong, when you get caught, just know that you take the heat. Just take your punishment. Don't be a snitch. You know what I mean? I cannot stand people who get caught or doing things and act and operate as if they were never going to be in trouble. Like, we operated, the person I was with, we operated as if we were being watched. You know what I'm saying? Just know that you have to take the consequences if you get caught. Because if you're going to do something wrong, don't cry when something, and be like, oh my God, I can't believe this happened to me. Well, how can you not believe it happened to you when you're a drug dealer? You know what I mean? And if you're going to be a drug dealer, at least watch one episode of The Sopranos, please. Like, please. Like, God, there's these assholes around here that literally, like, why would you, like, we're not even getting this, but, like, why would you keep the drugs in your house? I'm sorry. Just watch one episode or one season of Sopranos, and you would know how not to get caught to be a drug, And the only reason, and I wasn't a drug dealer, the only reason that we got in trouble is because you got greedy. Like, the person you get greedy, you get caught. We were probably going to eventually get caught anyway, but, greedy is when you get caught, and you sure as hell don't go on a reality TV show. And one thing we can respect about Heather and Whitney, this argument that they're having or whatever, this fight is kind of like the old cotton candy stuff that we used to like. And I was watching, what was I watching? Oh, Family Karma. And that reminds me, Family Karma is awesome. Like, I watch it and I enjoy it. And I almost don't even want to cover it because I feel like I'm going to ruin it. But, like, there's nothing bad I can say about it. There's no, it just reminds me of, not reminds me of the old OC, but just that I'm not stressed out when I watch it. I'm not aggravated. I don't have to go team, who are you on? Whose team are you? You know what I mean? I don't have, literally, I feel like Beverly Hills has taken 10 years off our lives. It really has. And this whole Erica thing, as much as we can say that there's no way that I'm going to continue to discuss whether Erica knew or not, or Erica at all. And I still do it anyway. And I still find myself talking about, like, the whole thing with her. Like, you know what I mean? So she's taken 10 years off our lives. This pause is much needed. Family Karma, Aaron, it's so good. And so far, I don't know if you've watched any seasons, but this season so far, it's just Risha and Vishal's wedding. I mean, it's so much fun, though. Like, they're just so fun. And it's like they absolutely ripped Shahs of Sunset out from underneath of us. They completely ripped it away from us. Like, we were even, like, literally, it was horrible. They ripped it away from us, and it was like, I'm still in shock. Like, I'm still upset. So this is just as amazing as Shahs of Sunset. And I'm hoping, because I see so much of Rezo on Instagram, that they are shooting for something. It's only like episode 3, and it's just the wedding so far. So, but it's good. It's really good. It's just so fun. Like, I was watching Jason and Adam talk about it, and what he said is correct. It really does bring you that cotton candy thing that we used to like. But basically why, we started watching, I don't know, I started watching reality TV. I was so obsessed with it back. I don't remember, like I said, the last 2 years is where I feel like it was like we're the rock bottom of reality TV. It was the whole reason, like, everybody stopped blogging and went to podcasting. Well, not really the whole reason, but it was getting had so much to say that, those Twitter threads that would last 2 weeks weren't good enough anymore. Like, yeah, exactly. And, and because of the problems, we really made platforms out of it, but then it stuck. But then you get, like, we'll sit here and we'll talk and we're like, oh my God, it's like a job to have to watch it. And it's like so stressful. And almost to the point where it's so toxic. And I feel like Beverly Hills needs that pause. And I feel like Andy will see that we're not going to miss this certain 3 people on there. And that, like, we can bring back Rinna. We can bring back, you know what I mean? We need to bring, no, oh my God, Rinna, no. We can bring back LVP when you get rid of Rinna. We can bring back Denise when you get rid of Rinna. Get rid of Eric, and who cares? Like, we have people to replace them that actually are good and we actually want to see. And God, it would go so up Teddy's ass to bring Denise back. Denise, please come back. LVP, please get these bitches off the show and you come back. We want LVP. Listen, I'm not even in all state. I'm going to get into Salt Lake, I promise. But listen, let's just talk real quick. All right, this is just a dream team for Beverly Hills. I've been saying it. Denise, LVP, Garcelle, Sutton. If it has to be Dorito, Kyle, Kathy, Kim, friend of, Brandy, friend of, I said everybody else, right? Yes. Crystal, and maybe Crystal, friend of. But that right there, come on, guys. Rinna doesn't deserve to be there any longer. She just doesn't. She's played all her cards over and over again. They're tired and old. Bring back, and Brandy was amazing. Believe it or not, guys, I got kicked off of Twitter ultimately over Brandy, fighting with Brandy. Okay? So listen, I love her now, though. I watched her on House. That show, which I thought was going to be the Island of Misfit Toys, I never thought in a million years that Dorinda's house was going to work. Sorry. But God damn it, did it work. Like, I don't know what happened, but something happened and it was magical. And for some reason, I like Brandy. I even like Tamrat. Yeah, Tamrat. Again, with Tamrat. It's a really high horse you're going to fall off of. Listen, hun, you are a Hail Mary. That is it. You are not the saving grace of OC that you think you are. So running around, running your mouth and kicking Teddy's back in, which is fine with me. But like acting like, and talking shit on Jen Shah, making up stupid stories. Tamrat, you're a Hail Mary lady. And listen, all the Hail Marys that Bravo has thrown with these franchises have not worked. Not that Heather was a dud, but it just isn't working the way you think. You're not what you think you are. Just saying. It's not what you think, Tam. Okay? You were going for a reason, and Tamrat, you're only back for a reason. And it is literally a Hail Mary for OC. And the cotton candy stuff never came from her anyway. So why? It's to me, again, that's a pretty high horse you're going to fall off of. Hi, Karma. And yes, thank you. You awesome. You're so awesome. You're so awesome. You saw the stuff too and you didn't drag me either. Thank you. And that is sexy. You're in the shower hosting. Yeah, let's watch let's do the after show real quick because I really liked Heather in the beginning, and I remember saying to myself, there's no way that we're ever going to dislike this girl. Like, there's just nothing about her that we're going to dislike. She's honest. Like, I don't judge people for their, whatever they do. You know what I mean? Like, I couldn't find a reason not to like her, but I don't know. I don't want to say don't even. I don't like her. I am Team Heather. I feel like Whitney is delusional. And I feel like Heather had no idea, no clue that Whitney was going to turn it into her. Like she's making her, I feel like Whitney's making her childhood issues. If there was, I'm not saying there wasn't, but the stuff that she doesn't remember, I don't know why you're making it a Heather problem. And it's really not. Like, how do you think that Heather's not your real friend? It's just so weird to me. And you really thought that you were being gaslit the whole time. I don't even think Heather knows what gaslight means. I don't think she even knows how to do that. Honestly, she's not. I don't think she has a bad bone in her body. But, yeah. So I'm going to get the Bravo real quick. Because the after shows, like I'm telling you, is really good. And and let me just tell you something. Lisa Barlow, you 80s homeless chic, whatever the hell you're doing with your 7-Eleven cup, knock it off, girlfriend. You people see right through you, Whitney. I mean, you, Lisa. Lisa, I don't care if you gave blowies. That is not what it's about. You can give blowies for all you want. I don't care. I don't care if your kids are amazing. John's amazing. You, my friend, are such an asshole, and you're so delusional. And it's great that you're so sure of yourself and you're so great, but you don't need to tell us all the time how great you are. And you can make mistakes. It's very, very possible, Lisa, that you are wrong sometimes. Okay. And you're absolutely wrong about what's it called? She's definitely a mean girl. She needs to get over it because she didn't grow up like that. She's definitely wrong about the Meredith shit. Now, when they said that when Meredith, she did kind of forgive Jen Shah a little too, like she did forgive Jen Shah, but to be fair, I think she realizes that Jen has a lot bigger issues to deal with and is not going to be here. So she probably could have used a little bit more grace from her. And she realized it. And then even if she doesn't forgive Jen Shah, she doesn't have to worry about her being in her life for much longer. Lisa was your actual best friend, and it's worse. And the reason she can't forgive Lisa is because Lisa doubled down on that. She couldn't just be wrong. She couldn't, the reason she gave for Whitney's thing, for her outbursts against her best friend were like bullshit. Oh, you're so my husband. I'm like, do you like me? Like, Lisa, come on. She's like, yeah, Lisa, like, it's a shame because she's probably a great mom and she's probably a great wife and she could be a good friend, but like her getting on the show just made her like too obvious. It's just very obvious. Like her taglines is she's just like a walking, what's it called? Quote thing. Like she finds like these quotes that she thinks are cool, which they are, and puts a little spin on them and makes them her lines and her deal. And it's like, who are you? Do you know who you are? I mean, you say how great you are and all, but like just, I don't know. And I don't care about, you don't care about an orange tan. Look at me. I don't think you guys can see it, but I'm really orange right now. I'm surprised the light's not showing it. I still tan and I wear self-tanner. Like, I get the tanning thing. I get the orange thing. And I just don't get the 80s homeless chic with the whole, she's walking around like literally looks like John's clothes that don't fit him any longer from like 1980. She's trying to do that 80s homeless look. And it used to be cute like a couple of years ago, but like, I don't know. I don't get it. And then like her, even in her confessionals, let's watch.
This is I was like sent a random him with
Okay.
this FCC filing.
What does that mean about Lisa's company?
It seems very, very strange.
Why the is she talking about my business with you? This is no one's business.
It is people's.
Okay,
Hold on.
For Jen.
It's okay for Heather to dig people. I mean, for Lisa to look up things on people and talk about people's businesses. But God forbid somebody finds an SEC filing about her. See what I mean? Why are you talking about my business? Because you're on a reality TV show, bitch.
What you're talking about is my life. Check your source.
Why don't you tell Heather how you feel since we're all putting our feelings on the table? Floor is yours.
I
Go
did.
ahead.
No, I did. You're still doing it right now, Heather.
Speak and say what you want to say.
I have.
Heather, your mouth is just going like this. There's a whole lot of bullshit coming out of it. You're coming at me today? I don't.
God forbid anybody goes after her.
It's supposed to be my ride or die. And guess what? That's not ride or die characteristics.
I actually like Jen Chow now. Look, and I'll tell you why. I don't care. I care what you do in your life, but like, I don't care to hate you or anything. You know what I mean? It's not going to make me hate you. But what I don't like is people that are delusional, dishonest. And you knew that she was delusional and dishonest and not accountable. And to me, anytime that you blame anybody for anything and you take any accountability away from yourself is like literally, you take accountability away from the addict when you, not she's an addict, but like, I don't know, just to blame everybody for everything else. And like, we knew that she was guilty. All I wanted to do was understand her. And when she came clean, and which I now believe is because of the mock trials, probably woke her up a little bit and realized that you can't win. Like, you could not win that. And then, she had to be honest. And that's all I kept saying is, please just get honest. I need to get you, girlfriend. Like, I couldn't understand her. And I could not figure out in what universe that she'd walk into that courtroom and call them all liars and say that you picked the brown girl and, her reasons behind why she was not guilty. It was beyond me. And I'm like, and first I said, there's no way that she actually thinks she's not guilty. That's an actual lie. Like, who knew? I thought maybe she read it and got scared and thought that being in prison would save her. She'd be safer there. That's not the case, because if you know anything about that shit, no, it doesn't matter. You're not safe no matter what when you're at. So that was out the window. And if that's what she thought, but in watching the show, her talking about the mock trial, you see it and you can tell that she got a fucking kick in the ass, and she realized that Judge Stein is no joke, and she made a mockery of that courtroom and his ruling from before to not do what she was doing. And she was running around, playing this role and basically calling them racist, calling the Southern District of New York a bunch of racists. And that's why they were going after her. Then tried to blame it on Stewart. Sorry. And that's not true. They were watching her for a very long time, and she roped Stewart into it. So it wasn't Stewart's fault either. Again, today, watching her on Adult Channel, she is actually funny. I mean, I'm not going to say that I agree with what she did. She was hard. It was what she did. She committed a crime, just like it was disgusting when she did. But to watch her actually, and just say she didn't do that and say that she didn't commit these crimes, I could mess with her. I could actually hang out with this girl. Like, watch her on Adult Channel today. She basically sounds like me. Like, she's not, like, she was very honest, and just the way she looks at people and their friendships and the way she sees, the F shit. I was like, okay, I get her now. Now I can fuck with her. Now that she's being honest and she knows what she did wrong, and she didn't even have to say anything. Just the fact that she's no longer delusional. She's no longer trying to, like, the thing that bothered me with Erica is they think we're stupid and to act as if we're dumb and that we don't know your guilt. You know what I mean? Like, the people that keep paying you, or we basically make sure that the shows stay, not us as content creators, us as fans. We watch the shows, we do the ratings. We are the ones who the viewers. We're the 1.5 million that tune in to see you. So to then call us, like, make us look like we're stupid, Erica, and act like, we're just idiots. Like, you all think we're stupid. It just really pisses me off. Oh shoot, this thing's gonna die. So that was my problem with her, is she really believes that we're stupid. And that's what Erica thought too. And now with the thing with Erica too, is now I do believe she's working with the feds. And you know what? Thank God if that's the case, because that would explain, it won't explain her ignorance and her dismissiveness, but it explains why she didn't say a lot of the things. It would explain a lot. It would explain why she filed for divorce, because nobody can tell me the real reason, because she did not find out, according to her, find out about Tom's wrongdoings until the day after she filed for divorce, right? What are the chances of that? You know what I mean? So again, I gotta plug the computer in on that side. Sorry. Yeah, so I believe now honestly, if she was good, thank God. Because I would also tell me that the feds didn't just let this shit go on for a very long time and not do anything about this, man. Because today she didn't even bring it up. She was on Up and At 'em, but yeah, but for some reason I kept asking if she was going to talk about why she changed her mind. But yeah, she said she was guilty. What now? See, that's the thing. I don't know when she went to court. I know she pled guilty. She said what she had to say, the technical way she had to do it, right? Again, I wanted to know if she really believes that she's not guilty, which I know she knows she's guilty, right? But she is one of the, you could tell she never wants to be wrong. So that's a huge ass move to do. And it's got to be either, like I said, she was scared into it at the last minute, or she realized that mock trial, that you're not winning. Like, it's hard. Like, the same even in front of detectives say you're just in for questioning, right? Even if you don't know what they have on you, holy shit, it really is hard to lie. And look, guys, I was a criminal. I could have probably lied my way out of my thing. I could have gotten the person to take my co-defendant to take the full thing. And you know what I mean? I could have really, really acted as if I was a victim of my thing, And it's really hard to sit there and oh man, yeah. So I couldn't figure out in what world that she was going to do that. And I really think the mock trial is basically that. And your lawyer will your lawyer will do that to you purposely, so you know what to expect from the other side. So she got, she got grilled. She got to hear at that point. She got to hear what all the 10, 12 defendants against her were going to say. She realized at that point there was no longer blaming Just Stewart. You know what I mean? So all the reasons she had in her head that were going to get her out of this, all the emotions she realized during those mock trials that was it. And I do believe too, her husband being a logical man and a not greedy man, and a man who literally just stood by his wife, he deserves her to not lie. You know what I mean? I think he probably said at one point, please, Jennifer, you're just making it worse. You're going to make a bigger example out of you. He had to have known that after seeing all the evidence, what was the deal, and then imagine finding out after 25 years of being married, if you don't know who your wife is, you find out who she really is. It's awful. She cannot plea. Alfred plea. Did she do I kept saying an Alfred plea. I kept saying, I don't know if you guys will remember this, but go back to my last thing. I kept saying, can she do an Alfred plea? Which is that. Exactly that. You admit that there's enough evidence to convict you, but you do not have to say you're guilty. And I did hear some of what her guilty plea was, and it sounded like she just said what she had to say. But that Alfred plea thing is exactly what I was suspected, because that way there isn't there's all that evidence that can convict her no matter what, and no matter what. But you can say I don't even know. It's basically you're admitting your guilt without guilt, and that is what I thought she would try to do, because again, there's her personality of not wanting to be wrong, but she could say, "You got me." You know what I mean? You guys got me. I did this. She was going to claim bad business, whatever, bad business, whatever's. Yeah, and him being a lawyer as well, whatever even if he's not a practicing lawyer, you went to law school, friend, and it's you have to know that 98% conviction. You have to know millions and millions of pages of evidence. You have to know that your wife is guilty, and your wife has to know that she's guilty. You don't make up 12 fake account, bank account. You don't hide money when it's not illegal money. You know what I'm saying? Again, say she tries to say that she didn't know what she was doing was wrong. Well, then why did you hide your money? Why were you making up fraudulent accounts? Alfred plea. And nobody would answer me. Everybody's like, no, it's too late. She can't do an Alfred plea. I was like, all right, fine, no Alfred plea. And I'm like, but guys, honestly, that would be that's what it is. There's so much evidence that even if she bad business, but even if she just could claim bad business practice, the evidence right there just made you look really guilty, and they were going to convict her anyway. You know, and again, I know it's not what you know, it's what you can prove in court. We all know this from O.J. Simpson. So don't tell me. And I would hate when people say about Erica and Jen, oh, well, she hasn't been convicted of a crime yet. She won't be convicted. You know, we will never be convicted of it. Erica, again, O.J. Simpson, and just because you're not in court, that's only because they don't. It's not yet, and you were married to the man, and we don't know exactly what you know what I mean. So just because you're not being charged doesn't mean you didn't do it, or you weren't morally wrong, or in the Bravo court of law, morally wrong, because we are the Bravo court of law. We have to be. Bravo isn't. You know, TLC they fire motherfuckers for less. You get even an accusation, and TLC's like out the door. You're done. TLC does not play. So if TLC can do it, why can't Bravo? Especially when TLC probably will be longer than Bravo. There's a reason Mauricio went to Netflix and not Bravo, you know? And here I am. I didn't even get into the thing. But let's talk about Whitney and Heather. Where are we at? 40 minutes? Okay. What was I doing the after show? It's really telling. I don't know if you guys watch it, but okay.
Salt Lake City after show.
We need to figure Whitney out. I mean, not Whitney, Heather out, because what is it about her that's pissing us off?
Well, you really are tone deaf. She's so mad that I'm friends with Lisa.
I'm sorry, guys. Who's this chick? Who's this girl with the dark hair? Dana? Who's this girl? Who is this chick? I don't know. Where did she come from? I don't know if I even like her yet. I'm sorry. She just keeps showing up.
I wanted to get out of her path because I felt like she came with an intent to destroy whatever friendship we had.
Your wife brought up rumors that Lisa cheated on me.
I was like, wait, what are you talking about? I cleared this up already. Whitney had told me at her Wild Rose beauty party, they invited a gentleman that they thought I had an affair with. So I hope you guys are better, Heather. And it felt callous and like a little bit of a cover your ass. No, I cannot trust this woman. Why does everyone get to lie about me, but when I tell the truth about myself, your feelings are hurt? Lisa's need to appear perfect will trump her friendship. She
right there.
sends spray tans that are lasting longer than her.
I like Angie for that. It's the truth.
Real Housewives of Salt
It's the
Lake
truth.
City after show starts
Her inability to ever be wrong is like, it's crazy. It is
During
enough.
fire practice, the conversation turns to the texts and tweets from Lisa around your father's memorial
Hold on, guys.
and the state of your
Why am I losing you guys? Where are you guys going? I love you. Please come back. I love you all. Come back, please.
relationship.
Heather looks really different. Hold on.
like something that
You guys got to look at the after show stuff. Look at Heather's thing. She looks really different. She's getting a lot of plastic surgery, I think. Nothing wrong with them, just saying.
is like very sensitive, such as my dad's obituary and
It
death.
is.
And
Lisa, you
text
piece of shit.
messages that I exchanged with you while my dad was dying, okay? And tweet that if you didn't want to go backward with me. It just felt unnecessary.
That was
and it
disgusting.
felt, and
Me too.
we're on a social
Karma, me too.
I mean, let's just be honest.
People call her a nobody, but really?
Break all the rules just to like rub my face in like
Heather, what is wrong with your face right
12-hour
here?
difference when he said, "Hope your dad's feeling better." My dad had passed, and she texted
I don't know
me
if it's
and said,
because
"I hope
she's
your
lost a
dad's
lot of
feeling better."
weight or
No, I did not.
her
doubt
face
that.
looks different.
Yeah, he was on hospice. He wasn't feeling better. She wanted
she's
to
skinny.
prove to me and to the world that she
It was right.
had been there for me when my dad died. Lisa tweeted my dad's obituary as a way to like prove how
Who does that?
she is because she.
You call somebody a liar about
brought
their...
my dad home from the hospital.
Wow.
You died. Lisa texted me.
I didn't
"Hope your
actually
dad's
see
feeling
that.
better." I don't need her to be there for me. That's okay if she's not there for me, but don't claim it and then prove it. That's like
I know, right?
it just felt like a topic I did not want to bandy about.
Guys, what is up with Heather's face right here?
And it
I would
felt
show you, but I don't know if I
yeah,
get it to...
cannot, like,
I
trust
can't-
this woman. You know, we make gains and then we just go right back to basic. Why does everyone
She's
get to
nobody's
lie
friend.
about me
Lisa
when I tell
is not
the
even
truth
Lisa's
about
friend.
Myself, your feelings are hurt, but I'm not allowed to have feelings. I'm not allowed to like care.
Hmm?
I'm supposed to just put up with it, and I'm done
Hmm?
doing that. And I just felt like there's a
You
lot
make
of
no
lies
sense,
that
bitch.
Heather's told about me.
Like what?
I'm a mean girl. You cannot sit there.
That's a lie she
and say
said.
you come out with love and kindness. I'm dismissing. Lisa just completely dismissed me. While you were in college.
You are a liar,
You
though.
say, all I know of Heather is that she was the good time girl.
And you are a big girl.
Flashed her boobs. Oh. And then this was just literally like the cherry on the top of that icing on the cake. And
What?
I was just like, I have to clear it up. I can't just keep taking
Clear
it.
up her what?
So if you're gonna lie about me, I'm gonna come forward with the truth, and that's what
Okay,
I felt like
hold
I
on.
had to do.
Hold on.
You said I was not there for you when your dad
What
died,
the?
and I texted you when I found that he was in the hospital, and I texted you the day he passed, and I should not have posted what was online. You're welcome to post it.
I'm such a good friend. I'm such a good friend. I'm a good friend, guys. I'm a good friend.
Friendship? We gotta stop with the bullshit lies.
Wait a minute.
That's what it was about.
First of all, where is the lie? Somebody tell me where the lie is. Okay. Second of all, her dad died, you bitch. So she's saying that you weren't there for her goddamn perspective and her feelings, and you're calling her. That stop with what bullshit? She's pissing me off. Maybe I should have did team friggin' Lisa and not team Heather and Lisa, because this is bullshit. Let's watch this because she's pissing me off as usual.
Lisa's need to be to appear perfect
That's what it is.
will trump her friendships.
Exactly.
No,
It's fine.
it
You're
was
about
not.
to clear your
It was-
name, and your name is clear, and I lied, and you're best, and you're awesome.
I think she's also not. She's.
Rather than having a moment,
I don't know.
of, what?
Calling her a narcissist kind of gives her a lot of. I feel like that gives her a lot of too much credit. You know what I mean? I think that she's like delusional and like insecure. You know what I mean? That I think that narcissist. She definitely doesn't have empathy for people. She definitely that trumps empathy. But I feel like narcissist makes her appear like because not to have they're really intelligent. Like I just feel like that would give her too much credit. Just saying. That's my opinion.
Your father's funeral, that was not okay. It was more important to her to appear to the fans and the audience.
Yeah, well, we can see right through it though. I think.
And it was to have a sensitivity bone towards Heather. To make herself appear well is always going to be more important than her friendships. And until
Same,
she can
Karma.
understand that, her
Same.
friendships are going to keep
Because
dropping.
I
mean, she's got
I
Sprite
say this
cancer.
all the time that like because they're the same with the Gorgas. Me and my sister fight like that. I have said horrible, disgusting things about my sister and literally in anger, in reaction, and wouldn't want the whole world. I with Kyle and Kyle, wouldn't want the whole world to hear it either. You know what I mean? I wish death on her, like really, really bad. So it's like Whitney. Yeah, Whitney is like Whitney bringing, and this is what I am going to talk about her forgetting her past or whatever. But my thing is, I feel like when you say things like that, you open up yourself to like a lot of people putting things there for you. Like, you know what I mean? If you can't remember what happened to her, I feel like then you open up yourself to really being victimized by people in those times, because you know what I mean? It's so hard. I don't even know what to say really like the right way to talk about that, but it kind of almost like Heather, like it really didn't, she kept bringing it up when it didn't really mean it. Like it wasn't really applying.
An uncomfortable feeling you
like
have
you're not going to make Heather lie.
Conversation doesn't end well.
Like, oh, feel bad for me. I'm going through this thing, and I'm going to make Heather Heather has to have my back no matter what, and she has to co-sign my bullshit no matter what because I'm going through this thing. Well, if you really want to heal from this thing, then don't get people to lie on your behalf, or don't expect people to lie for you and then call them a bad friend when they won't. You know what I mean? To me, I was like, what the hell is she? Like, no. How could you even remotely say that Heather had this all calculated to bring you down because she's such a horrible person, Whitney? To like, she knew that you were going to have this trauma. It just doesn't make any sense. I'll speak on Freddie. Oh God. Now listen.
From back to her bedroom and I knocked.
Jen Shaw said today. You know what Jen Shaw called Freddie? I call Freddie. She literally called it two pussies in a pod, and it's fucking hysterical. Every time she said it, Erin, did she not remind you of me, Jen Shaw? Now I couldn't believe it. It was like watching her in Adam Talk was like watching me in Adam Talk.
And she
With Adam's face too going. Really?
Done. So I've done my job today, and my face
The second time she's gotten physical.
Are you, Karma? Where at? I'm there. I'll be there, right there with you. Let me know where we're going. Where are we at? And you guys, have you been on Reddit, Karma? Oh my God. Reddit is Twitter's evil twin sister. Reddit is so much worse than goddamn Twitter.
I'm choosing not to
Oh, you're still working?
share what had happened to me as a kid, but
This is what I mean.
physical abuse was definitely a part of it.
And Heather's not physically
That was
abusing
so
you. That's what made me
triggering
mad.
to I'm like, whoa, like you really are tone deaf.
I feel like she's obviously going through a lot. She is hurting.
These ladies
There's abuse in my family,
look so
but
different
I
right now.
like stuffed it so deep that I blocked all memory of it.
Is it even a thing? Did she even know if this is?
And I don't want to hurt her. I'm horrified
Just in
by
case.
the way I acted in
Oh, get out of
Arizona,
here.
at the yelling and the
Girls, that's crazy.
Like,
I don't even watch
hated
porn.
that.
How would that
I
happen?
hated almost immediately
Bye.
after. In that moment, I wanted to get out of her path because I felt like she came with an intent to
I got
destroy
it.
whatever friendship we had, and I didn't want that.
I wish I would have just pumped the brakes and believed her when she said I lost her forever.
You lost me forever, and that was the biggest mistake in your life.
Because I feel pathetic, like I'm
You are
chasing
pathetic,
Heather down
Whitney.
all the time.
And that's not why, though.
And it's reading
You're pathetic
as, like,
because you literally
desperate or whatever.
are desperate. It's
But
not.
I
Like,
love Heather, and
Freddie,
I-
too.
felt like she.
Are we
was
talking about the
person
same
that
Freddie?
was fighting
Freddie
for
Mel?
her.
Freddie,
But
what's her face?
we can talk
Fetch.
through hard things, right?
Absolutely.
So,
and she's just dismissing me and minimizing me. She's not.
No, she just doesn't
listening to
believe
me.
you.
She's not hearing me.
Glad I had the vet that you could show up for and like be a hero. I am the asshole that has ignored you for 2 weeks.
exactly.
And I'm just trying to get to
Oh,
the bottom
I get it.
of, like, what's going on. What I'm
Oh, I
realizing
get it.
now is us being
Freddie.
gaslit.
Reality Diamond, Freddie. Okay.
She's so good at when you're talking about one thing, she'll pull in a million other things to distract you
What?
from what you're confronting.
This
her
is what I
about
mean.
Because she
Whitney obviously has trauma, right? This is what she's actually pinning. She's literally like, I don't know, projecting or whatever that crap onto what's happened to her onto Whitney. I mean, Whitney onto Heather, and making Heather the freaking, like, she's making Heather the person that hurt her. Basically, she's making Heather pay for what happened to her before. Is what I feel like.
doesn't want to be confronted.
We had a dance routine. Like, that's someone that loves me, that doesn't feel distance, that is my friend, and that doesn't say, I couldn't even tell you my husband lost his job because you've been so shitty.
But I wasn't backing down. Stop.
What are you talking
It should
about?
be,
Back
like,
down.
Either you're my friend or you're not. And in that moment, I started seeing, wait, this isn't just about Heather and I. She's
Guys.
so mad that I'm
Guys.
friends with Lisa now.
Guys,
We're not hearing Lisa.
I can't
say
take
that.
her.
We're not accused of being a liar.
I'm gonna
She's
follow
a
you big
liar.
time on Insta. I mean, I'm gonna follow you, but
With you,
Freddie, I love him. He did
best
follow
friend
you.
and cousin, and have you sit on my couch and explain to me how I shouldn't be hurt by
Right.
what Lisa did.
I was like, oh, wait a second. You're not here because you like me and we love each other and you need support. You're here to defend Lisa? Like,
I know,
this
right?
is-
Heather, you're so
she's
pathetic.
very-
I mean, Whitney, you're so pathetic. I keep saying that.
she's never come over and like decided she's
I can't
going to
believe
sit
how
down on the
different
couch
Heather
and tell
looks
me
right
how
here.
I deserve what.
You know what's really weird? Her and Whitney look really different in these confessions. It's not a confessional, it's the after show.
Whatever I get from Lisa. I think she's got enough going on in her life that I am not going to tell her what I really think and feel, that she's sitting on my couch defending Lisa when she can't stand Lisa. When did she have this like change of heart?
We've all learned, like,
Who is these girls with the dark hair?
deaths, family should be off limits, but Heather was lying
But-
about Lisa, and Lisa wanted to prove it, and she had the timestamp with that.
Whitney!
I
Her
told
dad's
Lisa I didn't like
dead.
it. I
Her
felt
dad died.
felt, but I do understand her need to feel like she needed to defend
Not
herself.
about her
I
saying that
felt
she was there
I
for
wanted
something.
out.
So I said to her in LA, my dad
This is
died,
making me
and
crazy.
he texted me 2 days later. And that was
That's
a
the
lie.
truth.
And I did not want to be around her. I didn't want to film anything. I don't believe any of the words come out of her mouth. So I took a cue from Meredith and disengaged, like physically wanted her to leave.
I get it.
Because I
Yeah.
felt like
I would have probably
every
did
word
worse than just
was
pushed
just
her.
going to damage our relationship further.
That's true.
I don't want to be in a fight with Whitney.
Meredith looks really. Meredith's pissed.
The issue around
Oh,
her
I can't
texts,
sit. Now-
tweets, and Heather's
now here we
mother's
go.
memorial have
Go into the after show, and it's Lisa by herself because nobody's at this moment in time. Nobody's filming with her. You two, not me being raised. I've had issues. I have issues. I've had it too. Like they don't understand. Like, I feel like too. Like I don't know where you're from. But like I feel like too with the way that if when we're texting or writing, when we're commenting, it doesn't always come out the way it sounds in my head. You know what I mean? Or it does or it doesn't. Period. Why do you look like you're in a what? The fuck are you saying, you weirdo? A period. What the fuck are you saying? What does that even mean? I'm not going to delete you until you explain yourself. Okay. Bully too. Like it was at the UK. Now, do they think it's because see, like they say they think it seemed like I'm problematic and I'm angry, and then like on Twitter they were calling me like I was angry basically, and I'm like I'm not angry, guys, or I was too much. I was getting reported all the time, different bloggers and stuff, and I was like, God, guys, like what the heck? And then hi Nasty, whoever you are. I don't know if you're being nice or what, but I like your name, but people didn't know how to take me, I guess. And then thank God for Adam, honestly, because without him putting me on his channel and being on this, panel and me calling all literally week after week, day after, you know what I mean? People got to see me and understand that I'm not angry. I just don't, when I'm typing and stuff, what I'm saying is I can't, I just can't make it sound any prettier when it's not really even a pretty thing. But I get it. I understand, if I'm on somebody else's thing, then I should be more respectful. And Karma, I get it. I got bullied the other day. You saw what happened. I don't know if you saw what happened with Housewife Historians fans or subscribers, but yeah, they basically told me about myself and why my channel sucks and why I don't have any subscribers. Sorry, I don't buy my subscribers, people. Mine are actually real, and the fact that I still even put out the amount of subscribers I had, which is nothing, to turn around and literally tell me why, which I had a feeling that honestly it wasn't that. I don't think that it's because of that. I just feel like I don't do enough videos and stuff, right? But oh yeah, they were trying to tell me to take my channel down and all kinds of stuff, and it's horrible. But honestly, guys, even picking on my looks, I don't know, people probably make fun of me a lot and I don't realize it, but I know, and for some reason I was replying and I was responding, and then I would delete it because she was sticking up for me too. And then I realized, what am I going to do? Literally go through every single comment I could go back through all the add-ons. People probably all have said about me before and I didn't see it. And honestly, Aaron, I appreciate that, but also call me the hell out. You know what I mean? When you and I had our, we not went our separate ways, but we had stuff that we had to take care of out here. People just automatically assumed that you dumped me. And then it was because, and I thought I was just, maybe I'm just too much to be a co-host. You know what I mean? So, but I want people to be honest with me and tell me, yo, calm down, or yo, you're too, you know what I mean? Am I ever going to be different? A lot different. I can work on my communication. Nasty, I'm married, I'm 45, and thank you. Thank you for saying that. I try, but that too. Fake accounts. Yeah, there is some fake accounts, and there is a fake account that I can tell you is definitely fake that tried to take Adam down. You know what I mean? And listen, if you're being an asshole, you're being an asshole. But if you're going to constantly come at me and tell me all the time and tell me, you've already told me once or twice, I get it. I'm working on it. But don't come after me constantly. And please, I'm going to leave the comments up about me. You're the ones who look like an asshole. I get it. I can admit to saying things, but I know, okay? But do I think I'm a bobblehead? No, don't call me a bobblehead. Am I constantly moving? Yes. Do I have ADHD? Yes. Did I used to be a drug addict? Yes. Was I in prison? Yes. Did I do a lot of bad things? Yes. I know. I get it. Can I be problematic? No, not really. Problematic would be me having problems with other YouTubers. I don't have problems with other YouTuber subscribers and podcast people in that world. Back in Facebook days had a problem with me. And again, if you want me to sugarcoat shit, you want everything to look all nice and pretty, stay on Facebook. You know what I mean? Go stay with Kay Casey. If that's your cup of tea and you want people to lie to you, go subscribe to Kay Casey and be on her podcast. My podcast isn't going to be a bunch of people, and I'm not going to literally turn people down. I'm nobody. I will always give people a chance, and I will keep your side. You know what I mean? Anything you say, I will keep up your comments. I'm not going to delete them or hide them. I'm not Lisa Barlow. I don't need to appear perfect. I am far freaking from it, and I am the first person to admit that. And it took me a really long time to admit that my diagnoses were. You know what I mean? And somebody even said something about being on the spectrum. Possibly, don't know, because of my logic, because I'm logical, and I just say things, and it's no, that could just be Jersey, but hey, you never know. But if I am sorry, I'm not going to apologize. My anxiety too, that I get it. have you ever called into any of the shows, Karma? Like, honestly, like, I think that I get it. I spend a lot of time picking myself apart, my looks and everything. A lot of the time I take too long to get on here because I don't like the way I look. I think that's really dumb. I should. Okay. And that's what I mean. Like, I feel like, yes, I'm a Jersey girl. I feel like that. I know. I mean, listen, like, you can bully me, but like, listen, do with the stuff. Like, you know what I mean? You can make fun of me all you want, but it has to be like true. You know what I'm saying? You can call me neat. You can call me a drug addict or an ex-drug addict, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of things that you can say about me that are true, but to say those mean things are not going to help. And I just, you know, I get it. And I hate that, Karma. I hate that for you. And I hate that all of us, that they do that. Like, I don't get it. You have an opinion. We have opinions. And do we always say them the right way? No. And I try. I'm always live, guys. So you know that there's a chance I could say something really effed up and really get myself in trouble. But for me to actually even go on, what's good in Jersey? The cold. To me to actually come on here and, like, you know, risk all that, give me credit at least for that. And you know what? If I am on the spectrum, you know what I mean? I didn't know. And to me, somebody had said that about Noella on Beverly Hills, right? And I was like, Beverly Hills, whatever. And I'm like, you know what? That would explain, like, a lot of her ways, the way she thinks and sees things. She doesn't know how to lie. She doesn't know how to be fake, I guess. I don't even know what to call it, but you're almost like too honest, like honest to a fault, because it just seems very too logical. And I'm a hermit too. Like, it's so crazy. Like, you guys have no idea. It makes it worse when people bully me. But I've also been dealing with it my whole life because of my personality. And it's like that same thing. Oh God, you guys are like literally sound like me. I am like, I feel like I'm good when I'm faking it. You know what I mean? Like, I can go and fake it. Like, I can go to, like, say the tour, Adam's tour, and I can, like, the whole way there, I'm flipping out, losing it, scared. Like, and everybody's like, what are you so anxious for? I'm like, I don't know. You guys don't get it. But I walk in there and I run into the camera guy that's doing step and repeat, and I completely knock over a thing of water. That's the stuff I do. I'm like a bull in a china shop. You know what, bitch? You shut the fuck up. See, this is the shit I'm talking about. Slow down, motor mouth. I know that. See? Right there. First of all, asshole, subscribe first. And then you can tell me to shut up. See, that's my mouth. See, that's what I'm talking about. Fuck yourself. FX, whatever the name is. See, that's the thing. I honestly, like, you could have said it a little bit nicer, you know? FX 35, whatever. I should just leave you up. You know what? I'll let you back in. I'll let you talk shit. Go ahead. Where are you at? I'm going to actually let you talk shit and see how stupid you can get. See what I mean? Like, here I go. I'm engaging and I'm like creating a problem right now. But you know what? If you want to be stupid, be stupid. Oh, crap. How do I go and block people? Whatever. Now I want to really talk. Like, honestly, like, let's really talk about this. Because I feel like that's a lot of stuff that was going on too with Housewives. There's a lot of stuff that's bullying. You know, I'm only on. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, I know, like, I hear you. You love me. I love you too. But if I fuck up, please tell me. You know what I mean? Like, I need just to be honest with me. Man, I can't unblock it. I do take meds. I take lithium for my bipolar, but I stopped taking it just recently. So, and I was on Adderall for a long time, but I abused it, so I don't take that any longer. So that's why my ADHD shines hella through extremely. I'm manic, so I appeared to, like, I had Adderall and meth is what made me focus and calm down. So I'm an addict, so I can't, I stopped doing it a long time ago. And didn't even hear your comments. Okay. I've been struggling on and off for years about my meds. I take that, I don't take anything for anxiety because I can't take Xanax. I can't take benzos. My addiction really hinders me from taking medications because I abuse them. And the lithium, I don't take, I have a problem with, and I don't know if you talk to anybody else that's bipolar, but like bipolar, like even Kanye, I get it. Like when he says that he doesn't like the way it makes him feel. Like a lot of us have this issue, even at my age. I know the bad things that happen when I don't take my meds. I know what could possibly happen when I don't take my lithium. I go into psychosis. When I get really manic, you'll get a million messages from me this long, and it's like, I don't know, it makes me feel like I have no emotion. So there is really no happy medium. And if I really want to tell you that, like, I know you will, Aaron, too. I definitely do feel like, too, like, that I don't care about the stigma, but, like, if I'm getting into it, like, really get into it, you guys won't understand this unless you're spiritual. I'm not religious, but I'm very spiritual, and I'm extremely connected to the other side. And I do believe in a lot of the stuff, a lot of our issues become from our past lives and all that crap, right? So I totally believe in it, know all about it. When I started to really get into that and research all that, it explains a lot of behaviors, a lot of diagnoses, a lot of diseases that they say we have, or mental issues that we have. So I then use that as an excuse to stop taking my meds, that I think I can heal myself. I'm just going to say that right now, because I don't need, and my husband, everybody will come and ask me if I'm on my meds, and they know when I'm lying and when I'm not. And yeah, so that's about that. But I don't take the Adderall, obviously, because when I do, I can do it without abusing it, but it doesn't really help as much as it should. So why even bother? You know what I mean? I just, you know, yeah, I can't really give you a real reason for the lithium, not taking the lithium, that you guys would understand. But anyway, when you see the way Kanye acts and all like that, it breaks my heart, because I get it. I get it. But I also, I'm not him. I'm not a superstar. I also didn't have children for that reason, and he did. And I don't understand that, you know, because you can become abusive mentally, physically. You can, you know, being bipolar 2, there's a lot of things that can go wrong, and you treat people certain ways. And I'm sorry, borderline personality disorder is a big thing. It's like, it's bipolar on steroids, and it's a diagnosis that you hate to even admit to having, because it just sounds like your personality sucks. But it's a learned behavior that there's no medication for. You have to work at it. You have to be self-aware. What happens is you basically fly off the handle quicker than like bipolar. You'll have like these ups and downs, like 6 months here, 5 months there, 3 months there. Me, I'm like, I go from 0 to 100 in 5.2 seconds, and I will completely, you will be fucked up and down. Like, you'll be completely torn apart in 5 minutes. But then I can come right back to, like, within 5 minutes later, I'm not angry anymore, and I go back. Yeah, it goes back to childhood. You're absolutely right. And I can go right, and then 5 minutes later, I'm okay. You know what I mean? And people don't get that. Like, you know, and I can laugh and cry at the same time. You know what I mean? And that's just the way of my whole life. So to me, that's just the way I've always been. And I've always been said, it's always been called, you have a bad temper, you're a psycho, you're unstable is the biggest one. You're unstable. Your emotions, it's basically your emotions times 10. So when my sister or somebody says to me, blame it on your bipolar, or blame it on your, you know, if you weren't this or you weren't that, I would still be angry. You can't screw me over. You still can't screw me over. You just won't, you're just going to get it. You know what I mean? I'm just not going to, you know, some people just let things go, and that's probably what normal people do. But me, I don't know how to. And when you hurt me, it is a big deal for me. So, you know, and that too, like, thank you, Terry. See, I love you guys, honestly. Like, and see, that's why I'm always like, you don't have to say that. You don't have to tell me that if you don't mean it. And then I have to realize that you guys don't even I'm right. You don't have to say that, and you guys still do. And, you know, like I always say, like, I love you guys. Thank you for the support, but please tell me if I have up. You know what I mean? And honestly, if I curse too much, I'm sorry about that. You guys know I do try not to, but I also feel like if I have to stop and think about another word to replace those words, then it doesn't land the way it's supposed. Like, I don't know. I feel like it doesn't make. I don't know. It's not me. And guys, believe me too. It's not fun to feel like the way we feel. You really think that Kanye likes the way he feels? Like, it's a horrible feeling. I don't like to hate people. Another part of it is too, like, the people that I've had to hate and cut off had theirs. You guys would too. You would do the same thing. But at one point they say that my sister's like, you're a sociopath, like, because basically I can stop caring about you. I'll stop and I'll never look back. Like, you're dead to me. That's it. And I don't. And I loved you for a very, very long time, But listen, if I've loved you for a very, very long time, and now you have done things that have hurt me, and I have to hate you for a very, very long time, I'm going to really be hurt, and I'm really going to hate you for, you know what I mean? So all that hate that I have for a certain party is used to be love. You know what I mean? I wouldn't hate this girl so much, and I wouldn't have had so much emotion towards her if I didn't love her for so long. You know what I mean? So again, like, I don't know. The first time, put a timer. Aaron, I know. I haven't been swearing the first 10 minutes, but I think still, even after that, I think they have a problem with it too, I think. I'm not sure. But I noticed too, Adam and Jason on Hot Messy Podcast, they really do they curse on YouTube. You know? And he yells at me for it, but I don't know. I'm like, well, Adam says fuck now. Like, I literally, the first time I heard him say it, I was like, oh God, it like freaks me out. But yeah, that, and also too, like, guys, I was supposedly supposed to talk about Salt Lake and all that, but that's what we're talking about. And I don't like hate. I don't understand it. Hate for no reason. I don't understand hate to just hate. Like, I understand addiction. I understand that hurt people. I understand when you're, reactive behavior. What I don't understand is like racism and stuff like that. To just hate the hate. I don't understand when people have hate in their heart. That kind of hate for no reason is just yeah, I don't get it. And I don't know. I also don't believe, like, there's like 3 people that I said that before that I said have irredeemable souls. And now we're only down to 2. And I don't say that lightly. It is over years of me watching their behavior, dissecting their behavior, and realizing that they're just, there's no, for some reason, Jack's fuck in my reality, he's always going to be a dickhead. I don't think in my reality, Jax Taylor is ever going to be normal. You guys might see him as that, but I don't. Like, I think he's there he's here in this universe just to annoy the shit out of me and make sure that I stay self-aware, because I used to be a Jax. I hate him because I used to be like him. But I had to change my behaviors and all that because I tried to be something I wasn't. I always wanted to be something, you know what I mean? Always, doing things to be selfish, like, and having no, like, I had no, what's it called? God damn it. Compassion? No. I cared way. I was very, very, very self-centered. Extremely. My behavior, and I didn't like it. My behavior was all about me. And I just cared. It's all I cared about. And if it came down to you or me, it was always, you know what I mean? And I hated that about myself, and I couldn't figure it out. Why am I like, and I was like, God, Krista, like, what is wrong with you? Like, how could you do these things and not have any feelings? But I'm like, who gives a shit? But then after 25 years of my addiction and going through what I went through, and like just being around different kinds of people, and the way my dad is and the things that happen there, like, I learned it. I learned compassion, and I went from being like, I'm telling you, this person, you would not know me. I am nothing like who I was even 5 years ago, 3 years ago. I've been getting better and better, but like when I met my husband, that person, I don't even know. I could tell you another story, but that's not who I don't even know that person. It's weird for me to even think in my head that person. And, like, I evolved into a better person, but it took me breaking my heart like 5 or 6 times to save my soul. Like, I had to break my heart to save my soul. And, unfortunately, the people in my life that I had in my life for 25 years are just people that don't, that can't, exactly that too. I feel like also as well, like, the people, they're not supposed to be there any longer. A lot of changes and a lot of things happened that, like, they either moved, either get out, I don't want to say it because I know they're watching right now, but either, it's like they just didn't grow up, their houses got raided, you're still selling drugs, and you're a whole wife and have a family. You're a whole wife with kids and a PTA and all that crap. And here we are selling drugs. I was not a PTA. I was not a drug. I wasn't, I don't have kids. I wasn't married at the time. And the things I were doing were self-serving to myself. And I was hurt, and I was stealing from the government or whatever. They continued to do that and continued to sell drugs and continued to do these things with a whole ass family in life. I got a whole ass family in life, and it took me a really long time to get it back. and gain respect back from my family, a lot of things. But you weren't going to, you know what I mean? I can fuck it up all by myself, and I was no longer going to have that shit. And especially if you weren't going to have it around my house. Like, you're definitely not going to take the home that we built and this peace of mind that I have here, which took a very long time for me to get, and do our old fuck shit and ruin it. Like, you know? Are you guys even, I don't even know if you guys are listening, but are you guys cool? Like, I don't know if anyone wants me to drop the link. Am I boring you guys? Like, we're supposed to be talking about Salt Lake. If you guys, and are you okay? And Terry, oh, I know you're hurting. Like, I'm sorry, you guys. Am I like, I'm probably being boring, but, I turned this into like a after school special. We can continue with Salt Lake. Just know, guys, I don't mean to be, I'm not a mean person. I fight with myself. You're right too. That whole fighting for yourself thing, or fighting with yourself, is something that I realize that I do a lot, and I make my own worst enemy. And like, when I meet you guys and like you guys tell me your story, like, I'm like, wow, you guys are really like amazing. Like, you guys have really overcome some shit. You know what I'm saying? And like, when you guys say to me, I'm like, I don't know. It's so weird for me to think like, they're like, your life's crazy. Like, you know, just to think of all the things that when I tell people about it, or if I talk about the things that happened, I'm like, I never really thought of it as it can progress, like something that just one thing after another. It just seemed like, I don't know, it's weird to say, but I just, like, it was all normal for me. But then now I look back and I'm like, how did I even survive? Because peace of mind was something that I fought for, and I didn't have it because of this, you know, just the situations and the people that I lived with, and just growing up in a certain, you know, it's just weird, like growing up a certain way. And it, like, my parents weren't horrible. They weren't bad parents at all. But it's just, yeah, I don't know. It's like, I don't know. They're like, you should have, you're like one big reality show. But I was like, I don't know. I didn't think like until after that. Like, I didn't realize how much I needed peace of mind, or what it even was, until I met my husband and I moved here. And, you know, I got out of my home. Not that I didn't have peace of mind because of my family. I was too, you know, I could do whatever I wanted at that point. I had no responsibilities. My parents, you know, unfortunately, we got away. I had no peace of mind at all. And, you know, I was always facing a court case, some kind of court thing. I had that 10-year sentence hanging over my head. I don't know if you guys know what a suspended sentence is, but you're on probation. Your sentence is looming over your head. You don't F up. So, like, I'm reading what you guys are saying. I'm reading something else that something just came through, and I'm trying to figure out if you guys are listening or not. Anyway, that too. Like, there's a lot of stuff that I did, and I always used to say I'm such a bad person, my bad person. But then I didn't think I was. I don't think I am. And I spent a lot of time like wondering, like, oh my God, like, I really hope that the people that I hurt, people say, do you regret your addiction? Do you regret this? I don't any longer. I don't. I really do not. Only I regret hurting people, but I don't regret what it did for me. I think, and I always say this all the time, everything that is done is not done to us. It is done for us. And it's for our souls to evolve. And that is ultimately the truth. We are here to learn compassion and self-love. And 51%, you have 51% service to others, right? And 90% of the human population is not 51% service to others. We are extremely ass backwards in our humanity. You know what I mean? And they're trying to turn it around. So it's like, who is Kristen in Salt Lake? Who are these people with these dark-haired people? And yes, and I do think too that a lot of us that went through like the last 40 or so years of a lot of stuff, like a lot of just hard stuff is done. I think that we've learned our lessons now, and the way the universe is going, the way things are, we're now all waking up. If that's, it's a whole other show called Spirituality with Krista Marie. We all get into it, but we're all waking up, and it's making you realize that, like, holy shit, like, we have been fighting each other for no reason. We're all the same here. Like, we have literally been fighting each other for absolutely no reason at all. What the hell was that, right? What the hell that was in right, huh? Yeah, and then too, this whole thing with survival and all that. It's like it's not like really like a choice. It's not like I just turned around and I was like, I am surviving. Like, I honestly felt like I was going to die all the time. Like, it wasn't a choice at all. Like, it kind of just, like going away. That 5 years, that 5 years in, that doesn't even, I feel like it didn't even exist. And I spent even another, since I was 18, I was either on probation or I was away. 90% of the time I was on probation, but the times I was away, holy crap. Like, I think about Jen Schott. Like, I know that she did this to herself, and I say, God, she's the only one she has to blame. But still, even then, like, that 11 to her to be so upbeat and happy today, I was like, I was trying to ask her what the hell, how, because a month before my sentencing, I was almost suicidal. Like, it was not, there's nothing that could make me smile or laugh. I felt sad, guilty. I felt very sad. It just sucked. And and I had a chance to not go away. Like, I could have just stayed on probation, but I kept messing up. So when they say suspended sentence, like, you have 10-year suspended sentence, you cannot F up. Like, if you F up probation, you correct your original sentence. That's how that works. Alfred played, Christ, the fact that she even got to do that is she's lucky. But I totally forget where I was going with that. Guys, I'm sorry. Lost my train of thought. I'm talking about myself a lot. Don't mean to, though. Yeah. And life is short. It is really short. It really is. And we are supposed to live a lot longer than this. Hopefully that's coming. Listen, I'm going to get into spirituality one day. But hopefully we are all waking up and we realize that we are born with gifts and we can heal ourselves. And our lifespan is supposed to be it's a good 200 to 900 years. And if we incarnate again, we don't have to come here. We can incarnate everywhere else. Yes, I believe in aliens. They're not even aliens. We're the aliens. And there's other planets that we could go to. So when they say population control and billions and billions of people, that's great and all. And I understand that, like, there's a lot of us, but we also have other planets that we can go to. And our planet is also a type 1 civilization, meaning we are Earth. We can live off the Earth, plants, medicine, everything. So if you know that, and you know that Earth can say that you don't need the man-made things, then you realize that your body can heal itself, and plant medicine and all that. I have been more, now I'm not going to use this as an excuse. I'm not using this as a complete excuse for my, not taking my meds, but a lot of plant-based medicines I learned from. Now there's a channel on YouTube. I watch a lot of near-death experience channels, and like psychic mediums and stuff. And Jeff Mara podcast has a lot of NDE stories, near-death experience. Basically, when you come back, you are, if you think the life for a man, you must think there's, Exactly. We are. And obviously, look around you. We have insects and all that. But his podcast is he does near-death experience, and there's a lot of them, guys. And I feel like if you there's going to be either half of us are going to wake up, have the awakening, which I believe is happening. I did. I might have had a near-death experience and don't remember yet. I could have had a walk-in if you guys know what that is. But anyway, those stories are validation, okay? I'm not saying believe the crazy girl. I'm not even saying that, like, you have to believe anything I say. If you believe in just one part of it, then the rest of it will go over it. And there's also a lot of scientific stuff that backs it up now too. The only thing, there's this one thing we can't prove, the one little tiny little thing that they have not been able to prove, and that's like what came first. You know what I mean? Like the theory of relativity. I'm not even gonna get into all that, but I believe that they know what they're talking about. And so if I can believe, I trust that the scientists don't know what they're talking about, and the government, and I believe them, and everything that they tell us and all that crap, they screwed us. We know that. Like, just watching those stories, those NDEs, there's a lot of things that they tell you that there's no way they could have known unless they were outside of their body. Just going to say that. And if you watch enough of it, and there's a thread of truth that runs through it, and, there's a lot of them. A guy that's blind has a near-death experience. He could see he was able to see and then come back and tell everybody, you know what I mean? So, and that's the same as well. I had to give up. I said, I when I say it broke my heart to save my soul, it was like my best friends and all, like, too. Like, they just, oh, okay. I'm like, I did what, and then, and honestly, when I got older too, like, going out is not what it used to be. You know what I mean? It was fun to go out, and it was fun. And I had a blast in my 20s, and God damn it, I had a blast in my 30s even. I had a blast, okay? Because I wasn't doing drugs and staying home. I was out. We were out doing a lot of stuff. We were at Jersey Shore. We were partiers. And I wasn't a drinker, but Even now, like I go to out, I don't drink, but if I go to a bar or whatever, I look around and it's not that I'm not having fun or I don't have fun. I just prefer to be home. I love my plants now. I'm 40, and hopefully that's a part of getting older. But like, I have just as much fun in my backyard with my plants and my cats and my birds by myself as I do that I used to like going to the bars and stuff. Like even I would say to George all the time, I'm like, babe, he met me when I was wild. I was just getting out of where I was, just starting my life over, but still a little wild, still wild and crazy. And we used to have George is like not, if you know my husband, he's the opposite of me. And I believe, he fell in love with me for a reason, but I'm not that, I kind of grew up a little bit. So I always question him all the time. Me too. I'm like, babe, do you still love me? Am I bored? I feel like I'm boring now. Or I wonder if he's like bored with me or like, the attraction that he had, you know what I mean? Was he just attracted to the crazy fun girl, but he didn't marry me, if you really look at it, like I was the crazy fun girl with a convicted felon that just got out of prison with no home. I was homeless basically because I lived with my parents, and I owe the IRS $100,000, and my dad was my co-defendant. So like really, if you think about like poor guy, like I told him, please don't even. I should have been clean an entire year before he met me. I should have, but I proved to him and myself that I could do it. I had to keep the husband. He didn't just give me this stuff. I didn't just get a husband and keep him and keep him because I'm lucky or something. He didn't just give me this whole life. I had to keep that person because George was going to have this with or without me. He had this before me. And I didn't, you know what I mean? Not like I added anything. Like I actually owe the IRS money. I owe the government money. So if I work, it gets paid back to them. So technically I don't even exist on the planet. This is not my real name. Like, you know what I mean? Like technically he should have just ran. And I messed up a little bit. My issue is spending money, but I spend all the money on drugs. And, I've had access to our bank accounts from day one. And he doesn't really check them. And I have not once ever thought about taking the money out of there to buy drugs. I never thought about draining our accounts. I've never not paid the bills. Like I have done exactly what everybody said I wouldn't be able to do. And I proved to him that he could trust me. And again, like, my own dad tells him that, like my dad tells him he settled for me. Like who says that shit? You know what I'm saying? Like what? Not my biological dad, but it's a long story. But and he does love me, and he has to love me. And that man, like I am always like that. So he's very quiet. I wake up at 3:45 with him. I am, if you guys notice, more talkative in the morning. That's when you get your long rantical messages from me. I'm very active in the morning, and he's just like, he gets up, he doesn't even know what a snooze button is. Like the man is a robot. I don't know. He's just perfect, I guess. I hate to say it's called perfect, but he really kind of is to me. I look at him, I don't even know, like he falls asleep in 5 minutes. People that do that scare me though. I mean, he literally falls, I'm like, do you not have feelings? You know what I mean? Good for him that I can be the one that has to worry about everything. It's fine. I'm glad he doesn't have a care in the world, and he actually does. But like he just handles it a lot better, and people don't think they can have fun without drinking. I know. The thing with me when I say I wasn't fun is because I don't have. If you saw me, I have no I don't want to say people skills. I just wasn't. I'm a very anxious person. I'm scared of people, kind of, and I'm not. I think they were saying unapproachable was the word. People were saying that Adam introduced me to Krista Marie, you know what I mean? And I woke up to and I was like, oh my God, go say hi to her. She probably has no idea that you even would, you know what I mean? And like, people were like, can you have my picture with you? And I'm like, oh my God, me? Like, you know what I mean? And I'm like, and they're like, you're so nice. I can't believe it. We were afraid to say anything. I'm like, you guys are afraid to say, you know what I mean? I was like, wow. Oh, you know what I mean? And I was like, Adam, that's so. I said I had no idea people wanted to even see me here. They're all coming to see him in New York. But when people wanted to actually take their picture with me, I felt rude as hell because I didn't know how to act. Confident. I did not know how to act. I was caught off guard, and I do probably seem unapproachable. But I'm very nervous. I just insecure, honestly. BravoCon, I was hiding. I hid. Like I was hiding, you know what I mean? Like, and in all actuality, I should have been out there. I should have been literally all over the place. But, I don't know. See what I mean? Like, I just sat here and talked for an hour and a half and didn't realize that we're supposed to talk about Salt Lake, but we can still talk about Salt Lake. But I just feel like, I don't know, the rock bottom of reality television was a lot of like toxicity. And I started really hating a lot of the show. Like, I went from like loving and just disliking characters. And, you know, one week I wouldn't like Tamara, you know what I mean? To just literally despising Jax. And I despise him anyway, but, and Erica, and and I feel like too, it's like, it's a Krista thing, was I feel like they're making us feel stupid, or it made me anyway. To me, I'm like, these assholes think we're stupid. Like, to me, that's offensive. And that's what would make me be like, oh my God, Jen, please. Like, stop. You don't have to, yeah. Krista, you forgot to say I was right. You were right. And I know, Erin, and how many times did I call you and go, oh my God. And I would try to remember I couldn't remember their names, but I didn't get that part. I don't know, you know. I love that, and I love it. But I just felt really bad, and I come off really unapproachable and mean, and I guess, you know, I don't know. I guess Zach was right. I don't want to say they were right, but I just need to be more like, I don't know, not, I guess, approachable. I don't know. Look, who the heck, who would, you know what I mean? Like, I gotta find this. I love him. I gotta find him. So I literally want to leave. If you guys want to call in, I'll drop the call in. Like, I just forgot, but I want people to come on, and I want people to give me their opinions. I want you to oppose me. You know what I mean? Be yourself. Like, I want you guys to do that. I don't want everybody to agree with me. I don't think I'm always right. I ask Erin, how many times have I said, I would ask you, like, I would ask you if I was wrong, or, you know, maybe I wasn't seeing it a certain way, or like, if you guys don't know, Erin was my co-host for Whose Side Do You Want? She is the glass half full. And honestly, people, like my sister, would be like, it worked, because Erin would bring me back to, like, I guess I go off like for an hour and a half. Now, Erin would have brought it right back to Whose Side Are You On, back to Salt Lake, and we would have been out of here in an hour. You know what I mean? And like, I felt drained when people come on. Let me ask you guys a question. Did you watch something? There was something I was hearing about Potomac, because I haven't watched this week, about colorism within the Black community on the show, and people weren't watching it because of that. Yeah, and to that too, like, I don't like people to be. Yeah, I understand. I remember there's a lot of times where not that I didn't want to hear what Jordan and Renee had to say, but on my channel we could talk about it, but it wasn't going to be all about that. And I didn't want people to feel like how you felt, exhausted or just not heard or whatever. So I would let it go on and on and on. And like, and I would let it go on and on, but it got draining for some people. And I'm on StreamYard. Do you want to come on now? Yeah, I'm on Stream. I would, like, honestly, like, I was thinking, I don't know if you guys are into this, if you guys would be into it or not, but I do want to do not a different channel, but you know how I just went into it talking about me or not, or like my past, all that crap, or about like bullying or something. I would do a separate, like, we'll call it like a sub channel, not sub channel, but sub thing. And I would, like, I want people to come on, and I want everybody's experiences. I want to talk about this stuff, like, you know what I mean? And I want people to know that, like, people like me or whatever, I don't say people like me, but like, you really can pull yourself out of the gutter. You really can turn it around. And it's not easy. And believe me, do you think, you know, I could do drugs, honestly, and nobody would know. I could do drugs. I could spend the money. I could do it. My husband would never know, because when I do them, I act just normal. You know what I mean? I could go out and get high all that, you know. I choose not to, and it's not easy all the time. So to sit there and call me that when you guys have no idea how hard it is to stay clean. And then when I say stay clean, it's because I'm a self-medicator. So it's not like I have fun. It's because I literally self-medicate. I heard a lot of that too. Somebody just said something really, oh, wow. Well, that's interesting. Now, yeah, there's a lot of times I beg Terry, come on. Like, I want you guys to call in and stuff, but I understand that you guys can't or won't. But yeah, I would love, like, honestly, like, I would love to talk about that stuff. I would love to talk more about, like, just our experiences. And I want people to understand that, like, you can turn it around. I mean, honestly, nobody in a million years would have ever thought in my life that I would have 3 hobbies that were not illegal, that were healthy, and I would be good at it, like crafting, gardening, and this. All right, I'm just right now. See, I'm glad I didn't call this a podcast episode because it would have turned into not a podcast. You know what I mean? I want to be able to just, I will do that, but I want this to be, I'm having fun talking to you guys about this stuff because I'd like to know what you guys think because of what happened the other day. And I'm not trying to drag and constantly talk about it and make it seem like it was Lindsay's fault. She stuck up for me. It's not her fault. Like, I don't even know if they were her actual subscribers. They could have been just trolls. I don't know. I didn't go back and check. I know the one person is a person from Jersey that is friends with, in that circle that doesn't like me and was basically giving herself away. But that's one person. But, yeah, like I don't know. I want you guys to call in, honestly. And like, honestly, we can even, I was going to do a separate thing, but we can talk about it now if you want. If you guys want. I just feel like, I don't know. And Aaron, I know you said something too. I see YouTubers and they bully each other and they have channels just to be, I thought that they started out as reality TV channels. I didn't realize that people actually started these channels to be bullies to other YouTubers. You know what I mean? Like John Yates. What the hell, dude? What happened to you, my friend? He used to be really fun to blog with. He was a really good blogger. I find him on YouTube, and this dude is out of his mind. And for a long time, I stuck up for him. And I'm like, guys, this is not saying you're on this picture. I mean, honestly, I honestly, like, I almost say it. But with John, like, and here I am, I'm not bullying him, but like, I tried at first to very much understand him because he does suffer a lot of things I suffer from, but he's not as self-aware. You know what I mean? So like, and then he started having this channel just about that. And then other people made channels to bully back. And then they, you know what I mean? And I'm like, what the world? Why does YouTube even entertain this? I really believed that they all, you're backstage. Where are you? I don't see you. Oh my God, why are you not popping up? That's so weird. I gave you the right link. I don't see you. You're not back here yet. This is weird. How come I don't see you? Let me try something else. Hold on. It dropped you? This is weird. Hold on. Let me make sure everything's working here. Let me drop it again. You guys have the link, right? Go back and try to, I don't know. Oh my God, what's up? My Wi-Fi's working. Is my live say I'm live presently? Yeah. My comments, let me see. That's so strange. That has never happened. Let me drop it again. Wait a minute. I am going to, hold on. I'm gonna send it to Aaron. I'm gonna try to send it to your, how I used to do it. Okay. Karma, if you're on Instagram, let me know because sometimes when I send it in Instagram, I don't know, the link works better. I don't know, it's weird. It's the right one. Wait a minute. No. It's sending you a different link. I'm sending you a StreamYard link to somebody else's thing, I think. It's not the right thing. Hold on, what the fuck? Hold on. I don't know what link that is. Share, copy. All right. All right. Here's the right link. I apologize. Hopefully. Yeah, I sent you the link to the wrong one. I sent it to an old one, like maybe to either last night or I don't know, for some reason it must have still been stuck in my copy paste thing. I should get you. Let me know. That's the one that should work. TZ, yeah. I've been 99. See, I am all about 98. I'm still into 98. 90. Here's Karma. I'm all in. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yay! Oh my God, I'm so excited to hear you.
Hello.
Hi. This
It's
is
Karma
weird.
Collective.
I never know. Like, I never know who's going to be. Like, I always say, like, you guys know who we are. We know, you know what we look like. You know everything about it. Like, you know. So, and then sometimes, like Coffee Buzz, I say Coffee Buzz. You could tell me that you're like, Coffee Buzz could be like an alien from like Rhode Island, and like, you know. And she's like, no, just a mom. And I'm like, I never know. You know what I mean?
Krista, say coffee.
Coffee Buzz.
Oh, you say
Yeah,
coffee.
Coffee Buzz is
You
just
say
sort of.
coffee. I'm waiting for you to say coffee.
Oh my God, you're making. Oh, you have an accent. Like I have an accent to you, huh?
Yes. I'm from the north of the UK, the real
Wow.
UK. Yes. But
I
no.
love it. I love it.
The thing with the anxiety, I can speak to you here, that's fine. But if it was in a group, face on, I'd break down. I've been like that since being a child. It's like a fight all the time. And like you said, kind of, do you know when you're saying like the bipolar, when you get episodes,
Yeah.
you're fighting with that, and then one minute you can do it, and then you just break down and you can't, and you just want space and to be on your own, like alone, or just a couple of people or one person. That's how it kind of is. But like I say, it's horrible to go through it. It really is. That's why I don't judge people who have problems like in those kinds of sections, because it, as much as you try, you fight with it, but you can't. It can't be helped, and every day you are fighting just to feel what the class is normal.
Mm-hmm. And you're like, but what does that even mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what is normal? You know?
Exactly.
I'm trying to let
what
Aaron.
they say is normal.
Yeah, and it's like, I mean, honestly, like, who's? And then I'm like, is there a lot? There's a lot more people that have anxiety, I think, than that don't. That should understand it. You know, I don't know.
But I definitely think you should get checked out for the ADHD. Yeah. There is no shame in it. You get it done, because when you know what's wrong, you know how you can handle it and deal with it. And the stigma, what goes around with people, needs to stop.
Yeah.
And
that's, I'm sorry. I know I keep doing that. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to let Aaron in too. I have to do it for my phone. But
God, no.
I also, I mean, I watch what happens with Kanye. You know what I mean? And they're trying to 5150 him, right?
It's because it's not fitting the narrative what they want him to say.
And that's very
so it's bullying. And do you know, for a country, the Second Amendment is free speech. You would think. Not with the media.
You would think. All right, hold on. I got guests, guys. I'm sorry. I have to do this from here only because we're going to freak out. Sorry. Crap. Sorry. It's real. For some reason, it's hard for me to let people in on from here. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to keep walking away. I'm trying to do it without like, I can't get in, guys. Hold on.
I mean, everyone can have an opinion and a view.
Right.
When it comes to bullying and racism and stuff like that, it's a no. Let people live and be kind to each other and respect each other. That's all you have to do.
I couldn't understand why these YouTubers do it to each other. I don't understand why they spend the time, go back and forth to oh my god. Oh my god. Hold on. I don't want to let myself in. Aaron, there you are. Add to stream. Okay. Did you pop up?
Hello.
Oh, you're there. Okay, you're there. Wait, where am I? Okay, am I still there?
Yeah, Lit needs to get a mic. Lit needs to get a mic and start speaking, because I want to see what Lit's like, because Lit's always been nice with us, and I was like, it'd be nice to like put like a voice to the type.
I know. I was shocked when you started talking just now. I'm like, holy crap.
Yeah, I said the other night I'm from the UK, and I needed to sleep because it was dead early in the morning. And like I was trying to catch your life, because when I seen you with the historian, I thought, right, I'm going to give her a shot, because this is what I normally do when people start out. I give them a shot, and I stick with them. If I'm on, I'll stick with them, and I'll come on and I'll speak, because I used to have my own program a year ago, and I deleted it and got rid of it all because of all the trash and the trolling. For me, I just walk away and I'm like, that's it, I'm done. Like, I'm not getting into this. This is not my issue, and I'm not taking on people's poison.
I'm
Meredith Marks it. I'm not engaging.
loving hearing you talk right now. I'm so like
I know. I can't even talk. I just love listening.
I was like, "Where's Erin?" I'm waiting for Erin to say that. Yeah, I'm like,
I'm surprised you can understand us, because some Americans don't even understand me.
no, I can perfectly, and I talk to Gabby a lot, or Gab. She has basically the same, and it took me a while, but like I think maybe just listening to her and talking to her too, it helped. I don't know if that's, to me, I don't hear her accent.
I never had any trouble with Gabby. She said that to me once. She's like, "You gonna understand me?" And I'm like, "Yeah."
I don't even
understand me.
Yeah, I don't understand. I don't even hear her accent anymore, and eventually, I probably won't hear yours either.
The thing is, what you've got to understand, Krista, is not everyone is going to get on with everyone. People are going to always have issues, but if you know you have not went out your way to hurt someone deliberately, and you're open to listen and take on board what they're saying without it turning into an argument, because you can agree to disagree.
Right.
Everyone's allowed an opinion, and it's okay. But this one-sided bullying, what seems to be taking over, and all this kind of stuff about race and white people, crackers, and black people and stuff, it's getting ridiculous. Can people just learn to love each other and respect each other and just learn to live in harmony? We are all the same. We all bleed.
We are literally all the same. Once we're out of this body, we're all conscious. We are all the same.
I did not realize how bad it was in America. And they tried doing that over here in the UK. The UK is totally different. We do not go on like that. You'll get a minority of people what act racist on both sides of like any culture. But the majority, we don't care. We just get on with it. We just like, and like, it's not that we don't see colour. We take off people's personalities and the behaviour, how they treat each other. And that's all we've ever have done.
That's what we're supposed to be. I mean,
and if we were all the same, if we were all the same colour.
We have school shootings here, mass shootings. You don't really have that. You don't have school shootings anywhere really, anywhere else but here. You don't have people running into a motel, a mall, and just shooting people for no reason. You know what I mean? I mean, you might, but not.
No, it's very rare we get stuff like that. I mean, the latest what's happened in London about a year ago, they're running around with machetes, trying to stab each other, and I'm just like, this country, even though we don't really have guns, there is like, it's not like against gun law. You've got to have like a kind of like permission to have a gun and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. We don't have guns here, so it's very rare you'd ever see anyone with like a shoot up or anything.
So it does work there then, to not have the, like.
You've got to have like a proper license and that, and it's got to be like really special situations. But it's not like America where you can just go out and buy a gun.
You can walk in on your 21st birthday and buy an assault rifle.
And I'd be scared to live in America. I really would, because you could be here one day and gone the next.
And like I, where I live in Jersey, they say Real Housewives of New Jersey because it's not that big. We don't even have a city to be a big city. You know what I mean? So we're so incestuously close. And even here, we have safety issues. I have 2 handguns. I have shotguns. I'm allowed. I mean, my husband has to own them. But like, I have weapons here because of the way where we're at. Like, I don't trust anyone. I've had people try breaking in my house. Like, I'm 5'0". I'm little. I am crazy, but I'm not going to be able to fight off an intruder, but I'm going to shoot you. Like, you know what I mean? I'm going to defend myself. But it's crazy because of my diagnosis. People think you shouldn't have a gun. I've never even touched it. I've never even had to pick it up. And I've never even thought about doing it to hurt anybody. But my husband leaves at 3:45. It's dark. I live near Camden, New Jersey. I don't know if I'm 5 minutes from there. If you've ever even heard of it, it's like Patterson, and it's a drug epidemic. And there's people that have tried breaking into my house.
It's a sad. Well, do you know what it is, Chris? It's a sad situation that you have to live like that to start with, and people don't respect each other's privacy and properties, and stay away like that.
Leave my shit alone. Leave me alone. Like, honestly, leave me alone. I don't know
that situation.
I'm here to get.
I don't know what you're like in the street when you're walking around and saying hi to people, but over here where I live, it's like in little villages. And normally when people pass you, you say, good morning, hello, how are you, and stuff like that. Down south, they would spit on you rather than talk to you, basically. But up north, we really like the real British, like the old fashioned, where it's like more like good values and stuff like that. I don't know about the younger generation now. I'm from the 80s, so I was brought up a different way than what kids are now these days. But like we always had like respect for each other, that kind of thing.
It's turning around. It got bad, and I think my generation was bad, and I think the couple underneath of us were bad. And I believe now, like my stepson, his generation, like he's 22. They are like amazing kids, amazing, just like so, just different than us. And I think it's turning around, but. I mean, in the streets now, I'm like that. People, when they say unapproachable, it's not because I'm mean or I don't want to be high. I don't want to say hi. It's just, it's never been nice. People have never tried to be nice to you for anything but, for nefarious reasons. There's always a motive. That's the way we roll. I always thought. And that's the way it was for a while. But it was the people I surrounded myself. But when they say like New Yorkers or New Jersey, like we have an attitude problem, it's just, we're not used to people being
direct. I know a New Jersey person acts like they direct.
That's how I always say to you guys, I'm like, I don't believe you guys say it. Like, they're like, I'm like, babe, they love me. And I'm like, I don't really believe them. It's weird. It's not weird for me. It's just, I don't know. Like, go ahead.
Sebastian's in the back room. Do you want to bring him up?
Is he?
Yeah.
You can see him?
No, but he told me so.
Oh, shoot. Maybe I hope he doesn't have the wrong link. Hold on.
I can see him in the chat.
I just feel like people these days, especially with kids, they don't realize how lucky they have it than what other countries have, and they don't. It's like the west of Europe and in America. I can't speak for every state what's in America. I'm not from America, but what I know from here is we've never had it so lucky compared to other countries. And people are saying how crap their life is sitting on a mobile phone or a laptop or a computer on the internet, talking with people around the world about their like that kind of stuff. And I'm just like, you don't know how lucky you're born.
I probably wouldn't have realized how lucky we have it until I got older, until I was older. You know what I mean? Like it really means a lot now. Like I refuse to the amount, like I don't need to be paid for this. I do this because I absolutely am obsessed with it. This is a passion thing for me. But if you need to get paid, yes.
The thing is, I talk about housewives and stuff.
Yeah.
For the comedy side of it, because I don't take it too serious. And God love her, I think she's a beautiful looking girl. Her name was Kyra or something. On last night on Freddie's.
Okay.
And she's been on Gabor's, everyone's, and it's always serious about her culture and how her struggles is and how she sees this in Potomac and stuff. And it's just like, Kyra, we understand, but you've got to see this is just trash TV. This is not the real reality. It's not the real life. And you've got to understand that people watch it just to spare the time, to pass the time away. They don't take it on board. They don't take it word for word. They see it for what it is.
Is Sebastian? Ow. Okay.
We in Europe laugh our backs off because they get so nasty, the women towards each other, and it gets ridiculous. And then we laughing at it thinking it's just a bloody parody. And because these women at the end of the day, they leave after the reunion, they go home with money in the bank. And they come back next season and do it all over again.
Like I think like with Lisa Barlow, for her to be so people to appear so right, like Angie said, like it's almost like a toxic thing. She's almost like bullying, and she thinks she's so right.
What she did to Heather.
I never want to take away anyone's pain of what they've experienced in life and how they relate to it on a show. That's not my thing, but what they need to understand, this show is not serious. It's just like, pardon the pun, it's just trash TV to be taken like with a pinch of salt. It's not real life. No one would go on like that in real life with people. You'd have to be off your bloody head.
I get it. There's times where I had to really check myself because I would, like, with Sha and with Erica and with Jax, I there's times where I would like obsessively, like, just I couldn't understand. I think it was more of a control thing. Obsessively, like, I took it way too. I really would take it way too personal, and that's what I mean. I started to really get toxic for me anyway.
And that's when
It
you've got
wasn't fun
to.
anymore.
That's when you got to stand back, Krista, and realize it's not real. It's a show. Move away, go
Yeah.
out and get some fresh air.
And like too, like I would like, God damn it, Brenna. But if I really am, I'm being honest now, like from a production standpoint, she actually did what she's supposed to do. We have watched the show for 3 years, 2 years, because of Erica, because of Jen Shah, and because of Mary. Now,
Jen is all about show and no filter. That is her role. I honestly think she thinks she's going on Judge Judy. Because she doesn't realise that she's not going to get away with it, and she's going to prison.
I was watching her, and I asked Aaron if you guys, I really hated this girl. I could not get it. But watching her today, I admitted, I'm like, oh, why is she so up? I couldn't wrap my head around how upbeat and happy she is, and I was like, maybe she doesn't think the judge is going to sentence her at any time. Only to me though, but like when I was a month away from that, that's all I could think about, all I could stress about, all I could cry about.
My heart would be in my stomach.
Yes. I'm like
panicking.
Maybe she knows something we don't know.
Maybe she does, but the thing is, I personally. Oh, sorry. Hi, everyone. How are you guys?
Hi. I'm so sorry to introduce you. You're sitting there, and everybody, Sebastian's in. Love you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. I feel like Jen is like blocking it out of her mind.
That could be.
Even at BravoCon, remember how Tamara was saying how Jen said she's not going to jail? Like Tamara said that Jen said that she's not going to jail. Jen tried to crash BravoCon and everything. She doesn't think that she's going to jail, and I think like she's only doing it just to like enjoy the moments that she have right now. But I'm sorry, Jen, she's gonna have to realize reality's coming.
It is,
and she will be going. She will be going. She took too much time to try to make a deal, and she will be going. She might serve double digits.
Mm-hmm. And she's probably going to do the turtle suit too. And I don't think she even knows what that is. It's this place.
What's the turtle suit?
Okay. When you get to prison or when you get to jail, you spend 3 days in basically a blanket. You're completely naked. It's just like a suicide watch. Because if you say you've had a death in the family, any inkling that you could have anything bad, are you embarrassed to be here? You say yes, you go in a turtle suit for 3 to 5 days. You are not. Now that's even worse than the actual so county where she'll be for maybe the first couple months is nothing. I mean, is worse than prison. Once she gets to prison, she's going to be out of herself for 23 hours a day probably. Before that though, when you're in county, you're on lockdown. You are not out with people. They are watching you left. It's just I don't think she realizes how scary. They call it a country club prison. No, it's not. Clinton.
Well, she gets celebrity status though, being on TV, where she'll get a special place. So she'll get the
special place though. There is no special place.
I know what that is, but I never knew what it was called.
Yeah,
I think it was Remy Ma who explained it on Wendy Williams when she was hosting, because they were talking about the Jussie Smollett and how he's currently in Watch. Because in Watch. And she said they do this to celebrities and people of public figures a lot, because a lot of celebrities and public figures have those views when they go in that my life is in danger, my life is horrible now, I need to go myself, I need to unalive myself. Those are all their views. So I know what that is. I just didn't know what it is.
Yeah, and it's even I had a death within the last 5 years, and they put me in one. You know what I mean? I could have been as happy as she was today, and they'll find a reason to put you in one. And it's a couple of these, but just that alone, just being there in period, it sucks. I mean, I don't know what she's thinking. Maybe, like you said, maybe she's not. And I hate this for her, even though she did it to herself. But I don't think like the reality has really set in of how hard this is going to be.
But
And
the
I
thing is,
hope that she gets through the first year and
I
gets.
would have compassion for Jen. I would have compassion for Jen and her family. But the thing is, she defrauded people. Actual,
And her own mom and her aunt.
like, people. The most
Exactly.
vulnerable group in America, the elderly. That's
Yep.
who she defrauded. So it's not like she defrauded the government. Because if she defrauded the government
Like me.
for her,
I didn't purposely defraud the government, but well, yes I did. But I also like I don't excuse my behavior, but I definitely would have not stolen from old people. I would have never stolen from people, period. I stole from myself. I screwed myself is what I did. I screwed my taxes, you know? Like, and I deserved to be away. But the other thing that I did too put me away as well. But I knew what I was doing. I knew that if I got caught, I was going away. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think she thought she was ever going to get caught because she would never went on reality TV. And that delusion right there is enough to disillusion you into thinking that you might not actually get to. They could be telling her you're going for at least 11 years, and she probably still wouldn't believe it. You know what I mean? Like, she's still disillusioned by who she thinks she is, and I hate to say it that way because I don't want to be mean anymore, but she's not going to be Jen Shah when she walks in that prison. She is innate. This number. They don't give a shit. They don't care who you are. There is no special place for celebrities in prison. They get worse treatment, and they're actually more segregated because they're targeted. And it sucks that you have to be separated for your own safety. You know what I mean? Like,
there's a pattern with Jen Shah. When she's frustrated and angry, she takes it out on the nearest people and takes it out on them. And this episode, she was doing it with Dana, and even though Angie's husband did the dirty and Angie did, she's like deflecting her actual pain onto them instead of dealing with it and just saying, look, you were in the wrong, you owe me an apology, that's it. But she goes on a major meltdown, and it's like, Jen, control yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And stop deflecting. You know what's going on. You know what's happening. You can't blame others for what you've done yourself. You've got to own up to your crap. But I'm pleased that Angie, this episode, went up to her and like a grown person and apologized for her husband's behavior and apologized on her behalf as well of what went on. And that's how a grown-up acts. And then Jen in the commentary left it and says, I can move on now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And it wasn't really against Jen anyway, right? Like,
no, it was just her
name. They just used her name.
She really took it that way. I think she accepted it at first, and she accepted the apology, but then had a problem with it afterwards because.
I'm sorry, but the shit stirrer behind it all is Lisa Barlow, and I know she's pushed her forward because Jen is not too intelligent. Jen is the mouthpiece. She is the bullet. Barlow is the gun.
She's going to be like, what did Angie say? She's going to be her spray tans will last longer than her friendships because when it comes down to it, at least it's Lisa's friend only. And I don't even know if she's any her own friend, you know, because she even has John acting like an idiot. John, you should not excuse that crap too.
We need this on Reality Diamond with Freddie because I'm up against the Barlow. I call her the Barlow because she's boring. The Barlow squad. And everyone loves it, and it's just me going, I don't see it, and they all going, what show are you watching? I'm just like, what show are you watching? Exactly. She is so transparent and fake. She's got no personality. She won't even show a real house. She's always fighting for everyone. She doesn't like it when Meredith's got other friends. Look at Mary Cosby last season. The
only one that I feel like Meredith is the only sane, logical person. Yeah. She's the only one that wants to actually get to the bottom of what was said and has the receipts. And I feel like everybody just doesn't, for some reason, they think she's something that she's not Meredith. And I'm like, what? Again, what show are you guys watching? Because I'm like, Meredith should not forgive Jen. I mean, Lisa forgive Lisa. Because
not after how many years of friendship and what you said.
Exactly. It was different with Jen Shah because she didn't have as much invested in Shah. For her to forgive Shah is one thing, but like, Lisa, no, because Lisa doubled down and used a stupid excuse. She said my house was ugly. You know?
No one's even seen a house. because that what she sits in is not her house.
And
Who,
even
who is Lisa Barlow? Who is she? She's a bloody enigma. We don't know who she is.
and the thing too, like, I'm sorry, but you might have said some surfacey things like she's a bitch and she's a whore and blah 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 blah. But the visceral behind it, like the way that you were so angry, that's the problem.
It's pointed.
Call me a
It's
bitch,
jealousy.
call me a whore, call me whatever. They know, me and my friends, you're a
Well,
whore.
you know why that was pointed, because she was getting on with Mary Cosby, Meredith, and if you're not up Lisa's backside, you're an enemy, basically. Typical narcissist. She likes to control people, and you can see that. And Whitney is just as bad this season, deflecting and causing trouble. I'd love to know why the real reason Whitney is going away from the Mormons. Is it because the Mormons didn't like Whitney's ways, and that's why, and Whitney's behaviour, and also the husband wasn't so clean himself, that's why he lost his job? Is that why she signed the documents?
I personally think, well, the thing is, I know a lot of Mormons, actually, because I grew up Catholic. We're very similar, but, like, we're not. We're very similar, but not. They have their own book. We go by the Bible. They do. I know Mormons. I personally think that Whitney, due to her ways, because we see her ways on this show, she's very open and positive about her ways. We see them. That has a big factor into like why they were shunning her. But
do you agree with her doing that thing to actually be away from that? Like, I didn't like how Heather. I'm not a Mormon. I'm not Catholic any longer. And I didn't understand how Heather wasn't. But Heather left the church, but didn't sign that or didn't do that thing that Whitney did to really get Segers, or what's it called when she signed that piece of paper?
It's when they don't have to pay any money towards it. Like
I didn't know she's got to pay money. To me, yeah, I would think you would do that whole. I wouldn't pay them any more money. You know what I mean? If you shun
they
me,
won't come ask you. She's not paying them. They just won't come ask you because usually they knock on your door and come to you because as a Mormon, you're supposed to give 10% of your income. And I'm not even sure if it's personal income. I think it's income from like everything, like your businesses and everything. It's not just.
You don't have to, right?
You have to. It's part of being a Mormon.
Oh,
that's what she was on about.
If you don't, I guess it's 10% of whatever you have. I guess.
Yes.
Like if you have $1, you have $1. You know what I mean? Okay.
And I also think that you have to serve. You have to do a mission. You have to serve away outside of the country somewhere. Do a service trip or something. Like 8 weeks as well. That's why Heather. If you look at Heather, she explained how like she spent some time in the south of France, I believe. So yeah, they have to do a lot.
Yeah. I'm no longer organized, like I'm no longer Catholic, but I understand there's a thread of truth in religion that goes along with what I believe too now. But like,
the thing is, when is Whitney going to take accountability for her own behaviour? She deflects. She jumps into other people's conversations to deflect from her own life,
and
then she walks around as though she's a victim. I'm like, is this girl being whacked on the head or something and she's forgetting what she's done? I'm like, seriously, I says, talk about acting like the dumb blonde.
She's making Heather the problem when
I'm tired of Heather too.
Clearly, but Heather's not the one that harmed her. You know what I mean? She's not the one that did this stuff to her. But so I understand that it's like triggering for her. But Heather's not trying to do. I don't know. I just don't see Heather's doing what she had.
Personally, I wouldn't want Whitney in my house either. She's butting into conversations what got nothing to do with her, and that's regarding Heather's father, which is serious.
Yes.
And like Whitney's supposed to be your cousin, she should understand that. And she says, "Oh, well, you and Lisa should." What she should have said, you and Lisa should meet up and discuss it and sort it out between yourselves because it's between you and her. It's got nothing to do with me. But no, Whitney has to make it about her.
She's like, well, Lisa was right. She was there for her. That is a matter of opinion. That is a matter of what Heather feels like you were not there for her. Going on Twitter and talking about her and saying she's a liar about this or that does not prove that you were there for her. I mean, that just proves that you could care less. And that obviously Heather didn't feel like you were. And you go, I hate this whole thing, how they're questioning what they did at the Meredith. They did it like, I'm like, Whitney, really? How does she? I could see maybe trying to kiss Lisa's ass, but then to go and talk about the Twitter thing and act like that was even correct. I mean, even I don't know. Like, Whitney, you're not thinking. Whitney, clearly you're not seeing the bigger picture that you're Heather's friend and you should know that she wasn't lying. You know.
Also, I don't even. Heather, I'm tired of her with her Mormon story and how her family is disowning
I was
her.
going to ask you guys to tell me what's wrong. Like, why don't people like Heather? I'm kind of seeing it a little bit.
So you can't be complaining every single episode that your family doesn't talk to you, your family doesn't like you, your family shuns you because of your actions on what you've been doing to the Mormon church, and you still constantly bash the Mormon church on a national, international platform.
And do you really think her family's not? I mean, from what ways I didn't see her. I mean, I don't know. Like the conversations with her sister and her brother seemed okay last year. I don't know.
I think what Sebastian's trying to say is she always seems to be doing a U-turn. She puts down the Mormons, but yet she's there wanting to do a choir. She's writing a book about them. She's doing everything but what she said she's going to be doing. And what Heather needs to understand, don't get us wrong, I like Heather. She's got business in Salt Lake City. Salt Lake City is the majority of Mormon people. She's going to ruin her business with this book if she comes out with scandalous stuff. And their business is going to go down the tubes because that is her bread and butter.
I forgot that I forgot that most of her business is 90% is more. Oh my!
Yes, that's the worry about Heather. And she's like, girl, are you a Mormon or are you not a Mormon? Because this is the third season now.
What do you think? Why do you think the reason is she won't completely just sign that piece of paper? Do you?
Tax purposes.
Oh, okay. Has to do with money.
Tax purposes, I 100% think she's not signing away because that little 10% is a good write-off for her and her business.
She's more anti-Mormon than Whitney, and I would think that she wouldn't want that piece of paper either.
But she doesn't have to pay anything with that piece of paper because I did look at it and stuff. She doesn't have to pay anything. Signing that paper is more for yourself, so you can mark their list. But if she partially believes, once you sign that paper, you can't come back. And maybe she's saying all this stuff, but she could still be on the fence going, maybe someday I'll go back. If she signs that paper, she's done.
Or maybe she feels like she won't, she really believes that she won't go to heaven, maybe too. Like maybe it also is her actual spirit thing. Like maybe she does believe that you won't go to heaven. I don't know. Or she won't be with her family in heaven. I mean, that's a possibility of, you know what I mean? Like to really think that because that's what they make you believe. But I mean, I think it just, I would say it that way. Like, but but I also know that you don't have to, you don't have to be Mormon to get to heaven. I mean, that's what I think. You know what I mean? Like, so I feel like she's so against it. That piece of paper is like Whitney said, this is for me anyway. Like, so I'm like, why won't she? But maybe too, also her family too. She said that would be the nail in the coffin for her family. But also, didn't a lot of her family leave the Mormon church too?
No, a couple of her siblings did. Her mother and I think it's just 3 of her siblings who left. But her mother and the rest of her siblings are still very active in faith.
And all those cousins we met this season, all still involved in the church.
Well, her sister was on last year talking to her.
I liked her sister. I mean, I think
they hadn't spoken for years.
But her sister was the first one to leave the church.
Oh, okay.
Heather used to disrespect her sister because Heather used to be the good Mormon, and she used to talk bad about her sister.
Well,
because she left the church.
I hate those people. I do. I don't care. I really don't. You can be whatever you want, but don't think you're better. Honestly,
exactly
the way she would treat her. If you really treated your sister like that, to me, I hope now she has a better sense of herself and that how that's wrong. You know what I mean? I hope that she left the church and it's all I don't know. I didn't think I could see anything wrong with Heather. I was no way could she ever have a bad season. I didn't think that first season, but I'm trying to figure out what everybody's but I also have to understand, how serious of a thing it is too, in the Mormon church to try to understand her. I'm trying to get it, but
And
What-
Lisa
what-
Barlow
what's-
is a fake Mormon.
Huh?
Lisa Barlow is a fake Mormon.
So she's so she says she's Mormon, but she's.
She
I've
can't be
never
drinking
seen a group of
alcohol
people
as a
so
Mormon.
nasty.
You don't have to go to the church to be Mormon, correct?
Mormons are not supposed to be drinking alcohol
At all.
at all.
I mean,
And she's selling it.
but we do it
She's
anyway.
selling and drinking.
Yeah, I get it. And she's on camera and she's making it. I mean,
The thing is, what is religion supposed to be about? Love, the
Yep.
main thing.
yes.
Loving everyone and being at peace and stuff.
Yes.
Yes.
And I've never seen more group of corrupt women
I
follow
know.
religion.
And every
It's
time
like-
I would always hear about, like, when I was Catholic, I was Christian, and then every time I would turn around, the pastor was getting, like, my pastors were getting arrested, or they were like, and I'm like, God damn it, like, like, just, I said, forget it, I don't need that, like, I'll just serve this way, or whatever, you know what I mean, like, it just, or I just, I don't need to go, I mean, I don't need to go to a place to, walk the walk, I guess, if you want to say it that way.
Yeah, you don't
Mary
need to go to a
Cosby.
place to walk the walk, obviously. You don't.
No.
But the thing is, I feel as if that Lisa, especially Lisa, she portrays something that she's not. That's the problem. And I'm tired of this notion that everyone has to suck up to her standards and like her for everything that she does, and everything that she does is the right way.
Yeah,
I
her
don't like
reality is correct and nobody else's is.
This is why I want Mary Cosby back on this show, because Mary was one of the few women on that show, was the only one who had the ability to talk to Lisa, make
And-
sure to talk
And
back.
Meredith too, though.
Sebastian, we in the same choir. This is all I keep on saying. Bring Mary back. We need Mary.
Nothing can. Everything that everybody thought that they were going to find out and think that she was,
They all were
it
vindicated.
was such crap. And I'm like, see, guys, you guys created this thing, and she's this a criminal, and people make mistakes, but you know, what I mean, you would have thought she'd be in jail by now, and her whole life would have been blown up because of all the stuff that a certain YouTube. Not saying that it wasn't in the beginning. It looked like something it wasn't, but for a certain YouTuber, completely. Try to really create, I don't want to say create, but keep it going. And then to find out that, come on, man, the poor woman, it was COVID. That's why, there's a lot of reasons that she didn't go to her church, all that stuff.
Back in the day, I used to argue with the real Andy of Beverly Hills. It used to be me against Jen Shaw and a Mary supporter. And look who turned out to be the biggest crook.
See, I fought with Zach. I only fought with Zach over Erica, but
I'm sure she's paying him. I used to follow Zach a year ago, and I'm just like, I've had enough. I'm not listening to Erica's book. I'm not interested, Zach. I don't care how much he's paying you. I'm not interested.
I said the other day, I have to believe that Erica is working with feds just for him, just for our friendship in general. I have to believe that he knows something I don't. I just do with Erica because it was crazy. But what was I saying? Crap, I was going to say.
Oh my God, you sounded I went out of my tab for a second, and you sounded just like Teresa for a quick second.
Oh God, I sound like Zen Dolores too. Somebody said, I know. I don't hear it, but I hear it when I listen to you guys. But I also say "use guys" too a lot. I try to say "y'all" now because I'm like, what else can I say besides "use guys"? Because that does sound horrible. And I'm like, all right, y'all. But then everybody's making fun of me for saying that because they're like, that doesn't sound right. But now I'm getting dragged on Andy's channel for the Gorga thing. I'm being dragged because I'm Team Gorga.
Where are you being dragged?
Your team who?
Gorga. I don't see Joe and Melissa like everybody else does as pieces of shit, thieves. Care about the money more than they care about the show, care about family, or than they care about family.
They very much do. Carlos King has literally said that Teresa is correct.
She should be ashamed of herself for thinking that, though. How dare you try to block her? If that's correct, that is correct. But why would you try to block your own family?
Because she knows what could happen when you have family on a show with you. Fame gets to their head, and that's what's happening with Joe and what's his name. Joe and what's her name?
Melissa.
But all right, think about it. Season 1, she's using the excuse, right? that she saw what it did to Caroline and Dina. No, you blocked your brother from day one, and Caroline and Dina didn't fall until after season 3. So it didn't tear their family apart. Tommy tore their family apart. He's never stolen. Okay. Rumor number 1: he did not lose his parents' house. They were upside down on their mortgage after Nona died, and Pop did not move in with Teresa because he had to because he wanted to because his granddaughters needed him. Joe also.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
So it's not Joe who remortgaged their home.
They remortgaged it, but that was when the appraisals and everybody's houses were getting appraised really high. You could take a home equity loan out, and you could use that equity to go, lean it for something, right?
Wasn't this all during the recession?
Right. I don't know. Was it? I don't know. It was right after, right before COVID, right when his mom passed away, I think.
Oh no.
Around that, yeah. But then house prices dropped. So then when he moved, when they were going to sell the parents' house, you're upside down your mortgage, and it does look like you've lost the house. You can't afford that. He would have to put up $300,000 because just because your house is appraised and you mortgage that much, you still have to pay the mortgage whether your house price goes down or not. So you're not, you know what I mean? You're not exactly. And the stuff that they say about Joe and Melissa is actually what Teresa and Joe did. They actually committed fraud, and she didn't do it purposely. He did. They are the ones with the allegations and all that. And hey, you can charge anybody you want with anything. You can accuse people of things. You can sue anybody you want. It just has to hold up in court.
But I have compassion for Teresa and Joe, because the thing is, like for Jen, people keep saying why is it a one-sided thing? Like I have compassion for Joe and Teresa.
Why? For what the crime?
Yes.
He did not need that money. He stole that. He did not need to do what he did.
I agree. He did not need that money. But when I mean I have compassion for them both, I mean I have compassion for Teresa.
For her because she's stupid enough.
We all know how
Teresa. It's a shame. Yeah.
Teresa, as much as I love her, we know that
she still doesn't.
It's not all up there in her brain.
She still doesn't understand what she did wrong because it's very technical.
She doesn't understand the math. She doesn't understand anything.
No.
Which is why I have compassion.
I could see her completely signing it. But again, Joe Gorga is the one. He was very successful before, during, he will be after. He also stepped in and helped her take care of her family when they couldn't because they had to leave. You know what I mean? Like the way she's portraying her brother now is, and I guess, I don't know, you guys might see it. I don't see the thing with the Nick rumor. The rumor was the only reason that situation wasn't going to be brought up again because they're on a reality TV show and you say, hey, this funny thing happened. This person thought I was hooking up with that person. Ha, ha, ha. Don't ever say that out. You're on a reality TV show. Let's not ever talk about it. That's what they were talking about.
So you don't think it's probably true that Melissa had her eyes on someone else?
No, she had her eyes on someone else. I mean, I could look at somebody else. You know what I mean? But for somebody to say that they actually caught them hooking up and they were told to keep it quiet and you trust that, first of all, you wouldn't trust these people to keep it quiet for that long. Second of all, if it really happened, that person has a wife. Nick has a wife. If that really happened, it wouldn't take them this long for us to find out about it. It wouldn't be a secret that two people held. Believe me, it doesn't take 2 years, 3 years. It doesn't even take 2 weeks to find out something in Jersey. And they're both public figures. Do you really think Joe's he knew about this situation? Do you really think he would still be with, she wouldn't be allowed to go anywhere. He would be so psychotic and so crazy if he ever even heard an inkling, if he believed any of it. The person that walked in on them thought they saw something, and they all figured out that it was no, that's not what's happening. And then we, ha ha ha, it's so funny. It's so funny you thought that. You know what I mean? Haha, it's a funny thing. Somebody tells Margaret one day. Margaret tells her burn book friend, who is a burn book. She's a psycho.
I will say one thing. Margaret is being pulled a bit too tight, and then fish lips. I'm like, girl.
I can't stand Margaret.
I'm like, what is this? And she's like, who pulled the fish out the ocean?
Honestly, we saw her at the thing and the tour. I didn't recognize her. She looked much more beautiful in person.
And I've seen a house decor. I was just like, oh my God, no. This is bad.
We have we don't change for some reason here. It takes a long time for us to really change, with style. I feel too, And Margaret's a little bit older. She's like my mom's age. It was like Margaret again.
It looked like, I mean, I think you call it JT Maxx. We call it T Max here, and TK Maxx. It looked like dodgy furniture at half price out of that shop, and you're just like, no.
I'm not into color. I'm not into like color blocking and having like weird patterns, and I don't know.
Didn't her ex-husband, die like a couple months ago?
Yes, Jan. Yep. Yeah. What a shame too. Like, I mean, Joe B's like I don't know. Like, he's such a normal person.
I can't stand him for some reason.
Really?
I get horrible. Like when I see him, I just think the worst. Oh
my God, so normal. Like, he's so normal. He was literally at the tour. Like, he was. They don't even realize they're famous. I don't even think if you consider them famous. None of them do. None of them. Not even Melissa. Believe it or not, they don't even recognize that they are, because it kind of just happened, and they're just so always honest. And Joe is just. It's funny. Like, I was watching him watch Margaret when she was on stage. He's so enamored by her. He's still in love with her. Still completely in love with her.
Wasn't Margaret the mistress?
Yes.
Oh.
She was. I mean, it was a sucky situation. They both were. I'm not trying to romanticize their situation, but
when is Melissa's husband going to come out the closet with Dolores' ex?
Stop.
I was holding that one in.
Really?
Never, Sebastian never hold nothing in, everything on the table.
I love you guys. I'm
it's a good bromance. It's a good bromance.
Yes.
I like it.
I'm obsessed with it. It does sound kind of cringy because I live here, but not obsessed with them, but like I'm obsessed with their friendships, because I feel like they go harder for each other than the women do, like except for Dolores.
The thing is, Chris, you're not going to like this. I don't know if you'll like it, Sebastian, or not. I see Melissa as a Kyle.
Oh.
And I think there's a lot more going on. And I think Melissa does stir it behind cameras. And I think there is some sort of jealousy going on between the family and the feud going on.
But for what, though? They're both very successful. You know what I mean?
I get this. I mean, I could kind of see it when it was on the Ultimate Girls Trip on the season 1. And you can just see there's like a whole.
Honestly, there, and I'm like, that's the real Melissa and Teresa. They really actually love each other. They actually really do.
I love Teresa on that show. I thought she was fantastic.
She was normal, right?
She was the genuine one on it out of everyone. The salt of the earth, and I thought, this is what I want to see: genuine people, not the fakeness. But like I say, I don't know. I get this vibe from Melissa how she wants to be number one.
I'm telling you guys, I promise you, they're not. I'm telling you, like, there's no hidden thing here with them. Like, I don't think they're not calculated. I don't think even Teresa is. I think Teresa, she probably is disillusioned by everything that happened with Louis. Like, she's very protective, obviously, and I would have been too. And I agree with her last year. She told everybody to shut the fuck up, and you need to listen. Like, when you tell people to shut up about your life here, you mean it. And she meant it, and nobody would. And she forgot she was on a show, but she also, I think she roped everybody in with that situation and just looked at the whole cast, even her family, as against her. And Joe wasn't against Louis either. And think about it. All this shit that they said about Louis, they're saying about Joe now too. So she understands that there can be accusations out there. There can be charges out there. You could have something like Margaret was sued. She had to pay her way out of it, even though she didn't do anything wrong. Anybody can do that to you. And Teresa knows this. So why I'm not team not Teresa, but I'm also don't understand, like, everybody's looking for something to be wrong after 13 years or 10 years on TV. We would know. And I
think it's a brother and sister thing. Some families click, some don't. And
right.
there's love there, but there's also the hate. And it happens in a lot of families where it is a control thing as well. Like, how dare you and everything like this, but there is love there. If something happened to them, they'd be right there.
That's the thing. Like, as a Teresa, like, why are you doing this with, you have lost everything, and not by her own, she got rid of some of her family and then lost family. I know you have Louis' family, but, like, why aren't these people better off? Like, the people that truly love her, Dina, Dolores, her brother, they're better off in her life. You know what I mean? It's better to have them in your life than not. It would work better for the Gorgas to have. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, everybody wants them to be against each other, but it works for both of them to be on the show because their storylines have been each other.
Grieving,
which
is
is
a
why
hard
I'm tired of the
process.
Gorgas, which is why they need to go. The Gorgas need to go. They don't bring anything to the show except that all the time, all you hear them
Yeah,
say is
exactly.
Teresa,
They're
Teresa,
actually
Teresa,
boring. I
Teresa.
promise you, they're actually boring people. There's nothing wrong there. So in that sense, probably, you know, it's crazy they don't showcase his business at all. I don't know why.
The thing is, if Teresa goes, I don't think the show will last. It won't be what it is.
I thought about that too.
Teresa is the queen of that show.
Yeah. Regardless of what anyone says, it's like if Teresa goes, I don't think it would survive.
My content has been based with, like, honestly, for 2 years, as much as I hated on Eric and all, that's the whole reason I watch. I mean, that's why we watched that show. But I also have to remember once to like literally forget about it after that hour. But then, you know what I mean? I was getting I get completely personal about Jersey. That's kind of why I don't say like too much about it, but I don't, because I feel like I've had the same stuff happen to me where people completely try to look for something that's not there. I'll tell you about myself. Don't worry about it.
Have you met Teresa before?
Yeah, I've met them. Yeah, I've met all of them, but not like, you know what I mean? Like, I met her at events. I know she's a little bit older than me, but like I can't say the person's name, but I've seen this, but my ex-best friend knows them very well. She was even in on the show. There's a whole thing there. But when I cut out those people in my life, I cut out a crowd of people that know, you know what I mean, that hangs out with those people. And in those crowds, because like I said, it's very small here. And like at the shore, you know, I can hang with certain people, but their group of people is very, very segregated. Like, they're very much
and I heard that Teresa's actually very
normal,
nice to her fans.
Yes, and honestly, I've seen her at the shore. I've seen her, and
even when I seen her on Wendy Williams, she was always humble. You know, she didn't act like a moron. She was just real.
She believes her reality is her reality. Like, it's hard to tell people that their reality's wrong. You know what I mean? Like, she really feels that people, and she feels that way. So for her, she's not wrong. But, you know, at her age, to tell somebody like, you're wrong, Teresa, you're not allowed to feel that way, like, it's hard. And it sucks because I feel like those people are better off in her life, not in her life, you know?
Teresa has that it factor where people can relate to her. And because it's like normal people, and that's that thing what you can never take away from her, and that's what holds the show together, the family values, like that sort of thing. She is just a housewife looking after her kids and being through the shitter, basically. Trying to come out on top.
Guys.
Her kids are, I'm sorry to say this, but her daughters annoy the shit out of me. I'm sorry. I love kids, but Gia, just listen, I can't deal, like, Gia knows better. Okay, she knows. She's still talking to her uncle and texting him, and they're still very much in each other's life. And she acts like she's cut him completely out, and she acts like she doesn't remember. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. I think Erin's gone.
I know. She always cries. She does the Irish goodbye. She constantly slips out.
I have to go too, guys.
Have fun, Sebastian. I was going to ask Sebastian, where are you from?
Yes,
your accent is different.
New York.
You are?
New York?
Yeah.
How close to me are you? Like, are you New York? Are you like...
because I'm in college, I'm actually in upstate New York, but like, I am from New York City.
So you understand us, right?
Yeah, I'm from New York. I was born in New York City. I lived in New York City till the age like 14, and then I finished. I did everything else in Long Island. Then I came upstate.
You're so nice.
It's crazy how your accent sounds totally different, and Krista's not that even far away.
I'm telling you, my remote doesn't understand me. My text talk doesn't understand me. It's like, I don't know. My husband's like, what? I talk too fast sometimes too. But yeah, I think they have a deeper accent than me. I don't know.
New Yorkers, yeah, they do have a deeper
Yeah,
accent. I have
much.
an accent. I just hold it in. It doesn't come out easily.
Sebastian, let it out. Let it all out.
No, it's not.
You sound like Joe Mendoza, though. You and Joe Mendoza, you sound like Joe. If I close my eyes, you sound like Joe. And Joe's from, like, I want to say where he's from, but you would not think that he was, like, I don't know. Like, I would have thought you were from Canada, maybe, or, like, up north a little bit.
Oh, no.
Right
I
there.
wasn't sure if you're from like another country and in the USA because I didn't pick up on the accent at all.
I would have never thought in a million years, Karma, that's no. Mm-mm. I thought you were going to be, you were, not that you're old, but I thought you were like, I definitely thought that, like, yeah, I didn't know what to expect. Like I said, I just, just never know what to expect, but it's amazing because I love meeting people and I love different people. And I love, like, that's why I'll ask you guys 1,000,001 questions. Like, not that I'm not confident, but like, if I'm like a Tariq or somebody that doesn't and not self-aware and I'm not seeing certain things, like, please tell me.
Okay, guys, bye.
Have fun.
Please come back, definitely. I definitely don't ever stay on this long. But
I am subscribed and I have the ringer thing on.
Oh, do I have a notification? I'm gonna ask, do I have notifications? I don't even know if I have that yet. I didn't even have a community page.
Chrissy, you should definitely get notifications like a day before or something, or a couple of days before.
I thought that I had them turned on, but I just realized recently that there was something about my thing where my subscribers couldn't, like, subscribe. It was weird. I didn't know why my subscriber count wasn't going up, and then all of a sudden I had to change some setting. It was weird.
It's like the historian I was trying to tell her, set things out in motion, do collabs with people. I know she's done one with you.
Yeah.
Talk to other people. That's how you interact. That's how you get bigger. Keep interacting with people. Everyone knows everyone, and they'll give shout outs. And if you go on and talk to people and people like what you got to say, they will come and support you.
Mm-hmm.
Basically.
I like Shannon Van, like, there's so many, like, she will plug my channel for no reason, you know what I mean? Just in the middle of it. And like, same thing with me. Like, if I'm talking at the time, like, guys, go follow Shan, go follow Housewife Third. I love being on the panels. I loved being on Adam's panel. I loved having all of us together because, to me, now that I think about a podcast, oh my God, I would be talking to myself again. I wouldn't have any interaction. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The live interaction. And everybody's like, well, YouTube's so stupid. Go do a podcast. I'm like, basically, YouTube is the podcast and podcasters. But now people know who I am. They see me. They can't just assume that I'm this angry, problematic person. Now you know me. Now you can say that. But you know what I mean? If you know me, you can say whatever you like. If you know me, at least have the, I don't think I'm angry. You know what I mean?
You like to talk.
I do.
There's nothing wrong with it. It's good to talk.
I know, but I have to get this communication thing down. Like, I got to go to Toastmasters because my interruption thing, and it's not, and I was trying to figure out what it is. I don't think I'm going to forget what I have to say, but I don't know why I have to talk over people or interrupt. I hate when I do it, and I don't mean to do it.
Krista, we all do it. You just want to get this out of your chest, and you just want to say what you want to say and have it over and done with.
And the guys always are, like, and Erin would, like, we had a code thing, and she's like, every 5 seconds, I was like, oh my God. I'm like, I'm just going to sit here like that.
I felt sorry for Erin because I felt like I was putting in, and I was just like, I was trying to hold back even with Sebastian. It's like, Sebastian, let it all out.
I'm also not very good at, like, controlling my stuff. Like, Adam can completely take control of his chat, his thing completely. Like, completely. I don't even talk unless spoken to. You know what I mean? But, like, with me, I'm just like, go ahead, guys. I'm like, I'll be back. Go ahead. Consider. I don't, like, right now it's weird to have it. And I used to do lives for 3 hours before, and people are like, it's so annoying. But this is different. Like, we actually went from talking about Salt Lake. You guys, I can put the timestamps on there. And then this is about life. And I think that
definitely put on timestamps. That helps out a lot of people. It does. Like, just think, how can I make this easy for people who want to know the information? And timestamps, that is the way forward. I was going to suggest that with Freddie as well.
I gotta check him out. I was watching, there's one, Candy, the Candy Washington girl.
Yeah, I normally leave comments for Candy.
I like her. I was listening to her the other day.
I was on Freddie's last night, and I came in going, I did the Candy Washington thing.
I'm gonna have
the introduction.
Go on with you, because if you're I see exactly what you see in Lisa Barlow. Exactly. I see it. I see what you see.
I just thinking, am I the only person here
No,
what sees it?
No, I seriously her. To me though, but like it was first I had to like get rid of I had to talk about the Whitney thing. Because I don't want to say she's a liar or she's like, making this thing up or whatever. I do think that they could probably make her believe that something bad could have happened that she blocked out. And maybe she's projecting that. You know what I mean? Like we had to tackle that first, and then I would get on the Lisa Barlow thing. But
for me though, Kristen, with Lisa Barlow, and I'll always call her Barlow because she is boring. She isn't authentically herself.
Mm-mm.
Her voice is not authentically herself. She acts, and the reason why I know this is because I've seen her when she gets angry. I've seen the real Lisa and the real accent come out, and it doesn't sound like the fake and all this kind of crap. I was just like, you're not an LA bitch, you're in Salt Lake. Let's keep it real.
It's weird because she's from New York or she's from our area, so it just doesn't. I don't know. It just doesn't. I don't know.
And
they don't fit in there. I don't know. I feel like none of them actually really fit in except for like Lisa, Whitney and Heather. Like they've been there their whole lives almost. It's like
I did say about Lisa Barlow on Freddie's. I would like to see Lisa's actual real family, the sisters, and how she interacts with them on camera. Now you've seen Meredith.
Yeah.
Just happened.
I like Myra.
You've seen like Lisa last year. You've seen glimpses of Mary Cosby as cleaners, as family members and stuff like that. You've seen some of Jen's family. We've never really seen anything of Barlow's.
Kind of reminds me of Erica. You have no idea. Like
yeah,
I would say about Erica. I didn't realize that we've never heard her talk about Christmas holidays or emotional things with family members, birthday parties, or I'm going to my mom, or I'm seeing my family. Like, never, not even about not one time, except for in her books, do you hear about her son. And the one time she flipped out about somebody bringing his name up. We don't know goddamn thing except for what she told us and got paid to tell us about her life with her family now.
Do you know what the thing is though? How degrading must it be for a son working in the law, having his mother done that what they done?
I hope to God also that there was a Pasadena snowstorm and he did flip his car, because if you lie on your son it kind of has to be true. He's a cop. He's a respectable person apparently, allegedly, if you would think that he is. And if he doesn't open his mouth, then you have to really think he's respectable. But if somebody said you came down and went to his house because there was a burglary, Tom's house when there was a burglary, not being called out there as a regular police officer, and then was entrapped into this lie, and then he flipped his car to Pasadena, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it kind of has to be true, or I would never talk to my mother again. You know what I mean? Or I would have to say, hey, LAPD, who I work for, that didn't really happen. That's illegal. I would never do that. You know what I mean? You can't just show up for a burglary and fight off a burglar unless you call it. I mean, you have to call the cops at some point, There's
a couple of things about Erica. If Erica was smart, she would be touring the rich old pensioners' homes, finding Daddy Warbucks number 2.
Yeah, definitely.
And I do think she has money stashed away somewhere. Yeah. And I think it's in Rinna's bank.
$5 million, I believe. Angel.
Because since when has Rinna and Erica been that tight-knitted and close?
And when
Come on.
Never believed in Rinna Beauty. After 40
and
years,
Lip Kit ain't doing that great.
Now, she's like, my friend, the great investor, this person, it was the right person, and they believe in me, blah, blah, blah.
And another thing what I want to point out, Chris, as well, the first season when Erica came on, she let something slip. She was in her house, and she was saying, we buy everything by cash, like all these art pieces and stuff like that. She could have sold off a lot of pieces which could cost millions, put that cash straight in Rinna's anonymously, but Rinna knows it's hers to give it back without anyone knowing. This is what I mean. And as soon as she says that they buy in the stuff, the art pieces with cash, I thought something is up here. And that's what I kept on saying like years ago, and people just thought I was crazy. And look what's happened. All this has come out about the money.
I see her. I could see being that. I could see her investing to hide the money into Rena Beauty or whatever, and wanting it not to be out there. But I don't think she has money stashed because I think it cost her money to be her anyway. So I don't think she thought about stashing money. I don't know. I think we would have found it, but I think that they know that if that's the case, I think Angel invested money into something to clean it, get her investment back. And I guess doesn't have to reveal, that if she's an angel investor, I guess you can stay that way. But I also think that, what's his face? My cat's crazy. She's going to make my thing. I also think that, what's his name? Ronald Richards would have found that money, even if it was stashed anywhere. I don't know. I just feel like she's going to have to do OnlyFans or something. I'm saying this in a real honest way, that she doesn't really have another talent to make the money that she made before.
It's either that, or she's going to have to get a beatbox out and start touring the pensioner homes.
On her knees, whatever she has to do. I mean, to be honest, honestly, people laugh at me because I was like, I say I'm like the highest paid hooker because my husband. We're not rich or anything, but I don't work but I do everything for him because I want to. I want to do everything for him. I want to make his get up. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But my sister's like, you're controlled. He controls you. You do everything. And I'm like, he works and pays for our life. And I did work my whole life. You know what I mean? But I appreciate. I love my husband. I don't use him for money. She purposely married, and that's fine. She contractually, that's fine. They were happy with the way they were living. I don't care what you do with your marriage. I don't care if you contractually marry somebody, but don't make us look stupid and sound stupid.
She was wanting to do an Anna Nicole Smith.
Right.
He didn't die.
But the dumbass
problem, and it went to crap.
She should have taken the money and put it away, because she should have thought that he was going to get old one day and he might not be able to keep up the ruse because he might forget. You know what I mean? He might get Alzheimer's. We might have a pandemic and you might not be able to continue on with your ruse.
Exactly.
She might not have been on board. She might not have said, hey, let's do this. He's been doing that for 40 some years. She probably found out somewhere in the middle and just thought, hey, if he promises to pay his victims, then I'm okay. And then
she's clearly had daddy issues from the one
that
you are involved.
Too, because she was ready to have. Well, I mean, she doesn't like intimate. She didn't care about intimacy. You know what I mean? She's
so cold, and you can tell how she's been brought up.
And then she's willing. Yeah, if you're willing to forego intimacy and have no connection like that for money. I don't believe she was having affairs, emotional affairs at all. We would have heard about it. And Tom had the arm candy that he wanted. And he's not I don't think she was afraid of him. That's bullshit. She still hasn't told us why she left him. Think about it. She's never once told why she divorced him.
Tom will have power where power's needed in certain things where she won't get a leeway. Put it that way. But I don't think she was scared of him. No, and I don't. And she didn't have a goddamn prenup. So why would any of that? You know what I mean? All the things that people were saying. I'm like, but that's what I'm saying. She left him because of the money ran out. Just admit it. Yeah. It's like most of these girls.
She found out the day after. The day after she signs her divorce, that's when she finds out that he's dead. The person who I do think should go is definitely Rinna. I think there's like a period she's done 8 years. Enough. Move on. Maybe come back a couple of years or something, but give someone else some room to breathe, because the scenario is dragging its dead legs. She overdid it. She ruined it. She did. And she bit off more than she could chew. Again, production value great, but then they go on social media and act as if this still and call us all idiots. No wonder you guys. It's like Rinna in denial. Like the stuff what she puts on Twitter. Poor her, she got booed. She called us all dirt trash. Like, she called her fans and everybody that watched her stupid and we didn't know what we're talking about. Yeah, nobody likes you anymore. We are the court of law when it comes to them. We watch the show. If we don't watch, the ratings go down. If we don't talk about it, then nobody wants. You know what I mean? Well, this is what I was saying to Kyra when she had issues about Potomac. I says, Kyra, you've got a choice. You can watch it, or you can refuse to watch it. And if people are that upset about the show, you just don't watch it, and the show doesn't get aired. But the more you sit and complain and twist on, right, you're giving ratings to the show. That's like all those YouTubers that bully each other. They have channels just to bully each other. I'm like, guys, stop. Like, if John Yates would have just stopped over a year and a half ago, he wouldn't have all these people still going out. I'm shocked when I see
God,
people
him and
lie about
Sherelle.
him, I am shocked that people still even give him any life at all. You know what I mean?
I used to watch Sherelle all the time. But even that got crazy when it came out. It was a husband.
At least they finally were like, we're done with him. We're not going to give him any more airtime.
And then Rich Andrew, and that with him being underage, and then you had this woman who was like, she had a mermaid fans, and even I was trying to be dragged into that because I knew a guy who had the same surname as her, and they were trying to pin him onto her, a guy who I knew called Levon, and he had no relation to her, and Witch Hunt came after me, and I'm just like, enough.
They went after my friend AT2. They talked to Real Deal AT2 viciously. John Yates does, and I'm like, and I literally like I was almost at the point where I was like, I'm gonna kick this mom. Like I said, don't worry about it, dude. Shh, I'll get all. You know what I mean? I'm like, I'll be in like all gangster and shit. But then I thought about it. I'm like, come on now. I'm like, it just leaves.
I literally had to change my phone number on my mobile because of what was going on. That's how stupid they were. And like the rage was ridiculous.
And I'm like, and then they were telling me like the 90 Day Fiance people that were going after John. I'm like, what do you? I'm like, they were what? They were literally like sending cops to his house, like the people in 90 Day, like the stars. And I'm like, really? And I'm like, really? They were doing like, why would they hate on you that much, John? Like, what did they? What? I couldn't understand it, but then I found out what, like, you know, the things that he was saying and all. But like,
allegedly, I don't want to say this, but like, you could say he's off his head, and his boyfriend, oh my God, his husband or whatever he is,
I was wondering what was wrong.
Would never ever shut his mouth, and it was just like, you're not the main person here. Sit back, let Sherelle and John sort out the differences and get it sorted out.
I don't always agree with Sherelle's point of view.
No,
I agree with that. What they did, like John, they were just. It was like at one point they're like, we got to stop giving him any life at all, like because he was living off of, like, you know what I mean. It's just crazy. I understood why they did do, like, they still, like, he really pushes people to a point, and he used to be such a good blogger. He was good, John. People don't know that.
Did you think it could be the drugs taking over?
I didn't say that's another thing.
Just nod your head, because you don't have to say it. Just nod your head once if you think it could be.
No, I didn't think he was really on drugs. I thought that was something he used to deal with, but I now see him, and I do believe yes.
This was back in the day. This is back in the day when they were fighting, like
yeah, like 2 years ago. But even now, he won't end it. It just keeps going on and on. His like, I don't even understand what he's doing. I don't know why.
The pair of them looked like
he looks horrible.
Table tennis eyeballs. Like it was like you could see like they were on something. It was just like daggered, and it was just like, you should not be on this life. Like seriously, get off.
They're like, and I'm like, look, guys, look, I was a drug addict. I was a meth head. I understand it. I said, that's not meth. I said, that's just manic. That's paranoia. That's anxiety. But they're like,
to me, it looked like it was coke.
What a year and a half later.
I'll be honest, that's what it looked like.
Yeah, he didn't look good after a year. I was like, it's not. After a while, I was like, it's not stress anymore, John. Like, come on. And I even would send him private messages. I'm like, look, dude, you are wondering why this is happening, and I'm being honest with you, and I'm not even trying to troll you right now. I'm telling you, my friend, get off of social media right now. Just take a break. Get off.
Yeah, and then come back later.
Yeah, because you what's going on. I couldn't even believe that they were making YouTube channels to bully each other. Just for that. I really believe that these people used to be reality TV people that used to that only talked about reality TV and just got sucked into some fight. And I'm like, oh no, they really made
it's a game. It's a game. You'll find out, Krista. They all pretend that they're nice with each other.
I will not. ET2 is a very good friend of mine, a really good friend, and I love him so much. But when he does a live about it, I won't even go on it because I don't even want him to talk about it anymore. Because I feel I understand he wants to defend himself, but
when you watch it, you see the Nigs, and you look outside the box, and all these people what saying to love each other. It's fakeness. It's not genuine. And then they all turn on each other.
Yes.
Their show and popularity and ratings. This is all they do.
I didn't even know who Cooter Brown was. I'm like, it took me forever to figure out who Cooter Brown is. I'm like, that's what they call John. I'm like, oh my God, guys. I'm like, really? I was like, all right. Every once in a while, fun. We'll call him Cooter Brown, Poopy Pants, whatever. But like, I'm like, there's channels that make, what they do. And I was like, holy crap. I was so clueless. And I was like, wait, aren't we talking about Angela and Michael? They're like, no. I'm like, oh, forget it. I gotta go. Like, you know what I mean? I'm like, forget it, guys. I'm like, you guys suck. I'm like, why are we talking shit on people? Let's not do this. I'm not here for that. I am. It's fun for like a week or a day or two, but it wasn't project. You know what I mean? I need resolution. To me, if I'm going to be mad at you or talk to you, I have a problem with you, I need to tell you. We need to talk about it, and if we can either figure it out or we don't. But I'm not going to continue to fight with you.
It's to agree or to agree to disagree or work it out.
It's the hamster wheel. Do not pull me into your hamster wheel bullshit. Same argument.
Exactly.
Every year, week after week, month after month, same argument, same people. In my life too, like they have the same arguments about the same stuff with the same people all the time. I'm like,
it's unnecessary toxic. It's like a snowball getting bigger and bigger, rolling downhill. That's all it is. And you just want to be like free from it and start running from it, like get away from us.
and then I'm lonely, right? Because I have no friends. Because I'm like, screw my friends. They're all, they turned out, a lot of stuff happened, and I'm like, then I'm really lonely. So then I'm like, I'm the common denominator. Maybe I should just be stronger. Maybe I can like be a little softer, not as tough. But
everyone has room to grow, and that's the thing. You never stop learning, you never stop growing, and that's like your mental ability. But you'll find out when you get to a certain age who is important in your life. That's your loved ones, who's always been there, and it's your family what knows you inside and out, regardless. And that's where you realize what's more important. Friends come and go.
Yeah,
they do. It's like fish in the sea. They pass by. Just enjoy the good times and don't look back on the negative.
I'm having issues now. Not issues, but like I feel it's called I call detachment. I don't know what it is, but like you've got
to learn to let go. The only way you grow is to accept what's happened.
Yeah,
keep it moving.
I'm not even mad at them, my family. I don't know. We kind of.
There's nothing you can do. You can't tell a person what to do or control a person. But what you can do is control yourself.
Mm-hmm. I know.
And when you've got control of yourself, no one can penetrate you or put a dent in you.
That's my problem lately. I've been letting things really take me to a level that I don't need to be at, where I could lose everything.
There you go.
I had to, and I'm like, why am I letting this happen? My sister's getting me to the point where
it's only you letting it happen. You're your own worst enemy.
I know.
And you've got to start fighting that fear because it'll take over. I'm like the one talking here with anxiety. I know exactly what it's like. And it's a fight every day, and you've got to learn to be better.
I know. Should I be stronger? Should I be the stronger one? You know what I mean?
It's not about being strong. It's about just seeing it on a whole level and just saying, am I willing to take on this abuse or to listen to this abuse?
Then I feel like maybe I'm too hard on them or too tough. You know what I mean? Like I just, like Shay said, Shay, I wish you would call in and talk to us. But emotional vampires, like she said, like I feel like I know we create our own reality kind of, but you left. I hope I didn't see. I feel bad. Sometimes I feel like people will just leave because I'm like talking and I don't stop. And I would not be upset if people just hung up and left because I don't stop talking. If that's what just happened, Karma, I'm completely understand. If you just hung up to hang up, I totally get it. There you are. I was like, she left me on purpose.
Hello.
Hey, sorry. If you have to hang up because I talked too long.
No, it just went off for some reason. I thought something happened. It just went dead.
I realized I was putting in the chat. I was putting last night's thing in there. I don't know. At 45, and I'm like, I got lonely because I was like, cut off. I had to cut out a lot of people. And
Krista, I'm 39, and you. This is. For me, it was when I hit my 30s when you start realizing, you start coming together. What's more important? Where am I going? What am I doing? When you hit 35 upwards, you realize what is important and what you have to do. and to get by, and you realize the unnecessary crap is not needed.
It's like, it's like you don't even, at one point it wasn't even a choice. I couldn't even fathom dealing with that stuff that I used to. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like and then, you know, like I keep saying it's lonely. Like I have my husband. I have, you know.
You're very lucky to have a partner.
Yeah.
Even if you have family, what may not be that close, but they're near.
Oh, yeah.
Very lucky, because a lot of people don't even have that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're on top of each other, and it's like, it's really just protect my peace. It's really just me and my sister that battle. And then, but I'm telling you, there's days we're best friends for day. I mean, we went 2 years without even an argument. But
don't even get me started on sisters.
Well, right now, I honestly, I could kill her, and I hate to say this. I'm in the mindset where she's got me to where I'm so angry and so hurt that, like, and it all comes back to this one person that I can't.
I'll tell you this. I had to literally cut off from my younger sister. She is a narcissist. She is so toxic, and she's caused so much trouble in the family.
Mm-hmm.
I speak with my older sister. She's tried ruining my parents. My mother, my father's in a home with Alzheimer's, and she's tried him like rubbish. She tried manipulating and using my mother. She tried even getting me into jail with lies, and that didn't even happen. Like the apologise and says we should have never done this without any proof. I goes, leave me alone, please, and tell her to stay away from me forever. I want nothing to do with her. And I was gobsmacked, me of all people, having to do with that. And she's so good at lying and manipulating, and she got caught out on all of her lies and all the stuff. And she uses her kids as weapons because she knows I can't have children. And it's the closest thing what you'll have. I mean, I've got my older sister with my niece, but I can't have kids myself because, you know.
It's the hardest thing for you to probably, or the deepest cut for you. Maybe I'm assuming she'll take the deepest cut and cut it more.
Yeah,
that's how my sister. It's unfortunate.
She was very cruel with my mother as well, and my mother's bent over backwards for her and getting everything. And she hadn't paid for her wedding and honeymoon and stuff. And
at least she can find somebody to marry her. My sister.
It's just that there's loads of stuff what's going on, but I know exactly where you come from when it comes to toxicity and narcissistic family members.
She has just lost her and her dude just lost their place. Eventually they just got evicted, right? She cannot, she's unemployable. I won't say why, but she has now talked my parents into letting her back again when my dad and my dad's going to kill her. There is no way this is going to work. She has now made my poor mother have to basically come out of retirement and be a mom again. You know, take care of somebody that, like, she already takes care of my goddamn dad, who's I don't want to say, but my poor mother is an angel, and goddamn it, she's my sister now. We have one sister we don't speak to. She's on the streets, but we choose not to. She's robbed our homes, all that. This one, not that, but she is a mooch, a constant drug addict mooch. I hate Shannon. I love you, but this is going to my parents, and I'm going to end up killing her. Like, I just got arrested because of her, because I couldn't control myself. That's when
it's crazy.
And I'm not. I have.
Hello.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I just thought something went on.
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying, though, Krista. It's just like the only person who you can control in your life is yourself, and you have the choice to engage or walk away.
But walking away is hard because I have to.
It is hard, but what you've got to think of is your own health, mental health. It's the same with your parents, and there's got to be a cut-off point, because if you are not comfortable in yourself, how are you going to help anyone else?
I know. I hear you, and I've been doing this for years. I cut her off for a while. I've tried everything. Like, I tried not being in her life, accepting her, not accepting her, trying to be there for her. You know, but I feel that she has no feeling. I just feel like she doesn't love me back, and that's my thing.
Has she been diagnosed?
No, I don't think she has a mental illness. She's just an extremely strong personality. She's an addict, and we are self-medicators, but she's never, I don't think you can be a third. She's not depressed. She doesn't have like anything like that. Maybe some very there's got to be something right with the addiction.
Like there's something definitely going on because drugs is an addiction. So there's something going on in her self-esteem.
Oh yeah,
something in her personality.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. She's functioning when she doesn't have to work with her dude. You know, for some reason he just told her she didn't have to. But whatever, he got so tired of her stealing and spending his money, he let the house go. That's why they lost their house.
I feel sorry for your parents because they'll feel like they have a responsibility with being the parents and enduring it. And really, if you're saying like you're 45, they must be definitely retiring age.
Oh, they're retired.
You know what I mean? And this is the part of their lives where they're supposed to be enjoying themselves.
And my mom just beat cancer for the 3rd time, and my dad had 4 strokes last summer. Right?
Jesus Christ.
Yes, they've never been. I am telling you. They had to sell 2 shore houses. We lived near the Jersey Shore because they couldn't even physically take care of them. If my sister would say, "I'll go to the shore with you guys, and I will help you. I will help the rentals." Myself had to constantly go down there.
She needs rehab. She needs someone to actually get to the root of her issues, and she needs to be in a place to stop her from receiving drugs. And like, I'm not talking just like 6 months. I'm talking like a good couple of years and in a facility where she cannot get hold of drugs.
Karma, it'll never happen. I'm just telling you. I'm telling you now. It's 27 times. It took me to go to prison to get off a drug. I still would say, I could still self-medicate. I still have the issue. You know what I mean? She, for some reason, I don't see her ever not being on drugs. And unfortunately, she's been enabled her entire life too. My parents were enablers.
This is the problem. When she's used to something, it's hard to change.
Yeah.
But the parents are not going to be there forever, so what the hell is she going to do?
I don't know. This time, I didn't think she was going to find a place to go. I did not think this. I actually found her. They have a garage, a really huge garage in their backyard with an apartment over it. I said to my dad, let her move in there, please. She cannot. She's unemployable. She cannot live on her own. She's going to die. I know you can't live with her. Please just give her this chance because the situation she was in a very horrible situation with her dude. And I in my head I'm like, okay, we can't just get rid of her. You know what I mean? Like she's up dead. I understand the thing. She doesn't want to leave her dogs. I get that part. This apartment's perfect. My parents don't need the money for it. She doesn't have to pay for it. She could help them and not be in the same house. Somehow she has talked them. She's now in the house, which is much smaller than what we used to have. Now they're on top of each other. This isn't our own house.
She's taken over.
Yes, and my dad is going to kill her. And I mean, I tell you, he's never been physically abusive to anybody but her.
But this is the thing. The parents need to put down ground rules. Without ground rules, you will not have stability.
Rules? Are you? Listen, my sister and me too. We unfortunately walked all over my parent. Like our whole adult lives until I was 35, until I got in trouble. We ran the show. Like my parents just basically let us do whatever we wanted. You know what I mean? My dad kind of just said, I didn't have it, so I'm gonna let my kids. You know what I mean? Let's give them everything. Let's clean up everything. Every time they take a shit, I'm gonna clean it up. And unfortunately, it landed me in prison and all that stuff. And I learned a lesson. And I had to realize that the world owes me nothing. My parents don't owe me shit, and I have to do something, right?
Yeah.
And I did it. I had to do something. My husband, I found him, but like literally, I would have been dead if I didn't meet him. I'm sure, but his love made me I don't know. I don't know what happened. I'm lucky, I guess. I don't know. I figured it out somehow, and I realized that there's no way I could live my life the rest of that way. I didn't have another run in me. I was going to be dead. And my sister is, I don't understand. She's, I don't know, got 27. I don't know, man. I don't really want to give her business.
It sounds like your sister's in this world on a loop.
It's a severe issue with a certain drug that, like, I knew when it made its way to the East Coast that it was probably going to do worse than the dope did. Like we had a horrible dope epidemic, and we lost so many people, and then that kind of everybody's now doing meth, meth was here with the warlocks and the pagans. I knew about meth only because of my parents. Meth wasn't even and I was a drug addict, so meth wasn't even a thing until 5 or 6 years ago. But the second it hit here, it takes. I'm not going to say that everybody says, "Oh, all drugs are bad." Listen, on dope and all them pills, we still gave a shit. we still hated the fact that we were losers and stealing from people. We actually had accountability, and some people were sad about it. I've seen with this drug, with meth, that it makes them, I mean, even I have friends that were wives.
I've worked with people who used to be on meth, and it's like a total different person.
It's completely, and it makes you think and I know that a lot of drugs will make you do a lot of crazy things, but this drug has turned people I know that were like, all right, realtors, okay, all kind. I mean, my friends were dealing they were drug dealers, meth dealers with husbands. I'm telling you, it's crazy. You have $300,000 house getting raided, and they didn't think. They turned into like, it's crazy that and then the second they were in prison, in jail, and they got clean off of the meth, was when the reality hit you. Like
I used to have to stand in a salon with certain stylists who were off their cake on it,
like
cutting people's hair.
It wasn't art. It was weird because it wasn't like the drug of choice around here. Because I couldn't even tell you unless you knew the Warlocks and the Pagans. I could get meth from my dad. That was it. Yeah, devil. Exactly. I knew. I said, holy crap. I did not think that it could get worse than shooting heroin. I overdosed from heroin in 2012, and I never touched it again. I overdosed a lot, but like that, and I thought, okay. And then it kind of slowed and went away. And I would watch the Dog the Bounty Hunter, and every single episode, it was the problem with meth in Hawaii. It was everywhere. It was, and I'm like, holy shit, that's going to kill us. That's going to make its way here.
I'm just thankful I never went down that route. I really am, because I don't think I would have survived.
Now, see, this is the thing. When I would do it, I was on Adderall my whole life. So when I do meth, it literally is like my Adderall. It would and it doesn't affect me the way it would affect somebody. Like, and you also can't do it all day long. These people were shooting it all day, shooting it, smoking it, snorting it, or you know what I mean? Like, I noticed, like, I would eat it, and I would eat it, and I'd honestly do the same thing. You would never even know. Trust me, you wouldn't even know I was on it unless I would do it all day long, and I would do it for days on end. Now, I believe that the government made meth they made Adderall because they made a drug to match the street drugs. If you love the street drugs, they're going to make a legal way for you to do it so they can take your money. Mm-hmm. And I think in this country, the DARE program, half of us gave our money to the courts and half of us gave our money to the pharmacy. You know what I mean? Like, they gave us addiction. They gave us the DARE program at 3 in 3rd grade, telling us how great drugs were going to be and not to do them. Well, I'm sorry, you introduced it, right? And it was horrible. I'm not blaming that, but and thank God I went through all that because it made me who I am today. And it sounds really crazy to say that. And I'm not excusing the meth thing either, but I didn't also become a drug dealer like they were. And I didn't.
There's something in America where it's lacking when it comes to education all around.
Our education system, come on, man. We need to get. If I had kids in school, they wouldn't be in it because first of all, they're teaching them shit that's not even right. I don't believe in the science and all that they teach us in high school. And, the things we learned are not true. So I'm not going to send my kid to school so you can learn our system. But I believe in learning life. Learning life. And I think I probably could have did a lot better if I didn't have school book stuff to deal with. But
this is how I was raised, Krista. Treat people how you would like to be treated. Mm-hmm. Number one.
Yeah.
If someone's treating you like shit because the way you treated them, take note and change your attitude. Mm-hmm. And if they still continue to behave like that, you walk away. You don't have to endure it. You don't have to put up with it. You're not weak. It's not a power control thing. You taking your power because you're not engaging in it.
Yeah, it's so lonely though. It was so lonely. It really. I say but this was before I even started doing this. Thank God that I found YouTube not found YouTube, but started interacting with people more because I've met people that I know they're supposed to be in my life on here. I mean, at this point, I talk to people that I've met on YouTube. When we retire, we're going where Adam's at. Do you know what I mean? My 10-year plan includes Adam. I feel like these are we had we found each other and it really did save me because I was at a point where I was
Krista, no one is perfect. Everyone has got their demons. Everyone's got skeletons in the closet. But it's how you behave and how you treat others is what matters the most. Every day is a new day. And if you know you've done the right thing and you haven't treated anyone badly, you're doing the right thing.
Yep. I mean, yeah, and yeah, I agree. It's hard for me to take the hits though too. And it's like what? And then I know that I didn't always do the right thing, but I had like for humanity, for people I have, like I wasn't a mean person. I just very indifferent. I didn't, you know what I mean? I didn't hate you, but I didn't have to like you either. But now it's like, I don't know. It's like, I think people just don't like me for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know what it is about.
I think at times what people need to do is they need to have a sit back, analyze the situation, see all sides, reflect, grow from it, and move forward. Because a lot of people have tunnel vision. They don't see what's in front of them. And you always need a good person around you to question you.
Yeah.
Without the hatred, without the malice, just question. Without being in a like negative way, just question. Would you like that done to you or something like that, to bring you back down to earth, to humble you, to think, hang on, I shouldn't be doing this. This is not me. Keep it going, like that sort of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You need positivity around you, because if you don't have it around you, you'll never break any cycle.
I know, and I wondered. I don't know. I mean, I've made really good. I mean, I've successfully. It's crazy if you look at my wedding picture. I have X's over people's heads, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm the common denominator. But if I explained to each person and what they did, it was affecting it was not just me anymore. I have a husband now that doesn't deserve the things that, just get stolen from, like my sister robbed us. If my husband did not deserve that. Like, you can do what you want to me. Like, we, a lifelong sister thing, but like, you broke in my house and robbed my husband.
It's a sad situation that a family member does that.
And my wedding, it was my wedding too. Like, my wedding, I had to, I'm sorry, everybody would cut those 4 bridesmaids if they did what they did at their wedding. They stole my money. I asked for one day not to fuck with me. One day, don't be a scumbag. Just give me that. I didn't even want a wedding. My mom made me do it. But they went and they did exactly what I didn't want them to do. Like, what I was afraid of.
I ended up actually moving away so my sister couldn't find out where I lived.
Oh, our one sister, the last mistake she made was stealing my husband's wallet. But like, she told everybody she was dead, so I would suffer. You know what I mean? Like, her last thing was that everybody thinks she died, right? The whole town thought she died. We didn't even know she was alive. And I said to her that day, you know what, bitch, now you are dead to me, because I just mourned you. You made me remember why it hit me. I thought, oh my God, I do love my sister. She's now dead. I feel bad for not talking to her. And then I was doing it purposely. Now she is dead to me. And people think I'm cold, and it's psychotic, and it's sociopath.
It's not that you're cold. It's what you can handle and what you can take on. That's the situation. And like I said, if you remember, if you know you can't take that on, you can't help that person. You're going to be dragged down with that person, and it could trigger you going back into something you do not want to be in.
I know. My sister just had me arrested. She had me arrested.
Been there. I had to have an interview. They let me go on no charges whatsoever and apologized.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they realized they know my sister, so she was. I mean, there was a lot of times they didn't help her with domestic violence and shit. And I was disagreed with that, but I was not fighting. There was no domestic violence going on. She's a tough bitch. She would beat me up. There was no me fighting her. I wasn't going to win. So if we were fighting, there was no reason she was calling the cops on me, because she could beat me up. You know what I mean?
What the police turned around and said to me is, just avoid her at all costs.
Oh, well, the one cop's like, Shannon.
I says it's hard, but she keeps on trying to find out where I live.
Yeah, I almost at this point, my husband, we can either right now. His dad just passed away, so it's like we could move, we could stay here, we could move, we could move away. I mean, he could retire, you know what I mean? And he's like, what do you want to do? And I'm like, I don't know. He's like, do you want to move away? And I'm like, I don't know. I mean, but I'm like, if I do, I would want to go to Florida where Adam is, but I don't feel like moving would stop. Everybody's like, oh, don't run away from your problems. But it's like, I don't know. Could she really hurt me? I mean, how much could she really hurt me if I don't let her? You know what I mean? Like,
Krista, at the end of the day, it's like I said, you can only have control of your life. You are the only one willing to let people bother you.
I just hope she's not right and I'm wrong. You know what I mean? I wonder, like, am I right? Is she right and I'm wrong? You know what I mean? Just like,
if you feel threatened or bothered, you know it's not a good situation.
yeah, she says I don't pay. She's like, she's, I don't know. She's like,
and she'll probably be toxic and then be manipulating and try to blackmail you and try to make you feel crap. She probably does it to her parents as well.
oh my
But
God.
that's just her way of deflecting because she'll not own up to her own shit.
Oh,
That's
God.
why.
I know, and everybody's like, why do you keep taking her back? And I'm like, I'm the only one though she has. Like, I'm the only one that can, you know, and I had been the only one at times that has talked, that continued to talk to her. And I don't know why, but I can't do it. Like,
You just got to make sure that you're safe first.
I thought I was good. And then the other day I realized, holy crap, she can still make me get like this.
That's the problem.
Yep.
You've got to readjust and start looking at yourself.
Even my other friend, I call her Sister Tammy.
The only siblings and parents and family can get to you because they know you inside and out.
I tell everybody, her and my brother have the ability to make me rage and not, and that's dangerous. Nobody else gets me to that point but her and him. And I'm like, that's, you know, my brother and my sister, but it's like, they know exactly, and it's like almost, I feel like you cannot win with me. Like, I feel like I can win, and you cannot win with words. I feel like I'm too smart, whatever. They get me. They get me.
You were the only person though what will give them that power by engaging.
I know, and I did it. And I did it with Housewife on her the other day when I was looking at the comments about me on Lindsay's page. I fought back, and then I went and deleted it. But I'm like, Krista, stop. I mean, you know, what am I going to do?
Do you know the best thing you can do, Krista, is? Do you know what the best thing you can do?
It's not do anything, right?
Write a letter, what you're feeling right at that time. And then read it. Read it about 20 times. Then rip it up and put it in the bin and burn it.
Everybody said that. I find too, like, I'll do my novels. Like, I'll to tell somebody how I feel. And before I get to the end of it, I can delete the whole thing and be okay. I'm like, you know what? I'm good. And I'll just go and delete the whole thing.
It's a trigger, and you're playing into the game. Don't play into the game, and don't be a sucker. Because once you engage in that, you've already lost.
I know. Because I was the one getting ready to go to jail. And I'm like, I at that point in time, I did not care. And I need to care. I have a life to lose. I have a lot to lose now.
You've got a husband.
Yes, and he has a lot. I mean, one more time if I get arrested and get any kind of violent charge, like any kind of felony, I'm done. There's no more. You'll get probation. It's your first offense. No, I mean,
basically, Krista, it's down to you.
I know.
That's it.
That's when my husband's like, should we move? And he's like, babe, what's wrong with you? He's like, you have not been, and I box myself in this house because I won't walk around town sometimes because I have problems with it. I don't know how to, you know, I don't want to be triggered. I don't want to fight people. I don't want to feel like that anymore. And this one person, my ex-best friend, you know, my sister talks to her. That bothers me. Why are you my sister does things like that. She'll talk to the people that I ask her. Like, if that were me, I'd be like, you need to have a conversation with my sister before you come at me. Like,
I'm gonna give you some good advice. Sort out what's going on with you first before you ever move, because you do not want to take that negative energy to where you're moving.
Yeah,
that's it.
I know, and I hate to say that I'm good, but like it's not me. But then it's like
you need to work out what's going on with you as well, and there's no shame in that. No one is perfect, but if you know that you cannot handle her situation,
I don't know what I'm doing wrong, man.
It's not even your responsibility.
I can't save her. I know that. I've accepted her addiction. I get it. I understand it. And as long as she's not stealing, lying, or robbing from me or other people, I was okay. I had to be because she wasn't going to stop. And I understand addiction, you know. But like at this point, she can't be in my parents' house and be doing this.
This is the thing with people, and if people are enabling her, she hasn't hit rock bottom. She's got to hit rock bottom first.
I thought this was. I really did. I thought this time was rock bottom because her dude that she's been with for 20 years stopped paying the bills, let her rob him. She just robbed the shit out of him, not rob him. Took all his money, spent $40,000 of his money. He didn't even know it until the end, until it was gone. And he's like, I just stopped paying the mortgage. I kept saying, Carl, why aren't you paying the bills? Why are you losing the house? I don't get it. What is going on? He's like, Krista, I can't even, he's like, even when I leave her, I can't get away from her. He's like, because I love her. And he's like, the only way to do it is literally get it taken from us. And he literally moved in with a neighbor and just was like, he just, and you, and I thought.
This is just another form of enabling.
Well, I thought for sure, she thought for sure he would just pay it at the last minute. Really, she did. I mean, they were removing her from the home, like this sheriff. That's how it was going. And I'm like, Shannon, I keep saying her names there. I said, you have to take this opportunity at mommy and daddy's to either get your health in order. I don't, if you have to go away, you know what I mean? You're away from him. He's not going to be abusive. And you know what I mean? I could take okay, he's abusive and she's depressed. I get it. But that wasn't going to change unless they weren't together anymore. And I sure as hell wouldn't want to. And I said to her, Shannon, nobody can live with you. I said, it's not just him. I said, I understand what he's so upset about. Nobody wants to watch their loved person they love do this.
Just sounds to me like she's deflecting, not owning up to her own shit.
Very strong personality too. Like she's a very strong personality that if you want to live this way, go get your job and you buy your house and live that way. But
she sounds like a bloody Taurus.
Well, we're only like a year apart. She's an Aries and like, she's a strong personality. She's been, like, I mean, honestly, for somebody to end up with an abusive narcissist, she's the last person I thought that would happen to. But all that did was just fuel whatever the hell else that she didn't deal with from whatever, I don't know. I can't figure out.
And the other thing is, it's down to you as a person to pick wisely who you want to spend your life with and who you want in your life and what you will accept and what you won't accept. And there's no shame in being single. There's no shame in not putting up with people for the sake of putting up with people, because that's another rot what sets in and becomes toxic and it escalates to bigger problems. She needs to figure out who she is and what she wants to do and get out of this cycle. And the only person who's going to help her is herself.
You know what's crazy too? She's extremely talented. Like she has talents. Like she's a home decorator. Like, she knows she's really good at that and stuff. She could really, he said to her at one point, I don't care. You don't have to work here. He built her a craft. I mean, she in like 1 week could completely turn it around because she's very talented and she's not dumb. But she just, it's a shame. I don't even know. Like, see how I've always made this my problem. I always make the people I love, I always make it my problem because I feel like I'm a control freak or something. Whereas if I can't fix you, I try to fit it. It really, I just don't give up, where it almost takes because I feel like I have mental illness. I was an addict and, I figured it out kind of, and I was able to like kind of figure it out. And I want to help other people. I want other people to know that you don't have to feel like that or live like that. But I realize I cannot save everybody.
I honestly think you should talk to your parents and get it to go and see someone and get it into a facility to get it diagnosed.
Not going to happen. We've tried everything.
Because I think you mentioned that you were bipolar. Yeah. That normally runs in the family. And it does.
Yeah.
And this might be a vicious circle for her, especially when it comes to drugs, because depending on how far she is on the spectrum, she could be off the wall doing whatever. And it sounds like they're stealing money and robbing money and spending money.
Oh, yeah.
It's like a trigger, and she's like spending and stuff.
Alcoholic. And
this is what I mean. Everything you saying to me, a behavior and the cycles. And 1 minute she's fine and she can do everything, and then it just flip. Yes. That's bipolar.
Yeah, I mean, she says she will tell me that talking to her about getting off the drugs is pointless. It's absolutely pointless because I don't think that's going to happen. But I don't also see her like her health, her physical health is failing because of what she's doing.
So basically, she's killing herself. Basically.
Yes. Her body is about to shut down. I mean, honestly, it's very, and she's been to the hospital and they don't help her because you got to stop doing what you're doing. They're telling you to stop doing this, putting this thing in your body. And she's had strokes and stuff like that, but it's really bad and it's really scary. And it's like, I'm telling you, my parents can't help her. They couldn't help, I had to do it too. You know what I mean? I had to help myself. Like I had to. And even with like prison, I did, once I was done, I did go into crisis. I went to all those things to still fix myself, even though I was scared straight, but like I still, your addiction's still there. You know what I mean? Like she's like, I'll go to detox, but once you get done detox, you still have that addiction. That's why we're 45 and that's why you still struggle. That's why we still struggle, Like I'm being honest with you. Like I still get my Adderall. I look at it and I don't take it. I'll abuse it. I'm not going to say what I do with it, but like it's hard. It's really hard, but it's like, I get where she's at, but it's killing her physically. And at this point, no, she cannot afford to do it. She can't afford to shop and be a drug addict. And you know what I mean? Like, and she definitely can't be doing it at my parents' house. My dad's not dumb. My dad's been down this road with us. He has the reason we don't live there. We didn't live there is because we did what we did.
Your parents need to learn how to cut off. They need to put the umbilical cord. They really do.
They have, and then I don't understand how this is even. This shouldn't. I was shocked.
This is like manifested, and I see what she's saying. People are needing to help too. You can only help so much, but if that person's not willing to want to help themselves, you might as well be pissing against the wind.
I don't get it. I said, I said, Mom, what are you doing? What are you doing? She's like, I said, Mom, no. She's like, well, I said, if you feel like you're losing her and that's why you're doing this, put her away. I said, but don't let her sit here and do this shit in front of Daddy. Do not allow her to come into your home and take everything again. She's going to die and you're going to kill him. It's going to kill my dad. They're going to kill each other. He's going to probably die from it. And like, I think my mom.
I mean, but what a way to live the end of their lives, having to be worrying about one of the children and going through that. It's wrong, and it shouldn't be going on.
I know, and she's really not. She's not even my mom's daughter, but it's like we've been raised since we were 1 year old in the same house. But people will say that, well, it's not your mom. It's his daughter, and it's not your real dad, and stuff like that. It really doesn't matter. My mom still feels, you know what I mean? Like,
if you're raised by that person and that person has fed you, put clothes on your back, educated you, took you to school, took you everywhere, that is your parent, regardless whether it's blooded or not.
Yeah.
That is the person what raised you.
People always say, like, your stepdad, the situation with him, they're like, no, he didn't love you, he wasn't your real dad, that's how he could have done that or whatever. Like the whole crime thing. That's not the case though. Like, he's not even a bad guy. Like that's crazy. I don't know.
It sounds to me that you have a lot of good what's going for you, but you need to have a sit back at times when it comes to it, and so does the parents.
We all do. We all kind of, and my brothers at this point, we're all like good. We're all good, and it's like Shannon, come on. I don't even know. I don't know.
Some people can't see how lucky they have it until it's too late. And this is what I see for your sister.
I know.
Because not everyone has that support.
Not everybody.
People are out on the street.
Exactly.
Selling the bodies.
Exactly. And she's never, God forbid, had to do that I know of. But like you said, I have friends that don't even, I know believe me, I am well aware of how good we really did have it and how much advantage we took of the situation. And then unfortunately I didn't realize it until afterwards, when I was able to have my own thing, when I finally realized that I thought at that point that there's no way anybody would ever marry me. There's no way to turn it around now. I'm just a drug addict, convicted felon, and a loser. And I'm just going to have to live at home forever. You know what I mean? I was in that mindset. I'm mental. I'm not going to be able to work. And
there's a light in every tunnel.
I'm shocked.
The thing is, Chris, you've got to fight to get to that light. It's not going to come to you sitting on your ass. And this is what your sister needs to understand. You've got to want to do it.
I know. And she's like, how did you do that? She's like, I don't know. I get craft and I'm like a plant. I do play. The stuff I do now, that was never done. You wouldn't even know the person I was before. And I'm really proud of myself. And I'm shocked that I'm good at stuff. You know what I mean? But I
think if you were my sister, I think I'd have changed her up against the wall for 2 years solid, stuck a toilet next to them and just said, you will get out of the cycle.
I was like, if I could turn my life around, you can. Honestly, I can do it. Anybody can. Do you think it's easy to stay off of drugs? No, I'm a self-medicator.
Like I say, every day is a fight because you're fighting with your mind. And it doesn't help when you're bipolar as well, because things can switch, especially if you're not doing your medication properly. And it goes all crazy. This is why I'm saying I think your sister needs to get diagnosed properly.
She won't. If she doesn't, she won't, though. That's the thing. This whole thing with, like, she's been diagnosed with depression. I was too, but I wasn't depressed. I was bipolar. You know what I mean? She's been on depression medicine, and I'm like, what if you're not even depressed? Like, you know what I mean? I was literally diagnosed wrong because I didn't know the difference.
I normally chat with another woman what talks about the Meghan Markle, because I think she's crazy, Meghan Markle. She's not right in the head.
No.
And she does the commentary, and I come on and do jokes with her. She's got bipolar, and she's called the Duchess of Narcissus, and she lives in America, up north somewhere in America. I'm forgetting where it was. And like I say, she deals with situations and she's level-headed, you know what I mean? Yeah. And she has bipolar, and you have to take your medication. And she knows if ever she's not feeling right, she goes away and has to deal with it. And it's making yourself a priority first, because you don't realize when you're broken, everyone around you sees it and feels it, and it makes them broken.
I still, with my medication, and to this day today, like, I still struggle. I don't like to take it. My lithium I'm talking about. And there's something with us, and I know because I watch Kanye say it too, that makes us believe that that we can stop taking it. And I don't know what that is. And
because you think that you're normal, you think like everything's okay.
I know I'm not.
No, it's like you think you're okay, like you're talking, things like this. I've been around people with bipolar, and they think, oh, there's nothing wrong with this, I don't need it anymore. And then it comes crashing down.
And it'll happen. But then I went back on it again, and then recently went off it again. Because I feel like, again, I'm convinced to myself that I can heal myself. And I don't realize that slowly it's that psychosis that sets in, where I for 2 years, I was convinced that my husband was on drugs. And believe me when I tell you, that is the furthest thing from the truth. I was convinced he was buying meth behind my back. And then he was
the medication's there to help you not to be an enemy to you. That's the worst thing you can do, is come off it, because it is there to actually help you.
I know. I would have to send you this one thing. It's the esoteric agenda that freaks me out about the government, and that'll explain a lot the way I think. But I kind of don't even really believe in the diagnosis. I know there's something wrong, but I feel like it was a very easy way to tell us that there's something wrong and there's nothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do I feel like I could really have therapy and really, be self-aware all the time and probably really fix that? But that's not, you know what I mean? I don't.
The thing is, you need a good therapist, not a counselor, because counselors just listen.
Yeah.
You need a therapist. You need to get things what you're feeling off your chest, because it'll be a build-up, and that's another part to this. And you explode, especially when you're taking medication, and you just say red and you go down a tunnel.
Like the manic part. What I do, and I promised I would never let it roll over into YouTube, because the biggest thing with me, what held me back for so long, was afraid of when I do get into those episodes, and it kind of just happened recently, where it's very obvious that I was manic, and very obvious that I was struggling.
You need a good therapist, because it is healthy to say what's on your mind. No holds barred. You know what I mean?
I know, but at that point, I would say, well, I mean, I know I can't. I'm not going to make excuses. I've done all that, but I just, I think
you're probably saying, oh, it's a waste of time. It's not work and blah blah blah. But when you're talking, you're getting stuff off your chest, out of your mind. It's not building up. It's not hanging on you. It's not clinging to you. And just talking, getting things off. And a proper trained therapist can see the patterns and what's going on and can actually help. That's the difference. And I'm talking about a good therapist, not just a quack.
Yeah. The borderline thing gets me too. Like again, with bipolar and borderline, it's borderline basically it's bipolar on steroids. That is what pushed me to get therapy because I didn't realize what that was. And you watch Amber,
you've got to take that medication. You have to take that medication because if it's borderline that and you're in a manic state, that ain't going to help you. That's not going to help your husband. That's not going to help your parents. Seeing you that way, you know what I mean?
Thank you, Kelly. I know. That's why too. Like I say that, like I'll say to you guys, or like Aaron and all too, like that. You know, there's times where we've all talked we'll get off of here and then we'll talk for another 8 hours. And like, tell me, I want you guys, like, if like I can tell when I know when I'm starting to get, you know. But then there's also times when I went.
You've got to listen to the voice. You do it because you want to have a life.
I know.
You want to be happy. So you got to fight.
But what if, like, just say what if, right? Just say what if my paranoia, I'm correct. What if there really isn't a such thing? Like, I don't know. Never mind. Don't even listen to me.
No,
by now I should realize that.
Say what you're thinking, because if you don't say what you're thinking,
like, what if the government did make up this whole thing and like they are really trying to kill us with these medicines? Like, you know what I mean?
Some governments are dodgy. Some governments put out wrong medications, what's not good for people. But when it comes to bipolar and things like that, they have to be specifically correct. I know they do in this country because it's against the law, basically. The laws are different. And they're not out to get you, they're there to help you. You know?
Yeah.
You have to get a good doctor and a good therapist, and he knows exactly what they're doing, a good experienced one, not just a novice off straight out the bat, and knows the process, the journey, where it's going, what it's doing, and the effects. That's what you should be doing.
I've done it though. I don't know. I know. I hear you. I do. And you're right. You are right. But I don't.
You don't want to do it.
I know. And I'm like thinking about what happened was like when I fixed what I thought I fixed everything. I thought if I had stability, if I had, the emotional stability, financial stability, he loves me and I don't have to worry about anything. I'm okay. I'm not going to be unhappy. I won't be stressed. I won't be, what I mean?
The thing is, Krista, you've got to be happy.
Well, I realized after that hello, that wasn't the case.
If you're not fixed yourself, you're not going to get it from anyone else. No matter how much they love you, how much you think everything's okay, if you're not fixed in your mind, and the doubt's gone, the fear's gone, the paranoia's gone, no one else can help. So you've got to look after number one first.
I don't know what else I could do. I mean, I'm not like, I have to stop. I have to stop taking my medication because I really don't, to be honest, I don't have any real issues. You know what I mean? It's just that.
But if you do, and something could just trigger and explode and goes off like spiraling.
The anger part. Oh God, I try to figure out why am I so angry? Like it can't be just her, but then it could be. I know I have an anger issue, and I go but it's.
And that's another thing you've got to learn. Was it worth being angry?
I tried not to. I tried to stay calm, and I cut people out of my life for years, so I'm not triggered by it. Like I said, I won't walk around town because if I see this person, well, now we're friends again. But at some point, I couldn't even go to my friend's funeral because I could not be around her, and it was like I was going to end up in prison, and nobody could care. I was like, I know that's not anybody else's problem but mine, but.
Now, you did the right thing. You weren't around the person. You didn't go to the funeral, but you can go to the gravesite after, lay flowers on your own, talk to that person, give real respects to that person. But it's better than having a confrontation with the person if you don't feel comfortable around them in front of people. You actually did the best thing.
So, oh shit! It was it was the other half of my soul, basically. I broke it when I tell you for 6 years, 7 years, just until BravoCon, I couldn't let it go. I didn't know what to do because that pain and that anger and hurt and just everything that was going on, I couldn't let it go. It started festering again, and I'm flipping out on here. I had to get, people had to shut me up, and like I was getting myself in trouble, and then I was running my mouth around town, and she was running. It was like it became extremely, extremely hard. It was. You would have thought we just fell out yesterday with the way we were acting.
You understand yourself. You take that medication, because that medication is the thing that's keeping you on track. You've got to take your medication.
I know. I'm looking at it right now. Like I know. And listen, the weirdest thing, not the weirdest thing, the whack part is I would never forget to take my Percocets when I was on Perks. You know what I mean? Never forgot to take them, but I would forget to take my other medicine for weeks.
I'll be honest with you, there was months and months I went without taking anxiety pills. I thought I was okay. I wasn't. The whole family was saying it. And it got to the point where my mum turned around and says, like, please take your medication, please. And she was crying. And I take it every day now. I'm on the max. You've got to. People will say it around you. You won't say it yourself. You have to take your medication.
Yeah. I won't take my anxiety medicine. I won't take the Adderall, but I will take my lithium. Isn't that nuts? To me, it's whack. I know it's whack.
It's the case of, do you want to function or not? That's the thing.
Yeah.
And you've got to be full on straight like that, yes or no. And you do want to function, so take the bloody medicine.
I know. It's
do what Papa Brooks says.
I'm going to promise you right now that I am going to take it because I promised my husband. Yes. He said, I'm tired of fighting. I said, how come you haven't asked me? Because I knew he noticed. I'm like, why haven't you said anything? It's because he's like, I give up. He's like, why am I going to keep fighting you on this? And I'm like, shit. Now Ned's like, oh shit. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like a shit moment. Like, oh God, like don't give up on me, Like, oh my God, he gave up on me. Like I really have to take my medicine.
That's that you can do, and do you know what it is? If you just look and say you're normal and acting normal, eventually she may actually come out of it all and realise if my sister can do it, so can I.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to happen in my lifetime with the parents being around, but it'll happen at some point. But you have got to really look after yourself because you've got a husband.
Yes, a good one. And honestly, I mean, if I fuck up his whole, I didn't even want to marry. I didn't even want him to marry me because I didn't want to be attached to my name. You know what I mean? Like he's.
You feel crap about yourself without you don't feel like you want. You don't feel like. It's all like kind of paranoia and crap, and you just feel like shit. But you've got to take your medication.
I know. I don't want, and then he just lost his dad, and he's lost. You know what I mean? I don't want him to lose me. You know what I mean? I don't.
And another thing, rather on the subject, if people are on here taking the piss out of how you look or how you speak and stuff like that, let them. It just goes to show how ignorant they are. Because I can tell you now, 10 or bit, they look 10 times worse hiding around the school.
I'm listening. I'm hearing. I'm listening. I get to now to the point where I'm listening. I'm actually starting to process.
You just got to learn. You just got to learn that it's not you. It's them, those people with the issues. But the only way you can help yourself is by taking medication and not interacting with it.
I know. I know. I mean, honestly, like something happened and it like. Yeah.
Like I told you, my thing was last year. I was hounded non-stop, and the only way I did that is by cutting myself off altogether, changing my number, the whole lot of it, and I cut myself off. And they couldn't get me anymore.
Well, there was a certain person that I have that cut me off a little bit recently that made me realize that like it's starting to bleed over into this, and that that really affected me because I have so much respect for that person. You know what I mean? That, you know, and thank God that this person is honest with me, you know, could tell me that stuff. But like without him doing that, I probably would have lost, you know, he probably would have lost the channel. You know, I probably would have ruined things, you know.
Chris, you just fight yourself out. You don't have a friend like Lisa Barlow. Just fight yourself that you don't have a friend like Lisa Barlow.
Oh God, we need to do that. We need to get on Freddie's chat. Listen,
he was supposed to be on tonight, but he isn't. He's going to be doing it UK time at 8:30 tomorrow. So I don't know what time that is in America for you, but UK 8:30 p.m. That's on the evening. In UK time, that's what he's going to be doing, and it's pretty early because he's normally does 11 p.m.
It's 8:30 here.
This is tomorrow.
I think too, mine will tell me too. Like I can see his chat. It'll tell me my time, like whatever time it is for him. It'll give me the right time though. For me.
Well,
I used to not have that.
It's got to be notified now when he's going to be doing it.
3 hours early.
Something must have gone on tonight.
I remember that California was 3 hours behind us. I was like, oh, I'm here, and I'm like, oh shit. Then I was an hour later. I was like, oh wait, they're 3 hours behind us. Then I realized that I could make it where YouTube would tell me what time it was really.
Something must have gone on tonight.
I know how, the beginning
it was on tomorrow instead.
Figure out like what time it would be here, what time it was in California. You know,
like I said,
I hear you. I hear you. I hear you laughing at me.
You hold all the parts to your life. It's how you decide to deal and what is what matters.
Yeah, I see exactly what you see in Lisa Barlow. And there's only one other person I think that sees Ryan or sees Jax how I see Jax Taylor, and that's Ryan Bailey. He sees the shit that I see with Jax. It's like very rare do I find somebody that sees what I see in some people. Like I see what you see in Lisa. I'm like, I see right through everything she says.
Yeah.
Like you said. And it's crazy because you feel like the crazy person because you're like, okay, maybe it's just me. I'm just a fuck.
I don't think that was assumed. I don't think that was assumed.
Like, I can tell you the things that he does, and I'm like, guys, doesn't it bother you? Like, not as bad as it bothers you. I'm like, okay, Ryan gets it though. Like Ryan understands. Like,
Krista, I don't think.
It's about like almost everybody sees them differently than me, and I'm like, man. I know that logic. I used to think logic was the same for everyone. I did. I'm like, well, logic is logic, and you're not going to be able to argue with my logic. And they're like, logic isn't the same. Your logic isn't the same. I was like, oh, you know, like my whole life, I'm like, well, I'm logical, so I'm good. I realize that logic is not the same for everyone, and my logic doesn't really, you know, doesn't have to match anybody else's.
Krista,
I mean, I don't people that my reality, like that I'm wrong because they know telling somebody that their reality is their perception is off. Like for the longest time, I was telling everybody my husband was secretly doing drugs. He was making these I was in psychosis where I thought I swore he was saying things that he wasn't. It was really scary, and I actually I was like, oh my God, I'm not crazy. All of you are. Like I convinced myself of that, and it took my entire family to say. Just hope, just consider that even 1% of us are correct, and that you're really not taking your meds, and you're really insane, and this isn't really happening. Don't you want to fix that? And I don't know what it was, but it took that. Well, stop them. I think it really took them basically my husband saying like I can't do this anymore. Like I'm not doing drugs. You know what I mean? And I didn't want to live like that either. I'm like that's not who I married. I didn't marry a drug. I didn't marry me. I married you. You know. And for the longest time, I don't know. I would say to him, "Why would you even marry me? Like I wouldn't even marry me." But he's, yeah. I like my I would definitely like. I don't think I would. I hope I don't ever. I'm going to take my meds. I'm not even going to make excuses. I will.
Krista,
I promise you that I will.
Is my mic working?
What happened this week too was another like wake up call. Like I should be reacting the way I'm. I should by now not react that way. Like it should not bother me when somebody makes fun of me. You know what I mean? It technically should not even make me want to fight them. You know? Like here I am. I was like threatening people's lives and shit. I'm like, I can't do that. Like, first of all, I'm not going to do it. And second of all, I can't do that. And I cannot do that. Like, you just can't do stuff like that. But like, I have to. Yeah, I got to take my medication because.
Is my mic working?
I'm pretty sure I probably lost a couple points this week, YouTube pool points this week because I was not, yeah. And then I went back and deleted them, but it was like, you know, a day later. But, you know.
Hello?
You're bullying me. And I honestly, I wasn't even being, when I was reacting back and threatening them, I was honestly asking, for the longest time, I was like, what, I was trying to figure out what they even meant. But I'm like, why are you saying it about, like, I was trying to, you know, ask for receipts on why you're saying this about me, but it wasn't getting me anywhere. So then I was like, I'm just gonna have to kill you. I'm sorry. And like, I don't even mean that, but like in my head, I'm like, that's the rage that I feel. And I'm like, why? Like, I got it just under, not everybody likes me. What the hell? I should not care. If 3 people don't like me, what does it really matter in my life? I'm still happy, you know, but I wasn't. It really bothered me. It hurt me really bad. And it wasn't even anger. I was hurt. Like, I was like, oh my God, I'm not, you know, like I can, you know, not everybody has to like me.
Hello. Am I here?
Are you there?
Can you hear me?
I was probably completely talking to myself because I don't hear you.
Can you hear me?
See you. I don't hear you.
Hello?
We've been on for 4 hours. Are you muted? You're not even muted. Okay. Well, just in case, I think we've been on forever anyway. But it is 8 o'clock too, I think. 8:30. But like, you guys rock for even staying on as long as you did. Shay, Kelly, I know you caught my live. I don't even remember if I even put this one, a thumbnail out for this, but in case I didn't, I love all of you and I appreciate all of you. Karma, thank you so much. And please come back. I'm going to follow you ever. We got to do this. We got to get this. We have to explain to people what Lisa Boiler's doing. And then as soon as we're done, we can just forget about it. And I promise I'm taking my meds. And yes, so I should be saying on YouTube stuff, but by now it's like 4 hours later, guys. Anybody that comes in here, see Salt Lake, I apologize. Just know after an hour, we're talking about life stuff. I love all of you. Please subscribe, like, comment, share, and go follow my friends. Go follow Housewife Historian. Go with, now I can say it again because I like Adam again. I'm only kidding, Adam. I love you. Adam has enough YouTubers, but go find Adam. You guys will love him if you haven't already. AT2, Talk to Real Deal, go follow him. Shannon Dan, go follow her. Everybody, you know, all the peoples, all our peoples. But because we are such a small group and we do have, like, we don't get paid for this, guys, so you know that, but we do this because we love it. And you don't have to love me, but also be kind to each other. I say don't worry about me, but honestly in the chat, like, thank God you guys are kind to each other, because if you guys were fighting each other, I'd be upset too. I always say, talk about me all you want, but be kind to each other. But even that, yeah. But thank you guys for staying on. Oh my God, 4 hours. That's just crazy. I'm glad I did this because honestly, I probably needed this. Like, at one point I was like, oh my God, I'm probably really annoying the heck out of people, but I really appreciate you guys. I love you. And we'll talk soon. And I think what's today, Thursday, tomorrow, I think I'm going to try to do, thank you. Do I? Thank you. Thank you. Honestly. Yes, that's what I was going to say. Deep dive. I couldn't think of the word. Deep dive. It's like she did to Mary, you know, it's only fair. But thank you, Kelly. Appreciate that. And you know, it's all fake anyway, right? That's this fake hair. But if I actually really had to dye my hair blonde, it would fall out because actually my hair is really short. My hair is really short. Shay, I know. How many times you're like, we need to talk? You need to call me because we really need to talk. But like, honestly, like, I think in the very beginning I did this with Jordan and Christina, and it's still now it's still now my most viewed thing. And did you see my little kitty cat, my little tuxedo? I will, because they need me, my little kitty cats. I'm like the crazy cat lady out there. You're so crazy, Mama. You are. You're crazy, Mom. Okay. All right. I love you guys, and I will see you soon. I believe you, Karma. I know. We're gonna have to talk about it. I am gonna take my medication, and I'm not making excuses, but in my head I let the government get to me. Our government, anyway. I just don't like them. I know, Cal, and I think that too, but like, I don't know. I guess, yeah, that freaked me out the other day. I was like, holy shit. But I tell people, tell me if I admit that I'm too much sometimes. That like, oh man, that was freaking. I was like, call me ugly, I don't care. Call me a bobblehead, I don't care. I'm like, holy crap, I actually care. Like, I actually care. And it really bothers me. And like, honestly, about my looks, you can make fun of my looks. That didn't bother me. It was my personality that it bothers me. But anyway, so all I'm doing is eat. Okay. another thing. I'm almost a completely liquid diet now. It's probably an issue I should probably eat. But I eat these all day, and I drink pineapple juice. And I probably need to eat like a cheeseburger or something. I haven't eaten meat in a while. I might be not. Yeah. Yeah. I'm way too human. Actually, I'm hybrid. I'm human. I am human. I'm also Tibetan. I'll let guys Google that one. It started after I was like, well, the awakening whole thing, I didn't plan on having a liquid diet, it just happened. But yeah, it's weird. Like when I was on drugs, coffee didn't keep, you know what I mean? The normal person would drink coffee and be up all night. None of that worked for me, but yeah, because it brings me back to normal. I get to level it out. But yeah. And also I recognize too, when I was off my medication for too long is when I think about that more. And I would almost like do the dumb thing, you know, which would be to do the drug, but it's just, I know. I do. And this is really important to me, and public perception is too, but I also, you know, I didn't want Adam to lose his channel. You know, I didn't want to like put them in jeopardy. So I just stayed away for a while, but I know. And you could probably tell now, like, I know that I'm manic right now, but I've been for like a while, but we know why now. So now I can't even lie to everybody, because now everybody in my family, everybody knows I'm on my meds, and I've been telling, I kind of was wondering if people noticed that, but again, I guess maybe they're just tired of telling me, but I know I will take it. But I love you guys, and I keep saying that, but yeah, it's been 4 hours, and it's like I don't want to hang up now. I felt like I was gone for so long, but I really wasn't. But I love you guys, and we will talk soon. And yes, I'm looking at my medication. I figured that. I know. And the fact that you stayed on with me this long too, I was like, I figured you probably knew I needed it. You could tell. And you guys too, like, man, Shay, you guys, like, I have some fucking good friends. Like, I really fucking do. I'm going to say this a million times. Like, the people I meet on here fucking rock. You guys are like the best of my, like, they're my best friends now. And like, I wonder all the time, I'm like, why do they even bother? You know, but like, knowing that you don't have to and that you do is amazing. Like, I'm telling you from day one, and nobody has to keep up with me or check on me or anything. Terry, like, everybody, like, it's insane. And it's like, I know, and you guys actually care, and like, and it's obvious, because like, so can I talk for hours. It's a Jersey thing, I thought, but I know. And then I find it funny, not funny, but like, I'm like, man, because I care about people, but like, I don't know, and I still doubt all that. I'm like, they don't really care. You know what I mean? Like, weird, like the fucking weird shit that goes through my head, and I'm like, but they have to care. It's stupid. I know. Like, yeah, I convinced myself that, yeah, I don't even want to say it, but like, me and Adam, I convinced myself me and Adam were not going to be friends anymore, and we weren't friends anymore, blah blah blah. And then it was all in my head. It was all in my head. Yeah, that too, Shay. And I think I used to say this too, like, people might not understand what I'm doing or saying or why I do what I do, but I also feel like I can explain people's behaviors in a way that, and you can maybe understand it, you know, because I've been through it, you know what I mean? And I don't think I'm a bad person, but like, I can be objective and explain people's behavior so you don't think they're complete assholes or they're such bad. I believe that 95% of people are not bad people. I don't. And I just, you know, there's always something more. And it's like, as long as I can, I try to explain that. And that's why I say there's a few people that I cannot get. I don't understand Jax. I do a little bit. And I kind of, and Erica, I understand her, but I don't believe she should be on our TVs. And I'm not going to make her sound nice, because she's not. But I waited. You know, it's not like I just said, oh, God, I don't like her. You know, like Lisa Barlow. I tried to. I loved her. At first, for like the first week, I was like, she's so funny. She's cool. She's quirky. And then I was like, now she's taking quotes and making them her own. And she's like, yeah. Okay, I promise you. And I am promising you, and I mean it. And I'm saying that because, look, nothing's crossed. Look, I'll even take it in front of you, actually. I will take it in front of you. Hold on. Where is it? I will take it right now in front of you. Uh-oh. Go. I'll take it right here. And I will show you it. It's my lithium, because I have to take it. I have to take it twice a day. Oh, and I smoke. I do smoke weed all day. When I say I'm not a drug addict, this isn't a drug anymore. It's legal. I just smoke weed all day long to keep me normal. Don't see. I don't see your toes. Look, wait, hold on. Where's my lithium? Okay, look. This is my lithium. I don't know if you can see. You probably can't see the bottle, but I'm taking it. And yeah, and I can. I mean, it's not a drug. I have to just take one, and I have one for a couple of days, and then back to two. But my lithium, because I know people are like, oh, you smoke weed all day, you're such a loser. Like, no, I would be a loser if I didn't. I would be like murdering, this is always been a lifesaver for me, because I cannot take Xanax, I can't take benzos, I cannot take those stimulant kind of things that I need, because on Xanax is when I committed all these crimes. Like, I don't remember anything. You know what I mean? Like, I just can't, and I abuse it. So this, you can call me a weed abuser, but hey, I don't know. It is what it is. I don't think it ever should have been illegal. If this should be illegal, so should have alcohol. No. But and this is another thing. I'll say this one other thing before I go. I remember, or not remember, but when my grandmom and all was younger, she probably had bipolar, right? But those days they didn't even have that diagnosis, and they got along for 12,500 years on this planet without it, right? And they plant-based medicines and stuff like that. That's where I'm going. Like, I was looking more into like the natural stuff, plant-based medicines, because we're the way humanity and Earth, we are a type 1 civilization where we can live off the planet, eat off the planet, and the medicines off the planet. We don't need man-made things. So in my brain, I was looking all for plant medicine, hoping that it was going to cure the bipolar thing or whatever, but help me. And I haven't maybe found the right thing yet, but in the meantime, I'm going to continue to take my lithium, because I know that there is something, whether I want to admit it, whether I want to say it's they're right and it's bipolar, something's wrong, and there is something, and it does help. But I was convinced that it was also like they did it to kill us. I really believe that the government was trying to kill us. So, but yeah, and there's reasons for it. There's stuff I've seen. I don't just believe things because I read them and I believe them. I'm a conspiracy fact person, because all these conspiracy theories are facts now. And I was gonna say, I said, instead of that, I maybe I'll do it a DM to you guys and say, hey guys, here, video, doing what I'm taking it. Honestly, like, that might work. Honestly, because listen, I'm not saying that I have to be accountable to you guys, but it does help me. Like, right now, I just took it. I probably would have forgotten to take it or not taken it, and it might have taken me a couple of days to actually listen to you. But I just had to be accountable. I just did it to be accountable in front of you. Honestly, that I might have to do that. Honestly, because you're absolutely 1,000% right, and I know that. But I don't. But there's something that clicks in my brain that convinces me every time that I'm okay, and I don't tell everybody, and I lie about it, and it takes some months to figure out that I haven't been on my meds. But yeah, I know. Listen, I am, but I don't. It's like, to really, really be accountable for it. Like, I don't know. There's something else too. Like, right then and there, I was actually proud of myself for doing it. But because in my head, I'm promising you I'm going to take it, but I probably would have forgotten for some reason or not thought about it, And I know that my husband needs me. He absolutely does. I was convinced that he didn't, but I know now he does. And it's like, I don't, and I love myself. You know what I mean? I do love life. I love myself. I love life. And I'm primarily I'm excited about future. I never in my life, up until, 8 years ago, I never could say that I was looking forward to the future. It was very sad. And I'm telling you, and the happiest I was, I remember saying to myself, the happiest I ever was when I had all the drugs I needed and the money, and that was it. And that's all I cared about, was that I had the money for the drugs. And I was my happiest person, and for too sad. And that was, to me, the saddest thing ever. To go to rehab or prison and they go, what are your hobbies? And what do you do? You're like, no, I don't have any. None. Couldn't think of one. And I holy shit. What did I, not only was I on drugs for 12 years, I was also, spending money, and I wasn't thinking. I was I was going out, I was partying. I thought that's what you did in your 20s and your 30s. But then you realize it's Saturday morning and you're still doing that drug, Yeah, that, well, the person that I speak of, and they can't really speak of, she was that person for me. She is the other half of my soul, and she just continued to do the horrible things to people. Now, see, I watched her do it her whole life, but I never thought she did it to me. I never thought she was doing the things to me that she was doing. I really didn't. But why was I okay with her doing it to other people? I don't know. But she's the other half of my soul, and she just. And that was him. She was that person for me. And even though, yes, we talked, I drove the Bravo Comedy Theater, went there. I never in a million years, I didn't even want people to see us together. I didn't want to answer any questions. I just hid the whole entire time. And it didn't prove to be wrong. Like, we haven't, nothing bad happened after that. She hasn't done anything. But I don't know. I mean, who knows? I don't even know if I'm allowed to speak on her. I don't even know if we're, like, she could still get me with a cease and desist if I say her name. I don't know. You know what I mean? So it's like, that forgiveness, I tried to forgive her so many times with shit, I don't know if you know, but like it was killing me almost this last time. Like, I would be on this thing for hours and just like, guys, please help me understand. Like, what can I do if it's like one thought, it's like, I can't beat her up. That's not going to make it any better. I can't kill her. I can't do that. That's not going to help. I can't forgive her because I'm trying. I can't love her because that hurt. You know what I mean? It was like, I just couldn't get rid of the pain, and I didn't understand why I just didn't understand. I've tried. Carmen, it was easier for me at this point to talk to her because our friend's husband had passed away just recently, and I wasn't going to miss another funeral or anything like that. And I sure as heck wasn't going to get a Bravo Comedy, and you know what I mean? Like, no way was she going to go, and I wasn't. You know what I mean? So, like, it really, I'll never get it. I didn't get an answer. We didn't talk about, I said to her, listen, we're not going to talk about us because we're never going to agree. I don't want to even bring it. Let's just, because we can get along and we can have a good time. And I realize how much I do loved her. I don't know, but like, things are, I can't put myself, one, in danger of losing things. I have too much to lose, and they don't care about losing things, So you want to rob the heck out of your employees, go ahead. You want to rob your best friend, go ahead. You want to, do those things, go ahead. No, she's in heat. she's a newbie. She's like my newest, and she's like amazing, but she's in heat. She's too young to get fixed yet though, but yeah, isn't it funny? Like, and then after, like, she's almost out of it. Like, now I think she just meows like that. It's like she talks to me, come here. No. Sometimes it sounds like she's saying, no. It's so funny. I love her. Like, literally, I'm obsessed with her. I swear I'm half alien, but she definitely is an alien. I call her my little angel hybrid alien baby. I swear she was dropped onto the planet just for me. My friend, like, found her and brought her to me, and I'm like, literally, and I have a cat that's outside. All right, this is another thing about me. I'm like the black Snow White, the dark Snow White, I say. They just are attacked. Like, when I go for walks, they follow me, like birds, cats, everything. They just show up, and animals are very attracted to me. I guess because I'm very, connected to the other side, and so are they. But she definitely, I feel like, oh my God, she's like my alien kid. She's my hybrid baby. Come here, mom. And another thing too, real quick, this is a really good funny thing. When she's never met Adam, never, ever, and Adam has never been in my house. Adam has never been around my animals. But how I feel about him, so one day his thing just pops up. She jumps up. She was trying to get into the computer and is obsessed. She watches TV, but when he comes on, and I think she feels the love I have for him, and she feels the connection. And I'm telling you, that's what it was. Because how would she have? She jumped up, and I'm like, she was clawing at the thing. She was going behind it. She was trying to get to him, and I'm like, oh my God. And then I'm like, that's so strange. And I was like, oh, she must feel how I feel. I didn't realize that's probably what it was, but she's like, I swear, she's a human. I'm telling you, she's human. She's definitely, aren't they amazing? And I was never even a cat person, and I just lost my dog too. Like, that also was a thing too. Like, when I lost the animals, I was like, okay, I probably was attracting the universe to bring me more animals because I was down a fur baby, but 3 popped into my reality. When I say that, they really have. I have 2 outside cats now that I actually made houses for, and like, give me the whole sanctuary, has heat, everything out there because they won't come in. But I'm telling you, plants and animals are what became like my life for the last 2 years. I'm like the crazy cat lady with a husband and a crazy plant lady. My plants are like amazing. I'm a garden. I'm like, I garden. Yeah, I'm a gardener. Like the plants that I'm like, I don't even know. I have palm trees and I live in Jersey. I happen to be able to grow palm trees. Very strange. And like, they're still doing good since December. So when I tell you I wasn't good at anything but being a piece of shit for like 40 years, not even, I was good at being like, yeah, I guess I was just good at being a hustler, and I was in the wrong way. You know what I mean? I didn't think I was actually going to be good at anything else, like actually anything constructive. And then like, yeah, I'm telling you, it's crazy. I try to telepathy. I try to talk to them. I try to talk to them through telepathy. And what I would try to do with my husband to see if I would practice. And I actually think that the animals started to hear me. Like they actually turn around now, and I'm like, it works, but like it's not working. I know. Yeah. You guys gotta use karma. You should. They are. And listen, I know that they talk. I know. Listen, I want to go into the whole spiritual thing, but not on this channel. I have to make another one. But I'm telling you, like our planet is turning into the type 1 civilization where we're going to be able to connect with that stuff. They are. I cried last year when I had to cut. I have canna horns, and they're 20 feet tall, and you have to cut them out in the winter. I have to dig them up because it's cold. I had to cut down 20. I have to cut down 20 of them this year. I cried the entire time. It was painful for me to cut my plants down, knowing that they know that that's what has to happen, or they, I had to save, because they multiply and they're expensive. So of course I'm going to dig up the rhizomes, you know what I mean, for the next year. I have 35 canna horns and I have 4 palm trees. Well, they're banana trees, but they're palm trees. And I have to, them I don't have to cut down, but the canna horns, it's killing me. It's killing me. All of my coleuses, I started out as babies. They all, like, I'm telling you, I know. It's painful. It is painful. Painful. Shay, they're too big. I can't, where am I going to, they're not, they're in the ground, so I can't bring them in. They're too big. And when I cut them off, I just have to, I take the rhizomes. I take even with my elephant ears, I dig them up every year, and they've multiplied. 1 turns into 10. So when I cut them off, last year, the canna horns, they actually look like straw. They look like, what's it called? Corn husks. What's that stuff? The corn thingies that people hang around, put up. That's what they look like when they're that's what they look like. So I put them up in the front of my house and made it look like those things instead of going out and buying. I'm like a nutcase. Seriously, thank you. I'm glad that and I'm happy that you guys care too. Like it really does. It does show me that I'm an idiot, and I should stop thinking that people don't care. Like I don't know how many times that people have to prove to me. Like I always say, people show you who they are, and you have to believe it. And if not, you just meet them where they're at, and then you'll be okay. And I say that, but the Wandering Jews, oh my God, they're so awesome. Did you see them, Shay? Them, and they're actually growing up my fence now. And those green coleuses, I don't know what, I love them things. I didn't even know what they were until this year. Oh, I know, it's painful. I was like crying. I was like, please. I was like, I'm so sorry. I'm cutting you down. I'm so sorry. I was like, oh my God, I don't want to do this. I was like, next year I'm going to leave you in the ground. And like, you can't, they're going to freeze. I'm like, they're like, they know that you're, listen, there's this experiment about plants being alive that I'll never forget. But the scissors, the scientist cuts the plant. There's 2 of them, cuts one, goes out of the room, comes back, and then they monitor the vibration. Then the plants freak out. They know when you're hurting them. So that was in my head the whole time. I'm like, they feel it. I'm hurting them. Even though they know I have to do this, I can't do it. When Jasper, my dog, died, right away I'm out and get another animal. Like, I can't be down a fur baby at all. At this time, I was like, I can't do it again. I don't think I can get another dog. Like, I cannot go through that again. I still cry every night. And I haven't replaced them. This is my 3rd year with the plants and the garden and all that. I let that happen for the longest time. This is my husband's house from when he was like a child. Like, he grew up in this house. So kind of inherited it, so it still was like, you know, had all like his mom's touch on it and everything, and you know, things it's outdated. But I took all of my mother-in-law's things and upcycled them. Like I made all this stuff. Like I make this out of scrap wood. Every craft I make is out of scrap. Like I make everything. So I took all of her stuff, upcycled. Like, you know, I took our couch and took the legs off the couch. I made them. They are I made candle holders. I took down our fence. That's candle holders. Everything in my house I've made either from trash, scrap. I'm like, if I turn this around, you would see what's in front of it. It's all my craft room in here too. But like, yeah, everything outside, that every garden wall that I built, the 2 garden walls were somebody's sandbox, my neighbor's sandbox. I was at the point where I was begging my neighbors to let me go through their shit in the basement. Let me clean your basement out. Because I make vases, I mean everything. Everything. My husband came home and I literally I took all the legs off the couch. Then I took our bed apart and used the bedpost. He's like, Jesus Christ. And then I went downstairs and started taking wood off the railings off the wall to make it. I was turning everything into something. I'm like, but babe, look what it is. He's like, you just took the legs off our couch. I'm like, I know, now we're have to get a new one. He's like, and then I took the bedpost down. I took the railing down. And I think, hold on, let me just show you. This is why you're going to laugh. This is what happens. Okay. This was our coffee table, leg of a coffee table. I hacked it, and this will turn into this. It will turn into. Oh wait, I can't show you because my thing's on it. It would. Oh shit! I just fucked that all up. Anyway, whatever this is, whatever my camera's sitting on. Let me see if I can get to it. I don't know if you can see as good as I can. Anyway, it turns into something. Something turns into something else. Nothing goes to waste. I say, I kind of like I would make old things, you know what I mean? I make things that people think are trash and I turn them into like, I know that's us, right? Listen, I was supposed to get off here like hours ago, and I'm doing my manic stuff, and because now I'm like, I want to show you, like, I have videos of all the stuff that I'm really proud of, the stuff that I do, and I'm like, I don't know where it came from. I guess it's like 3 hobbies that I that are legal, that I could make money off of legally. And I don't. The podcast gardening, and my crafts, you know? But yeah, I was like begging people, I'm like, please let me clean your basement out. Let me clean your basement out. I'll make it. I literally would take people's shit and make it and then bring it to them, and they would want money, or they would want to pay me for it. I'm like, guys, I don't even want the money. Like, I love doing this. Come here, please. Yeah. Yep. Oh man, I even make my hair extensions, guys. I literally get one color and I dye them and I cut the shit out of them because I was a hairdresser, so I do everything. And listen, because I'm a label whore and I like nice things, but I don't like to pay for nice things, so I try to recreate nice things, or I, take care of them. I try to take care of my shit. But yeah, let me see, Miss. Yeah, I think she's at the point where she's not in heat anymore. She's just likes her attention. And I have 2 other cats, indoor cats, that were running the house. This little one right here has now taken the show. She has taken over the beds, everything. She's a tuxedo cat, so she's like an alpha female. But yeah, my poor other ones are like, I have a 14-year-old, I have a 13-year-old cat. They are like, they just look at her, they love her to death. They're literally, she's like the sister. She's a sister that you want to get rid of, but you love her so much, like my sister, But I know, Shay, like, I don't even know, how are you guys doing? I'm the manic one. How are you guys doing this? And Karma, I know you're probably used to it too, but all right, I'm really going to go now because what time is it? I know that Norma's thing's on, but I have it recording, but guys too, I can't say what it is because I don't remember, but Norma, our friend Norma Mamadano, she is an actress and she is in a Christmas movie tonight, and I'm sure I can find all the stuff for it, but you guys are probably watching it anyway, if anybody knows who's watching it. But it's 2 a.m. where you, oh my God, I was about to ask you what time it was. Yeah. Now, are you a night person, or are you usually up late? Because usually I'm usually asleep by 6 o'clock. It's very odd that, again, I'm up tonight, because usually I wouldn't even make Hot Messy Topics used to be at 6 o'clock. I couldn't even make that. I was tired. And it's weird because, well, I do get up at 3:45 with George, but I'm at my best from 4 a.m. to like 12 noon. And then I should get right up and get on here. I don't have any other responsibilities. I don't have children. I don't have a real job. I don't, You know what I mean? I have no excuse to not being live until 4 or 5 o'clock. You know, my hair was already done, my makeup was already, there was nothing. I should be able to get up every day and do this every day, and I definitely cannot be doing this. I can't do 4-hour lives. But I love you guys. I keep saying I love you, love you, love you. That too, and that's another thing, Freddie. I gotta do that. We gotta do that. All right. This whole time, guys, you realize I don't think I've smoked this the whole time, but I've had it in my hand. That's another thing. It's that addiction part too. I always have. I'm constantly losing them, but I smoke 24/7. But I always have this in my hand. I even sleep with this thing in my hand. It's like such a twice a week. We see, yeah, too. Like now, Aaron too. Like you know how Zach, I used to miss his lives too because I would stay up for Zach. I know you said you don't like Karma. We'll have to talk about that, but I do have to believe that our friendship. I have to believe that Erica has some good in her. If I have to believe in me and Zach's friendship, because we were almost arguing over it because we couldn't get each other, and Aaron would have to like in between. This is not what he meant. This is not what she meant. This is not what he meant. You know what I mean? Yeah, it was like crazy. Shay. Well, Shay, you know I'm mad when you get a million of them. And then you know I'm okay when you, like, not that you don't hear from me, but like, I'll be like missing for a little bit. Not missing, but like, I'm like, oh shit, I just, I know. And believe me, you guys are good sports. Really good sports. Because honestly, I'll read them back and I'm like, what the hell was I? And at the time, I believed everything was important. And I will read back, and even when I'm doing it, I can't help it sometimes. And I'll convince myself that everything I'm saying is important. Not one part can be left out. And then I realize I'm explaining myself 5 different times, 5 different ways. And yeah. Okay, I'm really going to get me. Oh my God. I want to talk about this one thing with Potomac, but not right now. But I keep hearing about this colorism thing, and I didn't even know that was a thing, but is that really people? I don't know. Maybe I'm not talking about. But is it weird for a white girl to talk about that about Potomac? Is it weird? Should I be even talking about that? That's my question. I don't know the answer to that. I know. I believe that. I do believe that, Karma. I do. Yeah. But I want to talk about Potomac. But then people are like, well, you're a white girl. You shouldn't talk about that. And I'm like, huh? I don't know. That's the thing. I learned a lot the last 2 years about that kind of stuff. Like, okay, I will. See, exactly, I will. Yeah, I know. And I was watching other YouTube and what they were saying, and I was getting it, but then again, I also didn't know. Is that about Potomac to see? About Potomac? I know it. Well, see, I think a little traumatized by Jordan as well, because she made me believe I was somebody I wasn't, and I know that I'm not. So I got really scared to even say it, and then to even say I don't want to talk about it sounds horrible. You know what I mean? All right, I'm going to stop now because I also realize what YouTube does to your algorithm. They really suck. But anyway, okay. Yeah, like I know, like, is there something that we can fix? I mean, you know what I mean? And exactly, like, is it something that we're going to just get rid of the show, or what are we doing here? You know what I mean? I don't want to just completely, like, write the show off. I'm ready to write off Beverly Hills, but that's for very good reasons. But, like, I don't want to just write off another, let's figure this out, guys. But anyway, I love you guys. I really mean that. I love you guys. And I said it a million times. And I am definitely manic, and definitely will be back tomorrow, though. I love you. What's on tomorrow? What's on tonight? There's a lot going on. Okay. All right. I'll be back tomorrow. Love you guys. I'm just going to say, might as well just DM you. I'm probably just going to end up DMing